Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. Also, I hope you guys were able to catch me on Pepaganda today. Had some fun. Covered some more serious stuff, gotta say. This was definitely like what I created the Pepaganda format for. So if you guys weren't able to check that out, go and check out the VOD. As you guys file in here, please do me the solid. Hit that like button, double tap the screen on your way in. Just so you guys know, horizontal is back on the menu. So I was able to get that working today. So if you are interested in checking out this stream in a horizontal presentation on YouTube, I do have another stream up. Here, let's link that just in case. Where is that link? While I find this link, as I said, hope you guys are having a good day. I'm doing a lot better today than I was yesterday. So I just want to say thank you again to everybody for listening to my my whole situation. I really do appreciate it, guys. I had some people reach out, and I really gotta say, like, that it meant a lot to me. So thank you to everybody who did reach out. There was actually a few of you, and there was also, you know what, I kind of had that moment where I realized that I might have a friend or two that watched this stream. Because they were just like, "Are you okay?" So that was kind of cool. So I just linked the the horizontal stream, and also here's the biggie: follow me on Twitch, because you guys are gonna want to do this tonight. Might be the night, depending on how smoothly this stream goes and how late we go. I would like to kind of, once I wrap up here, I would like to move on over to Twitch, and we're gonna have like what I would consider a really chill hang. I have something that is, let's see, how can I put this? A 3-foot long water apparatus that will be making its debut. So definitely check that out. Broad, have you ever been far, even decided to use, even go, want to do, look more like, what? Oh, wow. I feel like I just had a stroke reading that. Wow. I don't have friends. They disappoint me. Well, friends will always disappoint you. People will disappoint you. The thing is, you have to realize what you are willing to tolerate and where your lines are. Now, I will always say you should have boundaries. Like, so many people have told me that it's like, nah, you gotta, it's, since they're the family you choose, there's like, you gotta stand by them. And there's the obvious boundaries of like, if they commit crimes, that kind of shit. But then there's just like if they're using you, if it's completely one-sided, like, there is recognizing that kind of stuff. But then there's recognizing that, yeah, there's some really good people out there. Like, I'm lucky enough I have people in my life that are great. I love my friends. I'm very lucky. So, what the fuck is wrong with some of these people? Okay. How's it going, everybody else? Lame deodorant won't save you in November. Okay. I don't really care, man. If we lose, look at me being one of those political commentary guys that falls into the, well, the Democrats. Listen, dude. I'm just gonna vote for everything against Trump because he's doing a poor job. This is actually kind of the bitch of it. It's not just TDS. Some of it is like, no, they're very bad at governing, and a lot of people recognize that. Like this time, it's not just a whole bunch of shit libs and fucking lefties. You got some normies out there that are kind of just doing their thing where they recognize that the economy no bueno. The immigration thing. They're actually giving him negative marks on immigration. So yeah, I don't know, guys. I think that Donald Trump might want to, I don't know, do something a little bit better. But then again, seems like he's unworried. So I'm just gonna keep saying it. I think that Elon Musk, I just have this feeling where every time they made an accusation, it was just them saying that they were going to steal the election. And then I don't know, allegedly they might have. So are they scared of space, or are they in summer school every time? Oh, we're over there, Pep. I don't know. I'm going to play the song again. I love this song. Yeah, if you guys didn't notice, I had some new tracks that I added to the playlist finally. I also shuffled some stuff around. For the most part, I do kind of just want to keep my my vibes going with the channel. So I also, hey, for everybody that was curious about like where I got the music and how I curated it, shout out to you. Pretty cool. Good evening. Hello, Mitchell. How are you? How are you? He's paid by Big Stink. He's one of those like dudes that was like 13 and was just like, I don't want to wear deodorant. And everybody's like, please, just please consider it, please. The early stream I was meaning. The Pepaganda stream is what you're talking about? I mean, sorry guys, I'm like confused. I confused myself. Full disclosure, I did the thing where I got a little lifted before I started the show. Figured after yesterday it would be a good way to start, because I had me a day yesterday. Not gonna lie, even when I got off stream, I just it was one of those. So Pep, it was troll free. Actually, Pepaganda is pretty troll free. No way. Yes way, Ted. Etch, what's up, by the way? How you doing, brother? Ravy, how you doing? Broad, I know that you're new here. No defender of Trump here, but Dems pushing a Nazi candidate. Who cares? Are you talking about Plattner? He's not a Nazi candidate. Oh my god, he had a Totenkopf that most, like, my, like, friends that studied that shit, they didn't even really, like, put two and two together on that one. I don't know. I tend to think that, if he's going to prove us wrong, then let him do so. I think that preemptively just giving in and letting Susan Collins win is one of the dumbest things that we can do. There is a harsh reality that we have to face here, that it's either him or her. There is no other candidate. This isn't your perfect world where your DSA candidate, which he is technically, but you guys don't have the candidate out there. We don't have the candidate out there. We have nobody that can just go in and do anything with this. So do you want Susan Collins to continue the status quo, or can we take a chance and maybe, just maybe, have somebody that's willing to fight for us? I honestly am getting so sick of this one. Do you live in Maine? Do you live in Maine? Because if you live in Maine, then fine. Then you can sit there and pontificate on this all you want. But if you don't live in Maine, then just shut the fuck up. Seriously, just shut the fuck up. I'm so over this. Like, if you guys want fascism to just reign supreme, then keep at it, folks. That's the way that you get that's how you stay in what we have. So Graham Plattner is irking the supporters of Orange. Yeah, he is. He's like MAGA. A lot of them are worried that he can speak to the normie, which he can. realize it, but my cat knocked my trash can down. Ah, that scamp. Just having a little temper tantrum from earlier. Oh, by the way, everybody say hello to Stan. He's being the vigilant co-worker today. Also, Fish Guru, how you doing? Thank you for holding it down over on the horizontal. Appreciate that. Just so you guys know, I also have all the chats up today. Made sure that that is a no longer an issue, so I will see most of your chats unless something happens with mods. Andrew, Crazy Dems, they lose their shit over everything Trump. I mean, they do. Let's be real. Like, it's not TDS, but they really do fucking... we do tend to blow things out of proportion. And you know what? I'm kind of over that, but at the same time, everybody did it with Biden too. So if you're gonna, fair's fair here, dude. I'm kind of like, if you're gonna be disingenuous about it, then I'm gonna just say, hey, then go worship your orange Lord and Savior. It's kind of weird. Like, that in itself is weird. People ignoring everything bad that he does just because, like, he's him, and then they're like, everybody has TDS. It's like, It's not that he's just a complete moron that keeps embarrassing everybody, but sure. I'm beginning to get the nagging feeling that Trump fella may just be a tad bit on the shady side. Call it a hunch. Daddy. Daddy Low, how you doing? The rules have changed. I mean, Citizens United is still a thing, so... Sophie, good to see you. Thank you for stopping on by today. A pepper tantrum. Oh, I like it. I like it. A pepper tantrum. I like it. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. God, I got one of those guys. I feel like I'm getting a little sick. Ugh. This one doesn't feel like allergies. This one actually feels like, either that or I ran myself down. Who knows? No, the rules got changed. Big difference. I mean, that is true. I'm doing okay, Mitch. A little tired. Oh, I feel that. Oh, I was able to get 5 hours of sleep, and you know what? I felt pretty good. Woke up super early. Got my work done. Then I got to do my this space, and now I'm here. I have actually, like, after yesterday, I kind of, like, I covered this on Pepaganda. I meditated. I know. Whoa. But I was able to meditate for the first time in a while. And man, I sat there and I had this realization where I'm like, oh, I'm kind of running myself thin. And I'm doing it on purpose because I don't want to, deal with the reality that is, life. So, you know what? I quit running for that minute. I accepted it. I think that, yeah. With your help, I'm going to be able to, I got this. So. Daily Dose of Pep would make great shorts. I know, yeah, Daily Dose of Pep. I gotta do more with shorts and stuff. I gotta cut my content. Like, that's another thing that I'm working on. Like, it sucks. Like, I've been in the middle of looking for, I guess a third job. Right, keep your echo chamber then. How is this an echo chamber? You're here. And also, I cover, like, things from all different perspectives. You guys are just assholes that you can't deal with the fact that the left, like, flank of America is actually correct about a lot of the bullshit that Trump is doing, and you guys put the blinders on because you guys, it's all about trolling and fifis to you. It has nothing to do with actual substance. Like, dude, white supremacy ain't gonna fucking, like, help you with your taxes, by the way. But whatever. I got punched in the throat for being a lesbian today, so I pressed charges. Really? Nice. Not the getting punched in the throat part, but the fact that you pressed charges. That's good. I'm sorry that happened to you. Woo! Lives in a pot. Who? Oh. Woo. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Alright, I'm not doing the thing. Look, guys, I'm such a troll. Do you guys notice I'm such a troll? I'm trolling so hard. That really is what they do, man. It's just like, pay attention to me. Nobody likes me in my real life. I need to be mean to a bunch of people online that I feel superior to. Pay attention. Be trolled. Be trolled. Whatever. Fucking go on with it. We get it. You guys are weenies. Like, this is what you, if this is what you find fun, whatever, man. I'm one of those channels that if you're just gonna be like your standard, like, but I like MAGA, well, then have fun. Decent rage bait, I'll give you that. Bring receipts. Alright, whatever, man. Fine, go ahead, bring your receipts. Decent rage bait. Oh, is that what this is? I'm rage baiting you with facts? Oh, well, that was easy. I didn't even have to work that hard. Cool. Well, thank you for joining the channel. You guys are checking out Pep Talks. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Pep, short for Pepper. Yeah. I have one of them. It's a nickname. I think I told you guys the story, but I'll go through it real quick. It was so funny, man. I was like shooting ideas for what I could call this. High on Politics actually came before Pep Talks did. I was chilling with one of my buddies, and he was just like, "How the hell are you not going to call your show Pep Talks?" I was just like, "Oh." And then I was like, "Oh, actually, I should call the channel Pep Talks," but whatever. Keith 420, maggot troll. Yep. We get those. How you doing? Chronic DB or 8D Reggie. How you doing? Or just Keith 420. Can I just call you Keith? Let's call you Keith. R.I.P. the troll. I mean, he didn't pay the troll toll. Therefore, he has been dealt with. You ever seen The Hobbit? That's what happens to trolls here. They turn to stone. And then we revisit them as an Easter egg later in the program to go like, hey, look, there's that stone troll. But guess what time it is? It's 4:19, if you guys know what's up. I am a Midwesterner, so it is the Central Time Zone, which means it's time. Let's go. Cheers, everybody. There's no point in engaging. Not really. Not really. Whatever. Bicycle daytime. Also, who's talking Jesus? Let's talk some Jesus. Jesus is an alright dude. You can have your Jesus. I may not be like a... he is not my personal Lord and Savior, but if he's yours, have fun. His pony's still working, but cheers. Oh. Well, cheers. That was a good one. 4/19's Bicycle Day. Oh, I did not know that. Well, look at that. I think Ezekiel 23:19 through 21 is more profound. Let's see. Got to refresh my memory banks on Ezekiel. I actually don't know a lot of like Ezekiel like at all. Let's see. What'd you say? 19 through 21. Yet she became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted after her lovers who... That's right, this one. Hers, genitalia. was like those of a donkey and whose emission was like that of a horse. So you longed for the lewdness of your youth. And when in Egypt, your damn. I think that there's a reason that I'm not too up on the Ezekiel stuff. No, dude. Songs of Solomon also has like, yeah, they got a lot of them. Hot, yeah, right? Yeah, damn. It's sitting there telling you got the stamina of a horse. You're hung like a donkey. It's like, why couldn't it all just be the? You're a real one. Hell yeah. No, that was funny. I'm actually like I used to do like the Bible stuff, so Vosh somewhere sweating. Heavy breathing in the corner. Meanwhile, he criticizes me for you know, whatever. I mean, he's a pretty harsh critic, so but that was hilarious. Jesus is the right choice. I mean, sure. Who knew they had size queens in the fucking Bible? I know. Damn. I mean, jeez. Dare I say, Jesus. Waka waka. In some states, oh, whoa. You mean that slippery slope? You guys remember when they were talking about, like, I've talked about this on the show a lot, but like when they were talking about like how gay marriage was going to lead to that, and it's like, it's a slippery slope. I didn't know you had beef. I'm just here for comedic reasons. Oh, I don't have beef. I got no beef at all. I actually, like, I don't think I have beef with any, like, content creators or anything like that. I know that some, like, ex-viewers have gone out of their way to be kind of, you know, not that cool, but whatever. You're mean, too. God, you're mean. Oh, my God, I need that drop. All right, that's it. Here. I've got to get the soundboard going. Because I looked for this, there's like a program apparently that you can do that with, where I was just like, oh, happy 420 something. Hey, well, you just keep going. Chronic, actually, hey, Keith, I'm not sure if you follow, if you've already subbed to my channel, which you should, but you should also follow me over on Twitch, because we're going to have a little smoke out over on Twitch a little bit later, so yeah, follow over on Twitch, and we're gonna have some fun hopefully tonight, if I can get to everything that I meant to get to today, which I should be able to. I don't do Rumble. No, I don't do Rumble. No, I'm just YouTube and Twitch. I have an X just in case, and I have a Patreon that's upcoming, but man, if you guys are new here, my wife was diagnosed with cancer in October, and it essentially just took everything and made it, so yeah. Any of the plans that I had for this channel, I still reiterate them because I want to get on it. So, yeah. And that's one of them. I can make a Discord soundboard and emojis if you want, Pep. Oh, actually, Televani. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Because that might be the easiest way to get that done. Just kidding. It wasn't the episode with Rick Simpson. Wait, what? I got gifted Rumble Premium in the chat. Really? Not from my chat. Am I a fan of Afro Man? Hell yeah, I'm a fan of Afro Man. He's doing a festival here in Chicago. He's gonna be at day 2 of Riot Fest, which kind of toying with going to. Fan of free speech? Yeah. Absolutely. Obviously, it's got to be TOS because, YouTube be playing that game. So that's my big rule here is keep it TOS. Also try to be cool. Yeah, dude. Lemon pound cake, man. The fact that, oh my God, that was so funny. The fucking lemon pound cake thing. Look at this guy. He's just sitting there lustfully looking at the lemon pound cake. Oh, look. Oh, look. He went back for more. Ooh, he's sitting there. Hey, what up, sweet thing? Who just left you here on the counter all unattended? And is that a knife? Well, if you're going to give me that lustful look, I guess I must cut myself a slice. Did he actually cut himself a slice of cake? I don't know. No, he does, Rumble and Twitch. That's the thing. No. Yeah, that's why I'm doing, I'm toying with what I'm gonna be doing here with the premium content over on Patreon, because realistically, I already have a hard enough time committing to the membership content, memberships only content, because we're figuring this stuff out. Yeah, you never heard of cannabis oil being used for cancer? Yes, we have, but it doesn't work like the way that people say it does. It's not like this cure-all. Let's put it this way. If cannabis was actually like a cancer killer, my wife would not have gotten cancer. It is definitely good. I don't know any of the definitive science behind what it does with cancer cells, if it staves it off or any of that shit, but I'll tell you what, it does definitely give you an appetite when you're going through chemotherapy, so. Not by smoking oils, though. I mean, even the tinctures, yeah. Oh, dude, I've used tinctures for a long... Although, who knows, maybe. They just banned the... here in Australia here, so they're acting a fool. Ooh, shit. If it does, though, what will you say? Sorry? It's not by... What? I'm not, fighting with you about this, brother. Okay. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm not able to eat without it due to nausea. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's it definitely has its applications. But I just gotta say, I just don't trust it as this cure-all that a lot of people like to use it as. I've had this conversation with way too many people, which again, you know what? To each their own on this one. Dude, there's no definitive science behind that. I'm sorry. There isn't. This is kind of like the sovereign citizen type of thing where I've heard so many people come in my chat just being like, oh yeah, well, I know plenty of sovereign citizens that won in court. Okay, show me one. I don't want to be a dick here, man. I really don't want to be a dick, but I'm just saying, it has its, as I said, it has its applications, but if this is one of those things where you, the thing that I'm going, I am kind of, just getting to the end of the argument here, most people go and they say, oh, this is why I don't use chemo, or I didn't have to use chemo because I had ivermectin, or I had fucking marijuana, or whatever the fuck. That's all bullshit. The stuff that actually, really works was the chemotherapy and the treatments that my wife took. And that shrank the tumor down, and then the surgery got the fucking tumor out. Too many people cannot accept the fact that aggressive cancers are just a thing. I can't stand that pseudoscience bullshit. This is actually one of the things that always, really got me going with, the whole COVID thing. I have no faith in my fellow human beings as far as just, being able to, get with the program, or not even get with the program, just do the, bare minimum to mitigate a whole bunch of that stuff. I remember watching the movie Outbreak during the Big C, And man, I was just like, okay, we're just so lucky this wasn't the Motaba virus, because woo, yeah. Okay. Again, man. She's got her fever in remission. What do you mean fever in remission? Her cancer's in remission. Cannabis can prevent infection. What? I guess, again, if that's the case, then I would have never gotten COVID, man. Like, damn. Nasal sprays. Okay. Like I said, if this is for you, fine, but pseudoscience is fucking dangerous. That's why I don't play with it. And honestly, like, this is why I literally say this is a you do you thing. But realistically, guys, trust your doctors. Always get a second opinion, but also, if you're going through some of this stuff, you should try to trust your doctors and like the actual treatment. But that's also very hard for me to say because I understand how bad it is in America and how lucky my wife got. My wife got so lucky with her care team where all of them are top-notch in medicine and also top-notch human beings. So they're homeopathic. Yeah, homeopathic medicine doesn't always work. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't, because most of the people that turn to homeopathic stuff are, I'm going to be mean here, they're deluding themselves. They think that they are going to find this magical cure, and they also, like, they're scared of fucking traditional medicine. Like, whatever, man. Pot smokers had milder COVID and lower transmission rates. Hey, I don't know what I can attribute to the jab or what I can attribute to smoking, but I like how the overweight guy thinks he lives with higher morals. Overweight? Excuse me? My BMI is actually exactly where I'm supposed to be, jackass. I'm actually, like, I did it, guys. I got to my target weight. I'm at 175 right now. I'm 6 foot tall, and I have a 21% BMI. Pretty happy with that. Very happy with that. So I'm going to sip my tea and congratulations to myself. Why are you trying to start an argument with me where I'm just trying to tell you, dude? Great. But you're like, whatever, man. Okay, Keith. You got it. FDA approves new chemos all the time and also reacts differently depending on all kinds of variables. Well, there's also, like, the fact that, like, with my dad, he had a live, chemo dose where it was essentially... The way that they explained this to me is that they kind of did it like a vaccine, where it was genetically modified from the actual tumor itself. He was in an experimental trial. My dad is actually the one where it's like, it was a miracle because my dad had stage 4 mouth cancer. He was told that he had, if he was lucky, 4 months to live. So he was told, like, to start, like, planning last rites, all that shit, and, like, to, get ready to wrap it up. Then my dad went for a second opinion, and he found this guy in Chicago that was, he was doing, like, this experimental trial where it was using the live, like, cells from the tumor. So he signed up for this. This was 14 years ago, or 15 years ago, and he is still in remission, still with us. So I have to say, man, stage 4 survivals are rare. Yeah, and he still has his jaw. He didn't have to have surgery. Like, they were talking about taking, like, his tongue, his bottom jaw. Like, we said it was having the Ebert done, which, again, my family has a dark sense of humor, so take that for what it is. But yeah, he was he was resolved to the fact that he was going to have this done, and then, as I said, 15 years later, so here we are. Same happened to my dad, stage 4 bladder cancer. He wouldn't last a year after chemo didn't work. It's been 3 years now, and he gets tuberculosis injected as treatment to activate cells to fight it off. Yeah. Okay, so that stuff is crazy to me, man. And that's why, like, after seeing the team that my wife had, how they tackled her cancer, I totally turned a curve on this one, because I used to be a little bit more like this chronic guy in chat, where if you guys can't see him, by the way, he's in the horizontal stream. So, dude, YouTube has got to figure this out. I want to just mix these. I want you guys to just be able to watch and just tilt the screen and then have it, like, this is ridiculous. The fact that Twitch figured this out, and I'm just, I'm mad. Ooh, tarnation. My dad died, but he waited too long to get diagnosed. Yeah, that's my grandma. My grandma refused to go to the doctor, and I watched her waste away, and she knew something was wrong. She knew something was wrong. She was getting so tired, and she collapsed one day. I had to call 911, and that's when they found that she had breast cancer that moved to her liver. And I got to learn about cancer at that time. I was about 11 when she got diagnosed. That really sucked. For those that don't know, I had a situation where I stayed with my grandma and lived with her for a few years. So yeah, that hurt. That sucked. And it was all because she was a stubborn ass woman, you know. And I'm not trying to, like, say that's a bad thing. She was so stubborn, but so awesome. But yeah, my mother passed last month due to lung cancer. She had smoked for 2 years. In her 20s, she passed days. But I'm so sorry, Porgy. 78. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate to say I'm part of that club. I lost my mom a year ago. She died last March, unexpected. She had complications from COVID. So it was pneumonia onset from COVID that stopped her heart in her sleep. So, rest in peace, Mom. I miss you every day. Anyway, sorry, guys. I try not to get too deep into that, because honestly, like, I'm not trying to, like, trauma dump on you guys, but it is what it is. Hey, Afternoon Tune, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How am I? I'm okay. Our loved ones are all talking shit about us together up there, trust me. I got this weird thing where I have a cardinal that nested in a tree right outside my backyard, and it is just every day. But everyone else, your child will be forced on chemotherapy or radiation treatment. Nobody can force you to do these treatments. Stop that. Like, dude, stop with your fucking... This is the shit right here, man. What the fuck? Why do you have to do conspiracy theory to something like that, where it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna be forced to do... Shut the fuck up, man. God damn it. I wanted to like you. Like, your name is cool. You seemed like you were pretty chill at the beginning, but now this is fucked up. Haha, on a lighter note, Tommy Chong said cannabis makes the cancer cells forget why they were even there. I could see that. Apparently in the USA, unless Amish or Russell means preferred at some point, he died to what? Wait, children don't get forced on them? If their parents say no? Yeah, they don't. Haven't you seen, like, how that's a thing? But also, in medicine, they can't do anything that would lead to a child's death. So technically, yeah. And there is that thing where if they are prosecuted, like, you could get prosecuted for that shit. Your religion doesn't, like, your religious beliefs if you live in the country of America, at some point do not matter, funny enough. Like, separation church and state, like, kind of does start making its way into the medical field, specifically with children and illness. But, whatever. What responsibility does Iran have and its proxies had? It doesn't really matter. I'm not sitting here making arguments for Iran. I'm sitting here making arguments against what the U.S. has done and the way that we've lost this war. So, shit, sorry, bad timing. The THC chokes out the cancer cells when you ingest it, so it's cool. I mean, sure. Sure. It's almost like, I don't know, guys. I've talked to oncologists about this type of stuff in the last year here, and just in general have a good vibe on exactly how this works. But this is why I get a little bit pissy with folks when it's usually like chronic. Have you dealt with cancer yourself? Have you did somebody that you are close with or you love very, very much deal with cancer? And you're telling me that this all happened and like with them, like even if it's anecdotal, that you at least have that, or are you just kind of just talking? Yes? Okay, tell your story then. I mean, honestly, the way that you've been one of your aunts, oh my fucking Christ. Okay. Pep knows the artist oncology surgeon. I mean, I actually do know like a famous surgeon, like now. Like, my wife's surgeon is somebody that is world renowned, and like he is one of those guys that like people come to train under him from all over the world. So he's talking about a specific case where the state stepped in over medical neglect of a teenager. Yeah. Are we having the Twitch smoke sesh to celebrate the third thing in the title? Maybe. I mean, the third thing in the title is pretty cool, so I'm pretty happy with that. Did you guys see the thumbnail? Televani crushed it today. Shout out Televani Mage. If you guys do not know, Televani is a regular here on the show and also a contributor. She makes my thumbnails, and they are fucking awesome. So hope you enjoy those. Unlisted, what up, dude? How you doing? Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the show. Do you think there's money in Listen, I understand where you're coming from, man. I used to be exactly where you're at. I read fucking The Emperor Has No Clothes by Jack Herrera. Like, I get it. I fucking get it. I get what the fucking industry did. Literally, I have all the propaganda posters right behind me here, brother. You're actually on the stream where you can see all of them. Do you not think I know a little bit about this? But also, in talking to an oncologist who literally, we did discuss marijuana and what it can help us with, but also the myths. And the myths tend to be exactly what you're saying. They kept saying that there's this influx of people that get diagnosed with cancer that then turn to tinctures, or they start doing this thing. He said, you cannot do that. Like, if you do that, then you're going to get sicker. That's just how it is. But whatever, man. That's just how it goes. Like, fucking A. I just at one point realized, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not a doctor. I don't understand modern medicine. But these guys who went to medical school and they do all the fucking work and they're the ones actually making money from doing just that. Yeah, I'm going to kind of listen to them. Especially the ones that, are, you could tell, not in it for the profit. Like, my wife's oncologist literally has electrical tape on his shoes because that's how much he cares. This guy is not, like, in it for the money. He's in it for his patients. At least you agree it should have been your choice. It is her choice. She could have not taken the fucking, the cancer treatment. What are you getting at? What is your point here? What the fuck, man? So you're going to sit here going, well, I'm just going to negate everything that streamer is saying because my aunt she told me that she took the tinctures and her cancer gone. Dude, how do you know your can't? Like, I'm not even being fucking like, so like, you haven't given me any information. What kind of cancer did she have? How long did it take for her to be like to actually go into remission with this fucking tincture bit? Because I'm assuming that she got diagnosed and then started taking the tincture so you guys could do a fucking study on exactly how it worked. Correct? Right? I never. No, you didn't. You negated to, man. And now that now you're starting to catch on, where I'm like, you should probably, I don't know, stop being vague. Give very, like, you're making pretty big claims here, man. And this is where I'm getting a little pissed off, is because, yeah, I know a little bit about this. This is one of those things, dude. Maybe she just died. Wait, so your aunt, I asked if there was somebody that was using this that you knew. So she wasn't even using it, she just didn't do any. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, this is one of those guys that always makes me like kind of pissed to be a stoner. Where it's just like, oh my god. Oh fuck. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, this is embarrassing, dude. You didn't actually? I shouldn't have had to. You implied in your mind? What? What are you talking about? You are at your most vulnerable after diagnosis. It's cruel to push alternatives. It is. It is actually genuinely fucked up. Hey, Anna. What's up? Yeah. Glad that you're in this chat because holy cow. This is one where you asked, do I have anything personal? I asked you, do you or somebody close to you, did they have cancer that they treated with THC? And I stated, did they treat it with the tincture? Did they treat it from the moment that they got diagnosed with this tincture? And then can you tell me that this actually had a fucking impact? You can see the timing on the reply when I replied, yes, my aunt. Yes. No, I didn't later. No, I didn't add that on later, dude. We're sitting here talking about fucking cannabis, like literal, like, THC, fucking, I gotta say it's stupid now. Blah, 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 ha, ha, ha. All right, now you're starting to piss me off. What's going on? Oh, the guy in horizontal chat, I don't know, man. Like, I thought he was cool. Like, he's literally all about 420 and chronic, but he's honestly, like, he's one of the most annoying ones that I've dealt with in a while because he's trying to insinuate that, yeah, just take some tinctures. That'll cure the cancer. It's not ban-worthy. No, not at all. No, he's just annoying me a little bit. Later, you can tell when I answered it was, yeah. Who? Type out. Okay, man. Instead of being a jackass here, type out exactly who it was that had this cancer, what they took, I want exact measurements. What amount of tincture did they take that got rid of the cancer? How long was the treatment? How did they find out that it was actually shrinking the tumor? What was it then? What was it then, Keith? There's stories online. Now you're just moving the goalpost even farther. Now it went from, oh, my aunt to there's now stories online. Okay. So you're telling me that you're full of shit, that you have this hopium that, you know, if one day you get cancer, then you'll just take the tinctures. I actually stated not that. Okay. No, you asked about it even, wait, you asked about if I even know anyone who went through this. Yeah. No, someone with cancer that went through this treatment. Yeah, so is this your aunt that's dead? Is this your aunt that just died? Because you just said that she didn't know about the fucking alternative to cannabinoids, or did I read that wrong? Here, let's see. Maybe she just died because she refused anything, not knowing if THC was an option. Keith also actually knows Nicki Minaj's cousin's testicles that fell, or cousin that testicles fell off from the COVID vaccine. It happened when she was very young. Dude, he's promoting his business. Oh, is that what it is? He runs a canna bakery on Michigan Ave. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. Really? You run a... Oh. Okay. Interesting. Check his channel description. I just did. No, I just did. Okay. That's weird. And that's wild. That's also super unethical. But whatever, man. Though there are plenty of stoners at this event that will probably agree with you and disagree with me about this. It's not my it's not your business. I'm aware of this, man. Dude, I don't know how old you are, but I've been, at this for quite some time. Let's see. 26 years? Yeah, 26 years. 27 years. So, I thought it's Pride Month. Why are you implying being gay is bad? I'm not. The fuck are you talking about? Don't get me wrong, THC is wonderful, but don't make it more than it is. That's what I mean. That's what I'm literally saying. Like, dude, that's my big thing. I'm like, dude, come on. Like, we can admit that it's, fun, it's great, and also it does have, some medical applications, but there are, like, it's not this fix-all. You didn't answer me question. Sorry, man. He's talking to Ravy. Oh, okay, sorry, guys. Okay, cool. My ma smoked some herb towards the end, but it only helped with the pain. My mom literally smoked until the day she died, and it had nothing, it didn't help or anything. Unfortunately, I think it could have contributed because of her pneumonia. Pneumonia sucks, guys. That's one thing. Like, goddamn, there's a lot of that. He thinks MMJ is overblown too. I'm not talking about it being overblown, dude. I'm talking about I hate when people do this. I genuinely, like, this is the stuff that fucking sends me over the fucking edge. Where they take my words and then they fucking try to do this thing where they try to misappropriate what the fuck I'm about. I'm literally talking about how I am a part of this culture, man. If there's one thing that I'm about, is the culture. The culture of MJ. Trust me, man. What I'm literally getting mad at is the, for lack of a better term, the crystal healers of the THC movement. Like, my God. Smoking through pneumonia sounds like a death wish. R.I.P. Yeah. Yeah, she... Near the end there, I'm not sure if she was actually, like, smoking while, like, she still had that pneumonia. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, there's still some moments I haven't really dealt with, so... At least you're pro free speech, so we can disagree. Oh, absolutely. This is free speech to state no. And actually, no, it's not. because you could be spreading known misinformation, which that's a blatant break of TOS on YouTube. So actually, you know what's kind of fucked up? I could like that could be a strike against you, but I took a tincture, or I took tinctures when you had pneumonia. Yeah, if I had I would do that. And honestly, like the way that you're conflating free speech with TOS, like actual terms of service, yeah, I'm not the government. Free speech doesn't mean you get to say whatever and not be criticized for it. That's also a big, yeah, that is a big thing. Yeah, it's not freedom from critique. And honestly, that's almost a red flag for me anytime that somebody starts using free speech like that. So Trump is giving the green light to go after disabled people in their own homes? Yep. Yeah, we covered that yesterday. Smoking through pneumonia sounds like a death wish. Smoking is an addiction. My grandmother... Well, my mom, she didn't smoke cigarette. I'm talking about, you know, cannabis. Smoking is an addiction. My grandmother was in the hospital with a breathing tube. Still got her, yeah. That was my grandfather. My grandfather, he died in a hospital where he got in so much trouble. This is back when the hospitals like had windows you could open. Yeah. Yep. I brought up free speech after bringing up Macho Man, Afro Man. Yeah. Coming in for the free speech. Macho Man is getting taken to court. Yeah. First Amendment rights. Yeah. Gonna go after the cream of the crop? I don't think so. Yeah. Macho pound cake. Lemon pound cake. Yeah. Bring in some lemon pound cake. Smash shit on his head. Yeah. And this administration. I mean, yeah, right. I think you're doing Jesse Ventura. I mean, it's been actually a little rough lately. Let's see, Jesse Ventura. I haven't actually done it because, yeah, my jaw just, like, healed from doing it. Did y'all know that, yeah, this guy out here, he's talking about cannabis being a cure-all for everything. Did you know that there was a conspiracy against the marijuana industry where they tried to take them to court? God, dude, like I said, I am having why free Chud the Builder? That's not free speech. Actually, what he did was blatantly against the law. Again, you guys, if you're one of those morons that genuinely does not know what free speech covers, like, you need to go read the Constitution and do yourself a fucking favor and educate yourself. Not bad. Honestly, I do a much better one. I am just having a really bad sore throat from I don't know what the fuck, but I've been feeling like I'm getting sick. I don't know. It's probably allergies, but yeah. So the same if a black person did the same? Yeah, actually, funny enough, that was a black person did the same thing in Texas, and he got picked up for it. So yeah, and he got convicted for it. You know, that whole case that everybody's been talking about, the Carmelo Anthony case. Yeah, chronic. That's exactly what it is. Isn't illegal Yes, it fucking is. And guess what? It's not protected. That's not protected free speech. Also, threats aren't protected. And that's exactly what he got caught doing. So guess what? Keith, I'm sorry that you're just blatantly wrong on this one. And apparently very, very uneducated on this whole thing. But cool. Carmelo Anthony. Yes, the Carmelo Anthony case. The Carmelo Anthony case was about using, lethal force during a perceived threat. Can we move on from this dude hijacking the show? Yeah, pretty easy now. The stunted influencers are going to horizontal chat now. Dude, I actually just kind of noticed. Yeah, that's where all of it is today. The streamer banned me, huh? I guess they hate freedom of speech. After all, the smugly loser type typed in his incel group chat. Yeah. Americans are so silly with free speech stuff. Like, some think having an amendment means broad scope and other countries don't. Oh, yeah. No, the thing is, most Americans think that they have freedom to do anything that they want to do until the cops come, and then they're just like, what do you mean? This is America! But then, if they see somebody, of, usually a person of color, doing something that is perceived to be against the law, then all of a sudden they become fucking legal scholars. Isn't it fun? It wasn't proportional force used? No. And honestly, after they released the court footage, like from the actual courthouse, it showed that he had instigated it by pulling his gun first. So, yeah. That's kind of funny. I heard that the unseen vandals of the reflecting pool were dressed as ducks. Also, the cameras are part of the deep state. It's kind of stupid because I know people from Iran who have more lively and respectful political conversations and debates than we do, despite our freedom. Yep. Free speech is a myth, in my opinion. I mean, not really. I mean, I've been to I've been to 2 countries that didn't have, real free speech. Like, when I went to the UK, I had a conversation with a guy that was running a venue there. Nice place, real like nice place. It was one of those like 100, like I think it was like 200 years old or something like that. Like, it was one of those pubs that was freaking awesome. But he was talking about how like stand-up comedians will come from America and how they they don't understand that there are lines, and that they give you like a list of things that you cannot say on stage, otherwise you do risk getting arrested. It's the same with Canada. Canada's even more stringent with their stuff. I gotta be real, like, Canada was scary. I don't think I'd ever perform in Canada. I don't think I could. I'm actually kind of surprised, like, how streamers get away with a lot in Canada, where it's like, oh shit, like they got some rules up there, that's for sure. Hey, Pep. What up, Robert? How's it going, buddy? People are free to express disagreement with you. That's one thing that they can never tolerate. Like, that's kind of what's happening with this guy. I'm telling him, and I was telling him politely, how he just might be wrong about this stuff, and how he's kind of putting too much stock in, like, the THC stuff and just all of it. But then, then he comes in here with the Chud the Builder shit. Like, it's just whatever. I'm a free speech absolutist. They don't even know what that means. Like, the thing is, I can't respect anybody that doesn't understand the law. Like, this is where I look at auditors and I respect the shit out of them, because those guys know the law. I actually have an audit that I want to watch where this guy, oh man, he cooked the entire police force. Like, oh shit, I gotta find that. I just realized it's on Facebook. It's not on YouTube. Although my wife actually, shout out Unimoogle, she had seen a video that kind of falls in line with the sovereign citizen thing. Now, they're not sovereign citizens, they're just assholes. But it made me finally break my rule where I'm like, maybe I will watch this one, because I usually don't just watch cop videos. I have a thing against that where I'm like, I don't like Pepaganda. I don't like contributing to that. But oh boy, did I find a couple that just makes you go like, oh, ooh, fuck them. They suck. Christian Ross, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate that. Love that the reflecting pool falls apart and Trump accuses people of picking up the paint chips that are floating across the water. Oh, he's literally saying that they're peeling the paint chips off. Also, yeah, Biff, how's it going, man? yeah, if you guys are just joining us for the first time and you have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. It really, really helps me out. But it also helps out all small creators, so consider that. Bow to the maple tree and get deported back to the... Oh, did you see that, like, the weird report coming out that, like, Trump was trying to buy a whole bunch of maple trees, like, the day before he declared war on Iran? Which is what he did. I'm just... Yeah. I hate mincing words with this one. Davidio? Oh, David Copperfield. Gotcha. Not a cop fan. Yeah, I'm not exactly, yeah. Trump is making shit up and throwing people under the bus for the types of crimes his own supporters actually committed. The USA is dead and rotten. I mean, it really does kind of... It feels like we're in our season finale, and it's such a disappointment. Like, it's so dumb. Like I was saying yesterday, what's disappointing is just how dumb everything is and how dumb Americans are with this shit. Where, like, dude, they banked on our stupidity and fucking, oh boy, did they get rewarded on it. That's for sure. Crowder could do appearances as his brain, wait. Oh, his character from Arthur. Crowder's a moron. Yes, he is. Trump isn't pro-speech nor Second Amendment. No, he's not. Dude, he tried to take guns from trans people. Like, you know, things got bad when all of a sudden the fucking NRA is just like, hey, you know what? Trans rights, because they buy guns too. Like, that was wild. Dude, we just kind of glossed over that one too. Like, oh shit. Didn't even really put much thought into that. The writers even managed to bring back Drain the Swamp. Oh yeah. I mean, I said that yesterday. It was literally the title of my stream. It's Trump is literally draining the swamp. Isn't it fun though? Isn't it fun? I mean, our cops don't carry for one. It's a bit different. I mean, dude. Yeah, that's right. I forget that, like, yeah, policing is so different in the UK and in Australia. I'm I'm a Caltech girly. Love some weird, it's also got to rep Florida. Really? Yeah. You look at Caltechs? I don't know. They seem... I don't like the ones that look like they might fall apart after, you know, too much use. Give me a good old school Winchester, and I'm good. You know what I mean? I want it to be reliable. Good old, ye old reliable. Oh, no shit. He has a KSG. Ah, that's sick. Yeah, I actually, when I'm in Tennessee, I'll probably get to go shooting with my pops, which is going to be fun. Maybe. We'll see. You know, Chronic, how old are you? I mean, I only ask this whenever, like, I start seeing a pattern. You strike me like you're under the age of 25. Search for the for this 30-something min video of why the world is legalizing marijuana at the same time. That I am... that one's a little... Hey, that's actually one of the rare times that somebody recommended a video when they're kind of coming in here, you know, being a little disruptive. Which, you know, whatever. Gotta be careful. I know. You gotta be careful with Tennessee. I'm very well aware. Thank you. Technically, I'm, I guess, medically protected, but yeah, you still gotta be. You gotta be careful. Our cops are more sit on their ass and do nothing type. Well, I mean, To be fair, we got a lot of that in Chicago too, man. I've seen more cops like sleeping in their cars than I care to admit. Where I'm just walking past an intersection, just like do the little peek in, and they're just like. My favorite ones are the guys that sleep like this, where it's against the window and they're just. Wait. Yeah, Australia, they have tasers, but Bondi was a civilian, and another one in my city was stopped by a guy with a milk crate. Wait, the guy like just like picked up a milk crate, and, like threw it at the guy or something like that, or just was like, yeah, like nailed him in the head with it. Why do I think Crowder's a dummy? I think because he says cannabis doesn't cure cancer. Oh, because he's a chauvinist douchebag that is just legitimately stupid in the things that, like, his hatred towards things he doesn't understand has made him into just an insufferable, like, bitch of a person. Also, he doesn't even go here. He's Canadian. What up, Bryant? How's it going? By the way, did I tell you about the podcast interview I was on? No, you did not. What podcast interview were you on? Fuck yeah, dude. Look at you getting out there. Fuck yeah. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to, like, have a full-blown yawn there. Oh, it was for your campaign? Charles Cook Podcast, a local podcast. Nice. Charles Cook. Is that what it's actually called? Locally focused. Oh, cool. Podcast focused on local state issues in Tennessee. Hey, well, that's cool, man. I kind of like his bare bones, like wooden background with the on-air sign. Interesting. I'll check it out, man. His hatred is towards things he can't control. Or things he can't control, yeah. We have guns around too in Australia. I live 5 minutes from a gun shop. So we still have them. It's just super regular. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. I did know that. I am not Charlie Cook. No. I'm a different Charlie, dude. Different Charlie. All right. Atrophy is use it or lose it, but what is wean? Sometimes when I read something out of sequence in chat, I'm just like, oh. I like primitive forms of marksmanship. Guns feel like I don't deserve that. No, that's the thing. Like, that's, yeah. No, I'm very much in that same vein. My wife actually, she doesn't really like We are Charlie Pep. We carry the flame. Oh, shit. I haven't even thought about doing that yet. In the sense that Trump devoured Epstein like the fucking Leviathan. Oh yeah, that's right. We carry the flame. Bubble, 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 bubble. I like it. I like it. Wait, what? I'll never understand the American gun thing. We had one mass event in Reform. I still grew up with them, but don't get taken. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I have always, like, respected firearms. Like, I don't know. I was taught to not only respect them, but to actually, like, to fear them in a way where you always respect them. Like, I've never hot dogged or any of that shit. You'll never see me fucking, point anywhere except for where I'm supposed to. Practice a lot of discipline with that. And that's honestly what always drove me nuts, hanging around other guys that were like that. Nothing like it. Like, these guys, once I know a guy that got his CC, which I'm genuinely shocked that he got, because the way that he misuses his CC is crazy to me, man. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, there have been times where I'm even just like, dude, do I have to, like, make a call here? Because it seems like this is dangerous. This is fucking dangerous. Like, and it's for him. It's the way that he, like, the shit that he will talk about while having that on him. Just there are times where I'm just like, I don't want to be here. It's like, because I'm a little worried, where it's just like, and like, I always think of that too, where I'm like, you're definitely the type of person I would not sell a firearm to. General militarist consumerism. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, again, I'm not one of those guys that, like, thinks that you also just need it for hunting. Like, if you're gonna shoot for sport, fine. I like how I do it here, where in Illinois, like, we have so many loopholes to get through that, yeah, once you finally do get there, like, we got, clubs, and from my understanding, it's very European-esque, even though we have more freedoms to, like, leave with our stuff. But yeah. They would have been better off had they not had access. I lost 2 loved ones to firearms, both self-inflicted. Yeah. That's where I do fear for this, and, like, with this one, and there's not much I can do. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I've had these conversations. I've begged him to, get rid of his stuff. So I just hope it never comes to that. That's just how it is. Yeah, and it's a market in America, like, collecting figurines. Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, I get it. Like, this is why people are always confused about, like, when they find out I'm a leftist and they're like, wait, but you like pew-pews? It's like, yes, I do. And the thing is, I actually, I enjoy the sport of it. I enjoy the different types. I enjoy the different, the way that things handle, and just, I don't know. I enjoy it, but like I said, I think that I enjoy it in such a responsible way that, yeah, like I said, the way that some people are irresponsible with it, it scares the shit out of me. Cheers, by the way. Huh. Oh, yeah. Sometimes she's really smart, and other times really dumb she's dumb as fuck. Wait. Yeah, I mean, losing 2 loved ones to, like, that's another one where, yeah, leftist and you like pew-pews? Yep. I do believe in, reform. I think that it's just like, yeah, we do need more checks. Like, the 2-week hold period should be federally mandated. Hey, what's up? What's Stan doing? Okay. Like riding road bike, if you want to respect the power behind it, you won't. Oh yeah, it's the same shit. Yeah. Actually, motorcycles is just one I'll never do. I'll never do that. Like I've ridden motorcycles before. I just lost my my cousin. He got hit at an intersection by a truck on his way to work on one of his choppers. So, and he was like the responsible motorcyclist. Like there's just, yeah. And everybody's like, hey, he died doing what he loves. I'm like, he did, but shit. Yeah, I know you can open carry with no license. Yeah, we have to have a license for it. Kind of glad that we do, to be completely real. I like them too for the exact reason. There's no denying that they're cool and they're dangerous and exciting and fascinating in the way that they work, but they need to be respected like a motorbike. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, perfectly said. We don't teach the public enough about pew-pews if we're going to have them. We all need safety lessons, just general lessons about them, like S-Ed, difficult convos need to be necessary. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. God, do you know how many times I've like, and this is scary. So I've gone to the range a few times where, because this is usually how it goes. Like if you're with a friend, like we got our own stuff and we kind of like swap around. So if somebody just walked into that not knowing what we're talking about, they'd be like, excuse me? But no, so like there was one time I went up there and like I pick up the 9 and there's just the safety's off and I look at my buddy and I got really mad at him. I'm like, why did you put the fucking safety on? He's like, what? He's like, we're firing. I'm like, I don't care. You put the fucking safety on. Like, I don't fuck with that, man. Hey, Pep, bring out your beautiful wife sometime. That's a whole nother thing. My wife technically, she works in a career where she cannot be front facing. If you know what that means, is she just can't be she can't like do streaming. She can't be on a camera, because of her career. Now, if we get the all clear, then hell yeah, that will happen. But for now, you get to see, you get to see peaks of her occasionally. Like, I've made jokes that she's kind of like the Miss Bellum from the Powerpuff Girls, where you just kind of see it. Like occasionally, you'll see her hand come into frame. Or she'll just kind of zoom past because I have a window here, so you guys do see her. So, so race swaps are cool. The Deep is black in the comics. The Deep is actually, is he black in the comics? I don't know. I thought he never came out of the suit. He's one of the only ones that survives at the end. I'll tell you that. Haha. No spoiler alerts for you. My dad's best friend wrecked his motorcycle in early 2000s. He's lucky to have walked away. It's never been the same since. Brain damage. Yeah, that's the thing. That's something I've seen. I've seen the brain damage that comes with motorcycle accidents. That shit's scary. Even with wearing a helmet. Dual Pepper Show? Yes. I do have 2 of the yeah, I got the 2 streams up. One of them, I'll be honest, guys, I wish, like I said, YouTube could just get this together so I don't have to have the 2 streams up anymore. The day that happens, I will be so happy. You have no idea. But if you also have not already, I'm telling you right now, follow over on Twitch. I know that's not everybody's favorite platform, but I recommend doing so because I'm going to have a exclusive hour, and I think we're doing it tonight. I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. I kind of want to do it where I want to watch the Jubilee with oh my god, what's his fucking name? The kid. Forgot his name. Shit. Dean Withers. We're gonna watch the Dean Withers on Jubilee, possibly the Dave Rubin one as well, because I never got to watch that. For some reason, Jubilee is just something I cannot watch on YouTube, and I've asked for permission from that site, and they just will not. They are stringent on that shit, so whatever. But on Twitch, I can watch it. And then also on Twitch, I can do something else, so come have some fun with us, if you know what I mean. Liberal Spider-Man. Spider-Man's always been liberal. Well, not liberal. He's actually, like, been more left of center than anything. Left of center. That is liberal. What am I talking about? God damn it. He's technically a leftist. Nearly 700k guns were given up. Oh, yeah. I still find that crazy that you guys had a voluntary thing where they just, like, what did they do for that in return? Like, what did they give you in return? Was it like a voucher, like a tax voucher or some shit? I've heard someone describe Dean the most perfect way I can point, or the most perfect way I can at this point. He had a problematic past, and now he's overcorrecting, which is why he seems like such a too much of a lib. Yeah. I've noticed that with a few of these guys. Like, Andrew Mercado has a few of those moments. Like, I love Mercado. Like, Andrew's a great dude. He has great coverage. His protest coverage is, you know, second best to Status Quo, which he even works with them. But, yeah, because he had the same thing with, like, his Trump past. You know, like, he does have a unique way of tapping into these guys, like, mindsets. But there's the occasional, like, I can see how you slipped into that. But no, Sylvie, that's a great way to describe him. Also, guys, if you have not already, let's see. Yeah, double tap that screen, because here. Let's get this out here. All right, who's ready for some segments? That's another thing that I got to get to, so. Segment time. All right, let's start with the fun news, and we're going to progressively get to some more serious stuff. That's how we do things here on Pep Talks, a.k.a. High on Politics. All right, so if you guys haven't heard that, Carlos Mencia is he got arrested for tax evasion, and he might be going to jail over this because it seems like they got him dead to rights on this.
What's up, y'all? What's up, man?
This morning, comedian Carlos Mencia under arrest, accused of not paying
God, the guy that did like
taxes on nearly $9 million of income.
It's actually called a smartphone because it's going to make you smarter.
The stand-up
oh no.
comedian is now charged with 12
Whose joke? See, this is the thing that sucks about him. Now I just wonder whose joke is that?
felony counts. Prosecutors allege he failed to file personal and business tax returns between 2019 and 2024, resulting in more than $300,000 in unpaid California state taxes.
He is on the California Franchise Tax Board's list of the 500 greatest tax delinquents in both personal and corporate income categories.
The California
That's never something you want to hit, is being like one of the biggest fucking numbers in tax evasion.
Franchise Tax Board allegedly sent Mencia 78 payment notices, but they claim he
78?
never responded. Mencia began doing stand-up in the 1980s in Los Angeles, and in the early 2000s
Really?
became one of the most popular comics in the country.
We got to talk about this because, of course, it's tax day.
During a 2007 show, he talked about how he thought taxes were important.
Maybe I'm different, but I believe that taxes are a good thing because they're the only reason that keeps us from becoming a third world country like the one that most of us left to be in this great country in the first place.
Mencia has not commented on the latest charges.
I am guessing that Mr. Mencia thought that taxes were maybe a laughing matter.
Got him.
But they're not a laughing matter. It's a matter of fairness.
ABC News has reached out to Mencia's representatives for comment, but has not heard back. Mencia is expected to make his first court appearance on Monday, and if convicted on all 12 counts, could face more than 10 years behind bars.
As I said, the fact that he's facing 10 years and like he's got this big of it, like I do think that he's not going to serve any time. I think that they're going to get him on a payment plan of sorts, and he's going to be just fine. But if he does do time, shit, that's one of those. Okay, FBI searches for more possible victims in Aurora, Illinois abuse case. Guys, you know how I was talking about how churches kind of have this big problem? Well, here you go. And this is Aurora, Illinois, where one Wayne's World was, set.
Right now, the FBI is involved in a sexual abuse investigation at an Aurora school and searching for more possible victims.
CBS. Never mind.
55-year-old Michael Herbert is
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God.
charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual abuse. Prosecutors say he abused at least one teenage boy.
They always look the same.
During his time as a board member at Aurora Christian School between 2013 and
We used to play against them in our sports.
Aurora police say one victim came forward in 2025 claiming Herbert gave him gifts, money, and even promised him a trip to Disney in exchange for sexual acts. The FBI believes Herbert may have targeted additional teens during that time and is asking anyone with information to contact them.
I have gone to court at that exact same courthouse for traffic. Terrorism charges for July 4th attack on ICE facility. Now, I already kind of talked about this a little bit on Pepaganda. This is something that really went underreported, but now I'm kind of glad to see that, local news is now kind of picking it up. But this has got some broader implications on just how they're going to start prosecuting leftists and what they are now calling terrorism.
Federal indictments have been handed up for 9 people involved in the July 4th attack at the Prairieland ICE facility. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. Those suspects will face trial. 7 others, the government tells us, will take a plea deal. The government claims all were members of a North Texas Antifa cell and a part of a large group with an ideology to overthrow the government. Fox 4's Sean Rabb, live tonight with the latest. Sean.
Yeah, and supporters of the nearly 20 people who've been named either in a federal indictment or by federal information say they're not connected to Antifa or any other terrorist group.
Yeah, the thing is, they're like, the facts that are coming out are saying that these guys didn't even like meet on like a Facebook group or anything like that, that this was a protest that was already like ongoing. And that this was like something that was like, you had one sect that like, or you had like one section that was like a few of them that were just like, hey, we're going to do a noise protest. And then you had other ones that were just like, okay, well, we're going to post up over here for security and like prosecute. Those are the ones where I'm just like, you idiots.
Say that the government's going to have to show what happened at Prairieland. That nighttime incident was something more sinister than a noise protest, as the defendants claim on the 4th of July.
Very, very serious charges, and it'll be interesting to see what happens at trial.
These are the faces of some 18 people charged with different levels of involvement in the attack outside the Prairieland ICE detention facility July 4th. Fireworks were shot off as federal property
How did we not really hear about this, by the way? Because I don't remember hearing about any of this.
Damaged. The government charges to bring agents outside. A responding Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck, surviving his injury. These 9 face federal indictment for the most serious charges.
That are charged with either attempted murder of a federal agent or a local police officer.
Avoidance maxing with Pep while I watch streams, smoke a spliff, and do some stretches while working up the courage to fill out these separation forms.
Or other types of material support from terrorists.
The DFW Support Committee backing those
Talk to you
facing
later,
federal charges.
People, hopefully, in my opinion. If you sub to the channel, then hell yeah.
Tell Fox 4 they believe the indictments came as a consequence of people refusing plea deals. But a handful of defendants charged with providing material support to a terrorist have accepted offers from the government and will begin plea hearings this week. The government has said those involved in the Prairieland attack are part of a bigger movement, Antifa, recently labeled a domestic terror organization by the Trump administration. The U.S. Attorney says the group, led by Benjamin Song, collected over 50 weapons before the July 4th incident. and had Antifa
All legally,
materials
by
and
the way.
anti-immigration enforcement
All
documents
legally.
and hid their identities in group chats using encrypted messaging. While this is the first indictment in the country against what the government calls Antifa cell members, former federal prosecutor John Tickle.
Like I said, and this is the reason that I brought up a Fox report on this. This is how they're going to be reporting on it. And this is how, like, I'm telling you guys, like, they're going to normalize the shit out of this.
Says the Justice Department now has to prove that.
Yep.
Going to have to try to connect the dots, so to speak, or tie together the people who are designated or identified as Antifa actors and these people who are rioters or protesters and anybody else involved, and try to connect them all together.
Meanwhile, we don't have any
one continuous
You
conspiracy.
notice how that drone story from the UFC, you know, that whole plot, yeah, that kind of got buried. I wonder why. It's almost like they were right-wing fucking nut jobs that believed that Trump was implicated in the Epstein stuff. It's almost like, yeah, once they found that out, every fucking news agency was just like, we don't need to talk about this. Antifa.
So the government asked a federal judge to declare this case complex, and the judge did so. That suddenly means that the Sixth Amendment right to speedy public trial does not apply here. The government can take as long as it needs to build its case. They've indicated they may add charges, as well as that some of the evidence that needed could be classified documents. Those documents would have to be declassified, then given, of course, to a team of defense attorneys. A team of attorneys will take weeks to prepare for a trial that could take many, many weeks.
Sean Rabb, thank you.
All right, so yeah, the fact that they prosecuted these people without any actual fucking evidence is kind of wild, guys. Just remember that they have the right to appeal, even though they're likely going to say that means they can hold them forever with no trial. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. That's crazy that they keep subverting the Constitution for all of us, and they keep finding it on things that have very shaky ground. Yeah, if you guys live in Texas, I highly recommend don't fuck up, because they coming for you if you do. I mean, shit. At least I live in a state where it's going to be a lot harder for them to do so, but not impossible. Oh, yeah, this is...
Welcome back. The Trump administration expressing
Fox News alert.
Confidence on progress in hammering out a final deal with Iran, but the president isn't letting up the pressure. He's now issuing some new warnings to the regime about complying with the initial agreement reached so far.
I think Iran, I can say on a sort of a different scale, is in its own way working out very well. Maybe it's hard to say just as well, but maybe almost just as well. And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. If Iran doesn't
he can't even look at the camera when
live
he
up
says
to their
that.
agreement, or if they're not behaving, I will do what I have to do.
It'll be fun no matter what.
Trey Inks is joining us live in Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Trey?
Are always the same.
Yeah, hey, Bill, good morning. After Vice President J.D. Vance announced that Iran has agreed to allow IAEA inspectors into their country, President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning, in part saying if they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations.
Under the Obama
Iranians
deal?
Today put out a statement of their own saying this.
We neither had a meeting with the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, nor do we have any plan for the agency to inspect Iran's nuclear facilities damaged as a result of the U.S. military aggression and the Zionist regime. Fundamentally, there is no procedure in this regard.
A U.S. official is directly responding to these comments from top Iranian officials, saying, as President Trump and Vice President Vance have made clear, the Iranians have agreed to robust IAEA inspections of the remains of their nuclear weapons program, which was totally obliterated by Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Epic Fury. This official goes on to say the Iranian regime will say what they have to say for their domestic audience, but the fact remains that we've reached a major milestone toward permanently ending Iran's nuclear program. Now, President Trump spoke from the Oval Office on Monday, saying that if Iran doesn't live up to their end of the agreement, he'll do what he has to do. The focus over the next 60 days will remain on addressing Iran's nuclear ambitions and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. With the initial agreement in place, millions of barrels of crude oil are leaving the Persian Gulf. Gulf each day.
Boats look like the ones that took down
We took
Godzilla.
in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that we have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open. You know that, and we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes. But we have two things: we have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never, ever have a nuclear weapon.
On Monday, the
He
U.S.
doesn't
Treasury
believe that for a
authorized Iranian
second.
oil sales, temporarily waiving long-place sanctions against the Iranian regime. The
Oh,
sanctions
shit.
relief will be controlled by the United States, and unfrozen money Iran receives in the future will be used to purchase food and medical supplies for the Iranian people, according to President Trump. Now, since the meeting in Switzerland, we have seen a reduction in the tension between Israel and Hezbollah. Another key point in this broader memorandum of understanding, the Israelis say they did take some action against Hezbollah gunmen earlier today that were threatening their forces. Bill?
All right, Trey Yings reporting live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel this morning. Trey, thank you.
And let's bring in Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana. He's a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. And we've heard from the president and the vice president. They think things are moving forward pretty well. Are there
I will say this much: at least Fox News is getting the same treatment as all the other networks.
any major red flags that you see at this moment?
Well, I think Trey pointed out well, Dana, in that we have to keep in mind the Iranians are speaking to multiple audiences here. They have to keep their hardliners happy in Iran and, of course, their extremist groups. So it's not often we're going to get the same messaging out of the Iranian leadership. And I give the president and his team credit because, as we know, this isn't JCPOA. They are starting from a position of strength. We've had the most aggressive campaign against them in history over the past 6 years, from Trump's first term to this term.
Oh my God,
but the
this
Iranians are
fucking
going to speak
state
to their
regime media bullshit. Like, oh, we're so strong, we're so awesome, we don't fucking fail on anything.
extremist base. They're going to try to speak to their existing population in Iran to keep them down. And of course, they got to shut the doors and speak to us. So there's going to be some messaging differential here. I think we got to give the team, the VP and his team, some credit that they got to deal with that. But of course, any red flag, Dana, is us giving any amount of cash of any kind to the Iranian regime. They're not going to use that cash for bridges and schools. They're not going to use it to rebuild their country. They're going to use it for bullets, bombs, rockets, suicide vests, and to broadly kill Americans and kill Israelis. We got to keep that in mind.
One of the things that they've been touting over the last few days is the possibility
It's literally the same fear message. Dude, they're literally trying to sell the idea that they're like these backwards barbarians.
of Iran buying a significant portion of grain and
This is the shit, though. Like, the reason that we've watched this here is we can't just ignore it. This is what the rest of the fucking country, they're watching and getting their brainwashed by.
soybeans from the United States. Of course, you're from Montana. Do you think that will happen?
I certainly hope so, but as you know, negotiations with Iran, hope don't float. We can't trust them to do what they say they're going to do. We need to make sure there are concrete safeguards wherein we control those funds. For example, if we're going to unfreeze funds, we don't give it to the Iranians and hope they buy American farm goods. We say, great, we'll take that money and we will buy American farm goods with it. We'll take your frozen assets, buy those farm goods, and we'll ship them to you. But we cannot give them pallets of cash and hope they do the right thing with it. They've shown time and again we can't reward bad behavior, and the Iranian regime has a history of very bad behavior. So giving them control over any financial movement with regard to this deal, I think, is a huge red flag. So the proper controls are key, and controls cannot include trust. Trust is not a control. A control means we hold it and we are in control of it.
The big kahuna, the issue of the nuclear weapons program and the dust that they have remaining, it's a concern. General Keane was on yesterday about that.
The IAEA has been conducting inspections in Iran for decades dealing with nuclear things. They're told where to go, they're told what time to come and how much time they're going to spend there. And other places where they need to go and should go, they're not permitted to go. They have been manipulated by Iran for years. I'm not saying they shouldn't come, but we need to have U.S. inspectors qualified to do this.
Obviously, based on your information, I know you can't reveal anything classified. Do you believe that this next era with IAEA would be one where we would have more direct eyes on what's happening in the country?
No.
We need to, because the general's absolutely right. I mean,
we need to. That's a no there, Ainsley.
A major rebuke of the president, a symbolic.
Oh yeah, by the way, the Senate voted to I guess rebuke the Trump's war powers.
Rebuke, but one
like this just kind of happened,
showing the concern within the Democratic ranks and among some Republicans over the way the president has been waging this war with Iran. The Senate joining the House in passing a resolution to limit the president's war powers with Iran. If he were to choose to escalate things with Iran, he would be, under this resolution, would have to come back to Congress to get explicit approval to do just that. And that is, of course, exactly the opposite of the way the president has waged this war, has not gotten approval from Congress, has moved ahead with it. But for the first time, we're seeing the Senate and the House speak with one voice on this issue. Just moments ago, 4 Republicans joining
Maybe
with
Obama's
46
deal
Democrats.
Was
Those senators included.
It was. 1.7 billion as opposed to 300 billion. Yeah, I don't know.
Susan Collins of Maine in a difficult re-election race. Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, someone who oftentimes does break with the president. Senator Rand Paul, a libertarian-minded Republican, one who opposes foreign intervention for the most part. And there's also Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican who Trump pushed out of his Senate seat by endorsing his primary challenger, has come back to the Senate and voted against the president, broken with him on some key issues. This being one of them.
Already.
Republican leaders.
Okay. How?
In the House had tried so hard.
How did he win this war?
Abby, to try to prevent this vote from even happening. When it did pass a few weeks ago, the Speaker of the House actually adjourned the House early when they went to recess to try to avoid a vote from even happening. They ultimately had to vote on this in the House. It did pass that chamber narrowly after a handful of Republicans joined with Democrats, and now we are seeing the Senate follow suit. So a sign here, a message to the president as he comes here to Capitol Hill tomorrow, when so many Republicans, even the ones who voted against this measure, many of them concerned about the deal that his administration is cutting with Iran, and question about
realistically, the neocon hawks are just, they are not having it.
Sanctions, for instance.
This is actually kind of interesting to see, man.
Eased with that country amid all the questions about its nuclear program. That's going to be front and
English
center.
Is not my first language. I meant problems with right wingers are the same you have. Oh, photo. Hey, appreciate you being here. It's okay that English is not your first language. I hope that you can understand me just fine. Yeah, dude, I've noticed that it is very much the same. Pretty much everywhere you go.
Republican.
They stoke the fears of the outsider, and then based on your fears of the outsider, they manipulate you into, using your fear to not recognize the blatant way that they are just taking your rights away and taking your money and ransacking your country.
Who are very concerned about the way he is waging this war.
A Republican House and a Republican.
Y'all want to dig up the war again? No, actually, I would have been more than happy had he never done this. Believe it or not, I actually want our country to succeed.
Senate.
Kind of weird. I'm not actively rooting for Trump's failure. The thing is, he just kind of gives us that.
Just voted to basically say,
so
time to stop and come to us for approval. That is a pretty strong sign.
Why do y'all do that thing where you just kind of ignore exactly what's happening and all the shit that he's causing?
That the president's control, especially over the situation in Iran, is slipping.
Well, and I think it's a reflection of...
Well, Iran is not going to just give up the nukes. Dude, he's the one who said that they don't need to anymore. Listen, we destroy the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's already under the mountains. It's already buried. We don't really need to even go in and do anything.
Where a lot of those Republicans who did, join Democrats in this vote, where they see the popularity of this conflict. Now, the irony is the conflict has gotten less popular as the president has been working to end this war. The memorandum of understanding.
We're not going to take it, though. That's the whole... You're a fucking moron. You're one of those fucking morons that, dude, they're telling you that they're not going to do that. And he didn't do that. You're fucking retarded. Get out of here. I'm done. I'm done with these idiots. Get out of here.
I'm
not going to argue with somebody that's just blatantly fucking ignoring everything happening around the world. Sorry, bro. That's not happening in any fucking circle, Republican or fucking liberal. Get out of here.
Which
nobody cares about your dumb fucking takes.
Because it's bad.
Frankly, baffles me.
Bad.
We'll get into
That's
all
what
that.
He's trying to say, Anna.
No,
Give him a second.
I'm actually massively optimistic on this course, and I think that the worse it lands in the...
They're literally out here talking about he got rid of the nuclear dust.
the U.S., the more the Iranians will make concessions on their side. But this is a reflection of the political polling, because they have to sell it to their populace too. I mean, if you're the guy who's
well, not really, because you got idiots out here that will just lap it
in
up.
charge of something that looks like you
Sorry.
surrendered
I just realized I slipped. My bad.
to the U.S., you're not going to be in that role very long.
I don't get how this looks like a surrender to the U.S. I think this is really bad for the United States because Donald Trump is in a horrible position right now. Right now, he's in the point where he's losing support from his own party. Not only do you have these four U.S. senators.
You say the walls might be closing in on Donald Trump?
Yes.
After a decade of.
Well, I mean, this is a big deal. You don't normally get.
By the way, Pep, these chuds are lying to your face here, where you have the power to ban them. So when they get in your face, they control you into swinging at them first. I get it.
United States who has this.
Trust me, I get it. And honestly, I don't care.
Own party who goes against him. It's very unpopular.
What are they going to do? Go on Reddit and complain that Meanie Bobini PepTalks banned them?
War. Not only do.
Or are they going to fucking, do the real one where they get obsessed with me all of a sudden, need to grab my IP address and fucking dox and swat me because, they're totally stable.
You have those 4 U.S. senators, but you also have.
Realistically, that's what. I mean, this is why people quit content creation.
You have John Cornyn.
Shit like that is because babies out there, they don't know how to fucking act. This online fucking brain bullshit where they're just like,
Cassidy.
This guy was mean and didn't want to hear.
Cassidy who's already come out opposed to him on several other issues. So
it's not trust me, if I quit content creation, it's not the trolls.
He's got now 6 U.S. senators who are open.
It's the actual game itself where it's just like, no, YouTube likes to fucking string you along, and they like to do this thing where it's like, if you get close to leaving, then I kind of notice that's where they're just like, oh, wait a minute, don't go. Well, hold on, what if we give you a little push of the algorithm?
Opposed to Donald Trump's agenda, not just on this, but on Bill Pulte as Director of National Intelligence. You've got the whole issue about FISA that's stuck. He wants that passed. He can't get that through. Donald Trump is
been doxxed twice, and I think that I don't know. I had let's just put it this way. I had my local PD cyber division contact me and ask me a few questions. It seemed like someone was trying to dox me.
Difficult position. He's almost a lame duck president, and we haven't even gotten to the midterms.
Look, all of these things are layered.
If any of you guys are going into content creation, just remember to always make it like pretty much the first thing you do when you make your channel, go and register it with your PD.
Right. There's
make sure they know what you do, especially if you talk politics.
Somewhere in the middle, who sided with Trump in the last election because they hated the way that Biden managed the economy. They now hate the way Trump has managed the economy.
Because most people are going to the grocery store and still seeing the price of beef. They're still feeling the price of inflation. No matter how much the news media ignores all this shit, they are still feeling that. This is where Fox News, this is where it is insane, and I kind of wish that more people would recognize just how, he has his regime media just doing his fucking bidding.
His handling of inflation among Republicans is just 64%. That's compared to his general approval, which is usually in the 80s and the 90s. Then on top of that, you have Trump backing off one of the big things, which is we don't get involved in foreign wars. He literally told them he wouldn't start a war with Iran, and then he starts a war with Iran. So when you combine all of these things together, what's the impact?
Kamala was going to do it, and then he did it.
To one point, populists are fickle. They go where the popular kind of movement is, and those voters who are abandoning them now were Democrats and abandoned them then. They kind of swing back and forth. I think one of the challenges the Trump administration has is he came in confronting 2 long-term threats. One was Iran getting a nuclear weapon. The other was the degradation of our industrial base. He was correcting the degradation of the industrial base through tariffs, but that had an inflationary effect. So the costs are front-loaded, the benefits are back-loaded, and same thing with Iran. The costs are front-loaded. We saw that with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the rise of gas prices. The amount of lives that may have been saved by going to war and preventing an Iranian nuclear weapon, potentially changing the direction of that regime. Hopefully, that's the intent of the MOU.
That's not what happened.
That is something.
Hopefully. God, this is also the thing, these dipshit fucking Republicans that are still what I would call milquetoast Republicans. They're sitting up here just selling you on hopium. We hope this is how it goes.
That's incalculable.
But I don't know. Experts are saying no. You just gave them everything that they wanted, and you just gave them incentives to not back out of this deal and to not like constantly have fucking hostilities.
When people
realistically, we spent billions on this, and we also cost our people billions in this.
see gas prices.
No matter what, dude, like this is where I've personally had it. Like if the Democrats don't actually start showing up, because it's not a midterm season or anything, and actually start hammering these people with some messaging, like whether it be in ads or just in general, it like going on the fucking news, like during this news cycle, and just hammering these guys. But I'm not seeing any of it.
Prices go up $1, they feel that immediately.
But I'm seeing a whole bunch of these shitheads.
Mismatch between the short-term costs and the long-term rewards that I think is a
God, they're right back to that long-term pain for short-term pain for long-term gain.
a political challenge, but could be to our benefit strategically as a country.
I just don't think that people see that there will be long-term rewards.
No, nobody is.
I mean, we had a joint comprehensive plan of action under the Obama administration. Trump threw it away in his first term. He's negotiating a new deal that will actually put us in the worst position, giving Iran $300 billion, which they didn't have before. Now allowing,
even though technically, if I go point for point on the Obama deal, then
Iran to sell oil, allowing them to potentially control the
Strait
of Hormuz, and to control.
And then because he realized that was part of it, he's like, we're gonna control the Strait. We're gonna go in there. And now he's listening to the likes of fucking Lindsey Graham
To actually charge money to travel the Strait of Hormuz. All that is really negative. And
and it's also not going to happen.
At the same time, we had 13 American soldiers who were killed, hundreds who were injured, and the cost of gasoline is up. And what are we getting out of this? We have a president who's not focused on the issues that the American people are concerned about. They're not.
What are we getting out of this? They're signing an MOU this week, and you're
not
criticizing.
focused on jobs.
the
healthcare,
the memorandum of understanding that again isn't a peace deal that you guys love to try and. This is why I keep harping on this. The shamelessness in which they will fucking just bold-faced lie to the American people and just go, it's an MOU, it's a peace deal.
The things that he campaigned on. And he claimed he was going to end these wars. He didn't do this. And I think all this is just reverberating to the American people to the point where we
signed an MOU last week to end the war.
Come on, Keith. You have to give Peter credit.
How's that?
For a completely new theory on how to defend this terrible deal. We are trying to use reverse psychology on the Iranians. We are saying that it is playing so badly in America that it is helping in Iran. It's reverse psychology on the Iranians.
I didn't get that either.
No, I'm happy to defend. I mean, the reality with the Iranian regime.
I am also curious.
No, the reality with the Iranian regime, and we talk about hardliners, they're not going to be as responsive to the democratic process because they're an authoritarian regime, and when people come out and protest, they get gunned down on the streets by the tens of thousands. They still need.
That has never happened.
To get
what are you talking about?
Consensus within a very fractious and fractured leadership.
Even with their fucking crackdowns, like, dude, the fact that they just bold-faced lie about all of it.
That is trying to figure out who is able to speak on behalf
Peter,
of Iran.
the reason even Republicans are speaking out against this deal, even people like Lindsey Graham, who have it's not because of the poll numbers, it's because they have been working on this issue. People like Lindsey Graham have been working on this issue for decades, and they know a bad deal when they see it. This is not about reverse psychology.
Oh my God, dude. They literally do like the little boy thing where it's just like when you get called on something and you're like a little kid and you're just like, no, it's not. Me.
Iran. It is about the fact that the merits do not hold up, and that after a war, after closing of Hormuz, after an economic disaster, we are ending up worse than we started, without regime change and without anything for the Iranian people.
If you think
and anything for the American people.
If you think that the future is a straight line projection from this point in time, sure, but the reality is this is not going to be a straight line. This is going to be something that goes back and forth. Negotiations there. Can we trust the Iranians? No. Can they trust?
I don't trust the Iranians, and I don't trust Donald Trump. And I think I think a lot of people, even the Republicans, are having questions about that.
Yep. No, this guy's just again one of like the regime fucking mouthpieces where he's just out there fucking gargling Trump's nuts and then just spewing whatever the fuck comes out of it. Is that an orange? Ooh, an orange hair. I got a lot of these. All right, Iran and Vance give clashing statements on nuclear inspections.
We laid a very good foundation for a successful final deal. The final deal is the house. We set the foundation. We haven't built the house, but we've laid a successful foundation to get to a good place for the American people.
Yeah, do you know how many foundations just kind of sit there unfinished?
The vice president is now heading home.
Especially when you start finding, I don't know, like problems with the foundation.
Again. And he said that the Iranians have agreed to let international nuclear
Also, Godzilla God King, not sure if I said hello to you. Welcome.
inspectors back into their country. Critically, though, Iran's foreign minister is pushing back on that claim. For its part, the United States says that it's willing to unfreeze Iran's assets on the condition that they are used to purchase American agricultural products. But that progress was almost delayed this weekend after Iran's military said it was once again closing the Strait of Hormuz in response.
If anything, this has been a huge exercise in never trust any regime ever and like take them at their word. But oh my God, this is one thing with Trump's America where it's like, no, this is the rule. This isn't the exception.
To continued Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Now that prompted President Trump to seemingly
look like a
threaten
giant
Iran's
middle finger.
negotiators themselves. The president telling Fox News his message to Iran was, quote, "You close it and you won't have a country. You won't even make it back to your effing country." And that
is Pep also on Twitch. I am also on Twitch, and I also have another YouTube feed up.
Negotiators were actually leaving the talks, a claim that Vice President Vance today refuted.
Also, Grandma Flatterson,
After that initial
join
meeting,
the Twitch,
there was this, sort of social.
Because tonight we are going to have the final hour or two of stream on Twitch.
And then we proceeded to talk to them for like the
Have
next
some
9
fun.
hours. So I would just encourage the media, mistrust a little bit what you see coming out of Iranian social media.
It's gonna be a
they
chill
can be
sesh.
confusing negotiators, but we feel like we're making progress.
How is the administration really feeling about the state of these negotiations?
Also, follow me on Twitter because why not?
Now,
I did it for you guys.
that Vice President Vance is on his way back.
I think they're feeling cautiously optimistic, the same way that you heard from the vice president there, but they're not going to get ahead of themselves. They've seen this before, and they've gone down a path in which they said that these deals were going to happen any
Doesn't
second.
she just look like if she had like a thick Irish accent, it would be just
That everybody was
it would
acting in
work.
good faith, only to have the rug pulled out from under them. Now, I will note President Trump is currently signing an executive order on quantum technology and mentioned that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open, something that we know, at least from the people on the ground there. There's a lot of confusion about the Strait of Hormuz. Of course,
Hiya, Peppy. I'm just freaking out over the 1 millionth money laundering scheme happening right in our faces on the reflecting pool. Yep.
it was technically supposed to be open, but as you noted, Iran saying that they were closing it.
Yeah, where's the audit? Like, where's the IRS auditing the fucking person that had the contract?
Back up has led
What
to a
are we
lot of
doing?
confusion on the actual
And sure as shit, the same guy's getting the fucking contract.
involvement on what is happening with the
Or
Strait
Welsh.
of Hormuz. Now, when it comes
Yeah,
to the
Welsh.
vice president, he spent a lot of time talking about these inspectors, how he was walking out of this meeting and Iran was going to let these inspectors, these UN inspectors, onto the ground in Iran. But we never really got any of the specifics there. What sites were they going to be allowed to visit? What kind of access were they going to be
Oh
given?
my, I might
And
have to get Twitch immediately. I only have
they
YouTube.
should note that
Never
visiting
even had a
these
Facebook.
sites, these
I'm
UN
old.
inspectors
Don't worry
visiting, was
about it.
part of the Obama deal.
I would definitely recommend trying to figure out Twitch and find my channel over
as
there
well,
because
the
yeah,
deal that President
as I
Trump
said,
ripped up.
it's a lot
now,
of fun.
Here is one of the
We're gonna
things
have a lot of
that
fun.
Vice President J.D. Vance said about these inspectors coming in and really these negotiations
Mm.
overall, casting somewhat of doubt over whether or not this was
One
going
last
to
time.
be a done deal. Take a listen.
Whether good faith or bad faith, you can't trust anybody's words. You have to trust what they actually do. Letting in the inspectors is a big deal, but again, we're going to see what they actually let the inspectors do once they're in the country. That's going to continually be a part of our negotiation. So my point is not that I trust or distrust anybody. My point is that I trust actions. And what the president has asked us to do is verify what they're doing, focus less on what they're saying.
I think that's an interesting concept there. He also said that he was confused at times about the way that the Iranians negotiated and just kind of how they addressed the situation, both with him and publicly through Iranian state media. That's why you heard him there kind of asking people not to listen to them since they have their own political beliefs that they have to get out there and policies that they have to get out there. The other thing to bring up here is one of the things that Vance described, which as you noted, was this idea of unfreezing the funds. He says this is part of a concept dreamed up by Jared Kushner, where the funds then go
Rebecca, what up?
back into America to buy
you
food
doing?
and equipment for the Iranians, so somewhat of a humanitarian effort. But there's still going to be a lot of skeptics here because even as the vice president is saying, watching the actions is going to be key here, not just listening to what the Iranians are saying they're going to do.
66% say that of the American public say that they want this conflict over. Another 78% says that right now the United States should end the conflict right now. 69% say that the conflict with Iran is not worth it. So if you're J.D. Vance and you're trying to spin the sanctions relief and all of this stuff as a win for the American people, does that tell you that he's coming from a strong position or he's trying to cover it himself?
If you're J.D. Vance, you try to convince the American people that Donald Trump didn't start this war in the first place. Any positivity about this conflict ending, of course, has to be brought back to the fact that Donald Trump started it. The oil prices went up because of Donald Trump. Trump, American bases attacked, destroyed.
This isn't just talking points, goddammit. Like, this one's just real. Like, this is just, yeah, he did this, and everything got fucked by it. Yeah. I don't know why this isn't the layup that Democrats can use to win handedly. Like, I don't know.
Destroyed.
Democratic leadership really is. It's getting to the point where it's just like, okay.
Because
like,
of
you guys
Donald
deserve
Trump,
to just
our
fucking
allies
go
moving
out
away from us.
to not only go out with a whimper, because if they lose this midterm, I swear to God, that's the end of the Democratic Party.
Because
like as we know it,
Donald Trump, and now
AIPAC money ain't gonna save those bitches.
Oh, we have an agreement that if it were Barack Obama that signed this agreement, the entire Republican Party would be unified in opposition to it.
Good, Pat. Hope all is well with you guys today. It's okay.
Saying, rightfully so, that it is giving billions of dollars away to one of our principal enemies. It is a disgrace.
I'm excited
and makes
for
Donald
the
Trump look like the
Twitch
weak president that he is.
Whoa, Jesus.
Scott, speaking of what the Republicans would be saying if Obama had signed this deal, the oil sanctions relief, which is effective immediately. It's according to this report, these new market rate transactions could translate to roughly $14 million in additional daily profits, or about $840 million to the Iranian regime over a 60-day
Celsius would be.
So they're getting
that's like 50, right? So like 10 degrees is like around 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
Immediately.
Yeah, and apparently the
Freedom
purpose of
units.
that is for them to buy agriculture products to provide humanitarian relief. That has to be stayed on top of. I will say one of the main purchasers of the sanctioned oil before all this was China, and they were buying it at a huge discount. So now China's going to have to buy market rate oil, so this won't be good for the Chinese.
It would be great for the Iranians, though. I mean, I think that what the
great for the
flip
Iranian
side of
people
that
if
is
they're
that
able to feed the people.
Iran gets to charge now $10 a barrel more
Yeah.
than they were charging before. So whoever's paying for it, it could be China, it could be anywhere else in the world.
Dude, the
they're
way
getting
that
the
they are
proceeds.
trying
And
to spend
I
this,
have
it's just
real
not
questions about
working.
this idea that they're supposed to be buying American products. Who's enforcing that? They just get
90
the money.
degrees in
I do
Texas,
too.
75
I
in
want,
brisk here.
if they're getting money, I want that money to be spent on feeding the Iranian people. Now, what they do with it, that has to be monitored, so I agree with you on that point. You said Donald Trump started this. You seem to have some amnesia about the fact that Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. We haven't been at war with them. And you guys can keep trying to spin that. We have not been at war with Iran for 47 years, and they have not been at war with us. I think you guys just fucking, just 100% forgot what fucking war is and what actual war means. Like, Jesus Christ, the way that we just got comfortable with the Bush administration just doing what they did, and then this shit where it's just like, no, we don't need Congress.
And as the president said, he's finally the one that's
Duma. Like, seriously.
dealing with it.
We just let our country become Russia so quickly, too. It didn't even take 2 years. They fucking Christ almighty. Like, our democracy collapsed in literally under 2 years.
Killed thousands of Americans.
That's crazy,
they funded terror
dude.
proxies that have destabilized the region. They've been after us, chanting death to America for 5 decades. And you think that we just decided to pick on Iran for no reason this spring? This was long overdue. And if at the end of it, they don't have nuclear weapons, and at the end of it, we do have a stable Middle East, and at the end of it, we do have a situation where they're not funding terror proxies, terrorizing our friends and allies over there. That'll be a good thing.
How do we know that they don't have nuclear weapons?
We're putting inspectors in. Do you hear the announcement today?
Well, do you hear what Donald Trump just said? That the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz, that Iran is destroyed as a country. So then why are we negotiating with Iran? If the situation was
I like how his smug look just goes away when faced with just facts.
so badly, it's so bad for Iran, why do we have the vice president going to Switzerland to negotiate some sort of end to this
Smug
conflict?
fuck.
So the alternative is we would just keep bombing a country in perpetuity, or is the alternative you bomb, you get them to the table, and then you get an outcome? The outcome is no nuclear weapons, and we try to get the region stable with our allied partners over there.
I think it'd be helpful to reframe this a little bit. Somebody convinced the president that there was a once-in-a-generation opportunity for regime change in Iran. It's true, the opportunity existed, but the odds were much lower than whoever told the president. And that, by the way, that person should be fired. So it turns out it was wrong. There wasn't
Stephen Miller
a really good opportunity for regime change. Now, we got to get out of this.
God, Warhawks are so fucking stupid.
We'd already ruined their nuclear program. Their ambitions, no, they remain, but their program was ruined, and we know where it is, and we can bomb it again. So we went to war for regime change, and it failed. We're a superpower. What we need to worry about is our credibility as a superpower. That's what
we went in for regime change and only brought doom. Well, now that doom is instituted as the leader of Iran. Wait a minute. Are you saying that I have to deal with Donald Trump? Oh, God damn it. Doombots! We must go, and we must fill we must take this algae and go to the reflecting pool and distract Donald Trump.
So I think we get out of this. We find a way to get out of this, save face, and then remind the Iranians that we're still powerful and we're still in the bloc and we'll deal with them. That's a regime that should fall. This is not the right time for it. We shouldn't have gone to war.
All right, we do have to leave it there.
Pep Doom is a new thing. I'll force this one. All right. Stephen Miller's War. See? It's right there. It's literally right there. Save face. Only with Doom. Wait. Doom does not have his face. Don't look at me. All right. I don't know who John Mersheimer. I don't know who he is, but Breaking Points talked to him about Trump lost, Iran gets the spoils of sanction relief.
Break down the ongoing situation with Iran. Let's get to it. Joining us now, our great friend of the show, Professor John Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago. It's good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
University of Chicago just fucking got some of the best fucking professors, apparently.
Here, as always.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to start with some breaking news from President Trump reacting to a lot of the neoconservative criticism for allowing allowing the Treasury Department to lift sanctions on Iranian oil. We'll dig some of that lately, but let's put A6 up here on the screen. The president saying that despite Iranian denials that they have agreed to the, quote, highest level of nuclear inspections long into the future of infinity, he says, I have agreed to.
Why are all of his like truths TL like DR fucking material at this point? Like, he hasn't had a palatable fucking like tweet or truth in a long time.
To allow the Hormuz Strait to remain
Everything
open.
is just him like long ramblings of a fucking demented old man.
And that the money and or sanctions that the Treasury is releasing will go into escrow, will be used for the purchase of food and medical supplies from the United States, including corn.
This is why I love it when guys like Scott Jennings start repeating exactly what Trump has said, but then you kind of start thinking about it just with any hint of logic, and you're just like, oh, that's probably a lie.
Wheat, soybeans, because these are desperately needed by Iran, and it's a humanitarian crisis, and he feels it necessary to help them now. What do you make here of the president trying to navigate many of these more recent Iranian denials that they actually will allow nuclear inspectors into their country, despite the fact that the United States did significantly lift all of their sanctions on current Iranian oil?
Well, the deal has always said that the nuclear issue would be dealt with later rather than sooner.
Right.
So there have been no agreements on the nuclear dimension of this memorandum. That comes later. And I would imagine that the Iranians will be quite accommodating on the nuclear issue because that will allow them to benefit on all sorts of other issues.
Yeah.
But I think that President Trump's comments are sort of premature. And I think what's going on here is he's trying to put lipstick on a pig.
Yep.
The fact is that the United States has lost this war. Yep. And if you look at the deal that's on the table and where we're headed, it's clear that the Iranians have won.
This is all concessions.
And for President Trump to admit that is well nigh impossible. So what he's trying to do is prove
not well nigh impossible. Has he admitted that he lost the 2020 election? Well, there's your fucking answer.
He's a tough guy, and we're going to get our way on a lot of key issues. And
the guy can't even win against a single cell organism called algae. You think that this guy's winning wars? I don't think so.
And we should expect more of that moving forward. But the fact is that if we get a deal, the outlines of that deal at this point in time are very clear.
Professor, what are the indications that you're looking at to determine how likely it is that we actually are able to come to some sort of an agreement here after the 60-day period?
Well, all you have to do is look at the state of the international economy, and you have to look at what's happening to our petroleum reserves in the United States. The president has made this clear himself. He has said that we are facing, quote unquote, an economic catastrophe if we don't shut this war down. He's explicitly said that he doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover II. He fully understands that this war just has to be shut down. There's a set of economic imperatives at play here.
Somebody came in and told him they showed him a chart of exactly what was going to happen if this war didn't end by July.
You want to ask yourself, why is it that President Trump...
And it was devastating. It was one of those things that was just like, yeah, you're going to tank the entire world economy.
Trump is willing to sign on to an agreement where we lose on almost every count, and the Iranians win on almost every count. They come out of this agreement much better off than they were going into the war. Why did this happen? And the answer is the international economy. And to take it a step further, if you look at the conflict that's now taking place between the United States and Israel, mainly over southern Lebanon, it's quite clear that what has caused President Trump, for the first time in his presidency, to play real hardball with the Israelis is the fact that he's staring an economic catastrophe in the face, and he wants to avoid that at all costs. And in those circumstances, he's willing to be really tough with the Israelis.
Right. And sir, one of the interesting things is that the vice president and the United States is taking an extraordinary amount, really, of pushback from the Iranians. Here's the vice president speaking yesterday on the tarmac in Geneva about the Iranians supposedly walking out and then coming back, and a lot of symbology. Let's take a listen.
I've spent a lot of time dealing with the Iranians over the last few months. Sometimes I find them extremely confusing as negotiators. But look, we had a little press conference. They obviously don't quite have the same First Amendment protections in Iran that we have in the United States of America. We talked to you guys and then had a series of really good meetings. What I did find kind of funny is that after that initial meeting, there was this, sort of social media firestorm where everybody said the Iranians are going to leave, and then we proceeded to talk to them for like the next 9 hours. So I would just encourage the media, mistrust a little bit what you see coming out of Iranian social media. They can be confusing negotiators, but we feel like we're making progress.
There seems to be this just consistent downplaying of any Iranian, pushback or any Iranian snub.
Always. And that's why you can never trust what we're saying about them. Like, Jesus Christ. It gets a little old where you're just like, nuh-uh, they're liars. Nuh-uh, they're liars. And then you also find out it's like, well, we're being lied to. Huh? Odd.
At the United States, which is just extraordinary and part of what's sending many of these neoconservatives into a full-blown freak out here, sir.
Yeah.
Well, Vance understands, much like Trump, that we just have to get a deal. And Vance is the point man here. And I think that we should all hope that Vance succeeds and that Trump succeeds. I mean, we've all been extremely critical, and I'm choosing my words carefully here. We've been extremely critical of the decision to launch this war and wage it the way we did up to now. It was a huge mistake, but the president and the vice president fully recognized the error of their ways, and they're trying to repair the problem and fix this before the international economy goes off a cliff. And I applaud them for that, and I just hope that they solve the problem. If they don't solve the problem and we enter into a Great Depression like the one we had in the 1930s, the economic consequences of this will be huge, especially around the world in poor countries. Lots of people will die, and it'll have devastating consequences for the American economy, and none of us want that. So we should hope, in my opinion, that Trump and Vance, who have now reversed direction, are able to shut this one down. It's obviously going to be a messy process. How could it be otherwise when you're involved with President Trump, who's shooting off all these tweets that say outrageous things from time to time? He'll make it as messy as he possibly can. But I think in the end, we have an imperative to shut this one down. And I think the Iranians also have an imperative to shut this one down. And I think there's a good chance. One wouldn't want to say it's 100% guaranteed by any means, but I think we do have a good chance of coming up with some sort of meaningful settlement to this war.
Professor, Israel is very, very, very unhappy that there are talks going on at all, that there's even a possibility of a negotiated settlement along the lines of what is being contemplated. What is your response to people who would, say to you and to me and to Sagar, you people say that the Israel lobby controls everything and we're just their, their puppets. And here you have Trump going directly against what the Israelis want over their vociferous objections, creating a complete political crisis for Netanyahu and an existential crisis for the Israeli state as a whole. Weren't you wrong about your assessment of how much influence the Israel lobby has in the United States?
Up until very recently, there's no question that the lobby had a lockhold on U.S. Middle East policy. There's no question about that. But what has changed here is that we got into this war, and it's quite clear that as a result of the war and what Iran has done in terms of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, that they have the ability to wreck the international economy. And that is a threat that is so great that for the first time in President Trump's second and first term in office, and for the first time in any recent president's experience, we are seeing a president really bring down the hammer on the Israelis. And I would imagine that as we move forward and it becomes clearer and clearer that this one has to be shut down for economic reasons, President Trump and Vice President Vance will go to even greater lengths to be tough on the Israelis. So this is an anomalous situation, and it's caused by extraordinary circumstances, in particular, the threat of a Great Depression.
Something that we think is absolutely fascinating, sir, was throughout the war, it became very clear about the role of the U.S. dollar throughout this. The petrodollar, of course, has always been a long subject of analysis and of explanation. However, we also saw that China and Iran, via use of crypto or denominating these tolls that they were charging in the middle of the war, were able to bring them some revenue. The recent clues in the U.S. Treasury sanctions, let's put A3 up here on the screen, seem like a clawback at trying to have at least some of the dominance that we previously had before the war, where the most recent interesting part of the primary sanctions relief actually allows Iran not only to sell its oil, but to actually allow those settlement of transactions in dollars. It means that Chinese buyers could pay Iran in dollars. It also even means that American refineries could buy any Iranian petrochemical products. What do you make here of the U.S. attempt to try and to reverse some of the damage to the global oil market and what Iran revealed about U.S. sanctions throughout this entire war?
Well, first of all, you want to remember that at the start of this war, when the bombing campaign was taking place, we were allowing Iranian tankers to come out of the Gulf and sell their oil on global markets. And the reason is quite straightforward. We needed all the oil we could get on global markets. And it wasn't until President Trump put the blockade on the strait that we cut off, in large part, the flow of Iranian oil into global markets. Now, what's different here is that they can sell those barrels of oil in dollars, and that's different. And the question you want to ask yourself is, why is President Trump doing this? And the answer is, in large part, because Iran won the war, and this is one of their demands. We simply have no choice if we want to shut this war down. The Iranians have made a number of demands. It's quite amazing how many demands they've made that we have agreed to, and this is one of them. But furthermore, this works to our advantage because it gets more oil out into global markets and it keeps the price of oil down. So that's a good thing.
So let's say that the negotiations proceed, that the Trump administration and the Iranians are both committed to coming to some sort of a resolution here. What would that deal mean for Israel? How would it impact their current orientation? How would they have to change the way that they've been operating?
Well, I would make 2 points here. First of all, overall, the deal is a disaster for Israel. This is widely recognized in Israel. And the fact is that Israel thought that Iran was its gravest enemy and that this war would put an end to Iran's nuclear program. It would end nuclear enrichment. It would greatly weaken Iran, and it would put Israel in a catbird seat in the Middle East. That has obviously not happened. Iran is going to emerge from this war in much better shape than it was on February 27th, the day before the war started. So this is overall a strategic disaster for Israel. Then you get to the particular issue of Lebanon, and the Israelis want the freedom to, number one, keep their forces in southern Lebanon, which they're now occupying. Number two, have the freedom to bomb Lebanon whenever they see fit. And the Iranians have told us, you have to get the Israelis completely out of southern Lebanon, and you have to put an end to their bombing of Lebanon. If we succeed in doing that, that would be a devastating defeat for the Israelis. And they talk about that all the time in their press. So it's quite clear that this war and the
strategic disaster for Israel is a terrible understatement.
We reach with the Iranians.
Again, the fact that then on top of it, like I've been kind of spouting off here, is that this is the closest that we've gotten to them actually having a real spat between Netanyahu and Trump. Like, they've been teasing this. You can tell they do not like each other at all. Trump hates Bibi Netanyahu. Absolutely hates him. And that's why, like, he is kind of at his wit's end with it. And somebody pointed out yesterday that it could be, it seems like, they're trying to get him out of there.
To end this war.
With this election coming up, they are just trying to kind of wait it out where they're like, yeah, you know what?
Could have.
If we get another person in there, then our problem's going to go away. But then you still got the, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
Devastating consequences, not just across the board, but in particular.
I just don't see the Israel problem going away anytime soon.
Lebanon.
Yeah, zooming out, sir, something I really saw was part of the reason why this seems such a disaster for Israel is it fundamentally just destroys their primary ambition, which is to be the sole regional hegemon. If you have Iran, which is unsanctioned and does receive this $300 billion in funds, some $120 billion of which is already theirs, in addition to tens of billions of dollars a month from the sale of oil, its GDP per capita, I checked in 2024, a rump economy heavily sanctioned, was $437 billion, only $100 billion or so total off of Israel. A reconstructed Iran, which is allowed to sell sell oil on the global market with some significant investment. 90 million people could easily surpass Israel in a matter of a decade, and in multiple decades could become a regional superpower in its own right. How do you think that will shift the global balance of power whenever it comes to the Middle East? Let's say with China, with India, and many of these other nations, which are just balancing these things on its face, and they don't have their own neoconservative lobbies.
Well, if you look at the principal indicators of latent power, and here we're talking about population size and wealth, the Iranians have about 93 million people, and I would estimate that there are about 7.3 million Israeli Jews. There are also about 7.3 million Palestinians inside Greater Israel, but even if you add them into the mix, that's still about 14.6 million people, and that's a lot smaller than 93 million. And then if you look at the human capital in Iran, which is a really good indicator of their potential for generating wealth, they have very impressive human capital. So there's no question that this is a country with a very large population and the capability to generate a lot of wealth. And it would, in the end, I think, be much more powerful than Israel would be. I think from Israel's point of view, and if you listen to the Israelis talk, this is quite clear. The two countries they worry the most about are Turkey and Iran, because they both have large populations and they have impressive amounts of human capital. So the idea that Israel is going to become a regional hegemon in the Middle East begins to look like a flawed argument when you take into account Iran and Turkey. But I would also add to this, if you look at what's happened to Israel since October 7th, Israel is a big mess today. They did not defeat Hezbollah. Hezbollah is really giving them fits in southern Lebanon, and Hezbollah is not going to be knocked out. It's going to be a perennial foe. Furthermore, they did not defeat Hamas. They inflicted enormous pain on Hamas, but Hamas is still in the fight in a major way. They're in a mess in the West Bank. They're in a mess in Syria. And if you look at what's happening in terms of all the centrifugal forces that are at play inside of Israel, it looks like a very depressing picture from an Israeli point of view. So Israel today is in really terrible shape, putting aside the whole question of the future vis-a-vis Iran and Turkey.
And last thing here on the Iran section with Turkey, let's put A5 up here. It does appear the Israelis are now making it an overt threat towards the nation of Turkey. Here's their foreign ministry saying just yesterday, Hamas terrorists based in Turkey are directing attacks against Israelis, funding terrorism, recruiting operatives. The network is exposed and the facts are clear. So it appears that Turkey will be the new front in the Greater Israel Project. What is it about their overt targeting here of Turkey? Do they just have no disregard for NATO? Do they just not care? Do they think ultimately the United States will come to their defense here against Turkey? I mean, what makes them even think that they could utter something like this when Turkey is itself a NATO power?
Well, the Israelis, in terms of their overall grand strategy, have a number of goals. I mean, obviously, they want a greater Israel. They obviously want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from inside that greater Israel. But another one of their goals is to weaken all of the neighbors to the point where none of them have any meaningful capability to attack Israel. They've already done this with Jordan and with Egypt. And in a very important way, this is what happened with Syria. And their hope with regard to Iran was to do the same thing. As we've talked about before on the show, their overall goal in Iran was to wreck Iran, to turn it into the second coming of Syria. And what they'd like to do is the same thing with Turkey. One of the reasons the Israelis have always been very interested in creating a Kurdish state. I remember when I first used to hear the Israelis talking about creating a Kurdish state, I couldn't understand why they were so interested in doing that. Well, huge chunks of Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria have a large Kurdish population. And if you create a Kurdish state, you break up Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. And that explains why the Israelis want a Kurdish state. In other words, what I'm saying here is they want to do everything possible to weaken all of their neighbors, but especially countries like Turkey and Iran, as we were saying before, which have so much latent power.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
All right. I always love when the academics come out and they're just like, yeah, Trump is kind of losing this, whatever. Okay, this is really weird. I just realized that nope, it's only going to let me do one. Damn it. Okay, there we go. And that one. Sorry, guys. One vote. Will that fix my problem or... There we go. Yeah, fix it. Yeah, for some reason, when I have two polls open, apparently my chat just goes crazy, so... darn. It's okay. BB is staring down war crimes. So yeah, well, I mean, let's put it this way. If he loses that election, there's a good chance that he does actually like have to face them. Because, man, I mean, what's he going to do? Just hide in Israel for the rest of his life? Because any international travel after that, and he's not as protected at that point, you know. I don't know. I would love to see the, you know, the UN actually matter in that regard. Okay, so here's the Tucker Carlson story. I was really interested by this, and CNN had what I would call like the most milquetoast coverage yet. So when I found that Breaking Points had done it, full disclosure, I did a pre-watch on this one. This one is great though, because Tucker Carlson, like, this is a bigger deal than you guys even think. Like, I know that we've seen the writing on the wall and that he's been doing these podcasts and talking about, like, you know, he's been breaking with Israel and he's been breaking and doing like the America First thing. And people have been talking about, will he run as a third party candidate with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are they going to start like essentially the Green Party of, you know, right wingers or whatever the fuck? Or are they going to try and take over the Green Party? Like, are they going to try a third party push? Which, I hate to say this, between like a leftist like third party push and a conservative left party or like third party push, I actually think the conservatives could actually gain more traction than the left can, because for some reason they're better at amping up their base. But I don't necessarily see that being a thing. Personally, I don't think he's going to run. I think he's got the Jon Stewart thing where he's got a good life. Why would he want to uproot all that just to go be part, you know, just to be president for what? Like, he seems like one of those types where he's just like, no, I wouldn't want that. But like I said, this is a bigger deal than most people are even making it out to be, because he has been so lockstep with the, like, I would call like the Republican classics for so long. Like, dude, this guy, since I was in high school. Fuck. He was on what, MSNBC for a while. He was on Fox News. That's where he had his own show, and like you could argue that's where he had like the breakout into the, you know, major right wing spaces. Like, dude, he was one of the ones that was like originally like a Republican that like or like he went full MAGA and like he embraced that shit. Megyn Kelly was a close second with that one, but fucking A, man. Like, for him to just outright come out and say it, that he cannot support the Republican Party, and fully intends to vote, you know, for a third-party candidate or just not vote at all, like, that's crazy. Now, he did say he's not going to vote with the Dems, which, you know, take that for what you will, which, whatever. Fuck, dude. Like, half the time, I'm convinced that I don't want to vote with the Dems because you got shitheads like Hakeem Jeffries and, you know, Chuck Schumer out there, but realistically, you also have the DSA candidates that are doing the thing. So I think that that is something to take into account. They are, but their unity was their strength. If he splits the base, they'll never win an election. He won't go green. He will run as an independent and cite the Federalist Papers or something. I could see that. But that's the thing. How come, like, that's where I'm mad, because I have a feeling that had we, like, kind of done that sooner, we wouldn't be in this, like, really bad position as far as third-party politics go, where it's either you got to caucus with the Dems or you got to caucus with the Green Party. Now it really is too late. Like, if you put a new fucking party out there on the ballot, it ain't gonna fucking have any traction. I'm sorry. That's the reality of what we live in, and it sucks, and I hate every second of it.
So we wanted to zoom out a little bit from the Iran.
No, what we should be really fighting for is ranked choice. We need ranked choice. We need federally, we need ranked choice.
On war.
But also, because states control their own elections, like, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, or we just need, you know, the majority of states to adopt ranked choice.
Check in on how things are
including
going
Illinois.
overall for the Trump administration and the Republican Party as a whole. And a good place to begin our journey here today is with some interesting Tucker Carlson comments. Let's take a listen.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point,
all Democratic media people had their own, had their character assassinated. Al Franken, Bill Clinton, John Kerry, or were siloed into their own media networks like Oprah.
You know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the
back out and come back
United
in?
States? that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens. Like, that's
what a joke. I just need to wire money.
You know, it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think
I didn't realize you were trying to donate. My bad. Fuck. Yeah, you just gotta reset. I think that'll work.
I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News.
Actually, YouTube just had an update. Make sure that your YouTube is updated on your phone. If you're on your phone, actually, this goes for all you guys. YouTube just put out an update, and I know that it has some security stuff. So, yeah, check to make sure that you got the most up-to-date YouTube app.
CNN, MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters.
It's going to destroy the boogeyman that the Dems have used to compel our votes for decades. If he does split the base, he will allow for more far-left electoral candidates as well.
Its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So, no, I'm out.
I'm out. Sagar.
He's out.
What do you think?
We'll see.
Well,
I mean, honestly, wherever we go, I am interested to see where, like, this is why I don't want to try and speak with authority on this, because I do think that,
MTG,
you know what, I could be surprised.
Backed him up. Tucker is not the only one done supporting
My
the
feeling
Republican
is
Party.
just-
There's a lot of us that are absolutely fed up and will not support a party that betrays its voters and its country. That does not mean we're turning into Democrats either, but we are done with the America Last Republican Party. It's interesting. I mean, look, in Tucker's case, right, this is a person who has quite literally
Rebecca's
been,
out here making
I wouldn't
sure that I
say
get these
party
ready.
line, but has been a
I mean,
dedicated...
at one point for sure.
That's what I was saying.
Total
So
party line.
up until, let's say, when did he become interesting? 2017? Like, really? That's whenever the Tucker Show started, and that's when you started to see some of the breaks, and there were some challenging interviews and all that. But so let's say that's like the last 9 years. Up until that point, he always had
there
this
it
private...
is. Thank you for the $20, and,
At Rebecca Green 1827.20 Australian dollars.
all right, there you go.
views, but really he was playing the game like in public, and he was
getting spicy up in here,
defending a lot.
I mean, he was a
other
Fox
Republican
and Friends
positions.
host.
I haven't worn these in a while. Oh,
to this
damn,
day,
I
he
forgot
says
how
it's the
blind
worst
I am.
job. Worse than MSNBC and worse
There
than
we
CNN.
Third time lucky.
I don't
Hell
blame
yeah.
him. I couldn't do it either.
can't
Doing
blink
some
while
fake
his
like
eyes are
concert in
closed.
Times Square
Thinking about
at
him doing
5:45
like the
a.m.
morning show shit.
Oh my
It's
God!
actually
Yeah,
hilarious.
he's not built for it. I'm not built for it either. I'd be like, what the
Oh my God, I have to squint so hard to see.
fuck am I doing here? We're playing a water gun game in Times Square. Anyway, all right, let's put that aside. So
I can do it.
Wow, they lost Tucker. Dang. That's what I was saying. Like, I was saying just how serious this is. Like, dude, for them to lose Tucker Carlson just blatantly like that, like, dude, you understand that that's him making the calculation that it's like, yeah, he's going to lose a lot of his audience from that decision alone.
You think so?
But I don't know, man. This is where, like, those TYTers, like, and some of these people that kind of feel like politically homeless and the independents, like, I could see them doing it. I could see them starting to listen to him. I mean, I've seen it with Candace. I have somebody in my life that's definitely, like, what I would consider, like, center-left that started watching Candace.
So? Yeah.
Yeah. No, you
I have
have
that
a better personality than I do.
He ain't lying there, Sagar.
I'm just too disagreeable. But whenever it comes to Tucker, this is, I think, the point that he's making is around Israel. And I actually do think this is a very important point. And I actually blame myself
with the
for
laser
Israel.
eyes.
So let's think to the calculation that was made in 2024. The calculation was this.
If I was a pro wrestler, I would definitely have to integrate this into my character.
Anybody with open eyes knew Miriam Adelson had given Trump $100 million. All right, and you can all roll the tape in the monologue that I did up and before the election. It was
love him. You don't have to keep him on. And I mean, I'm gonna keep him on for as long as I can.
And I said, if you're pro-Israel,
it's cool.
You
though,
should
right?
vote for Trump because you're gonna get some of what you want. This was clear-eyed.
Yeah, I
we
haven't
knew
worn
this.
these in a while.
However, what we thought was, well, JD's the vice president. There's all these, Steve Bannon, the so-called anti-war coalition seems stronger. These forces will have equal weight within the coalition, right? In some cases, the Israelis will win. Everyone was clear-eyed about this. We knew that they were going to get what they wanted in Gaza. Now, did we think we would get the Iran war? No, like genuinely no. From we could tell you this from Trump's comments, from JD's comments, from Stephen Miller's comments. I could go on and on. What has happened is that actually, even now, the Israelis are melting down because they're not getting 100% of what they want. But if we look at the long network now of Trump's actions from January 20th, 2024, 2025, up until today, the balance of power.
Wow, I don't know why that was so jarring, but with like the red sunglass,
is overwhelmingly on behalf of the Israel lobby. So
I feel like I was just playing the virtual boy.
I think Trucker's comments about saying I cannot support them while they're literally enslaved to a foreign power is true in the sense that if the Israel lobby is in your coalition whatsoever, you have to just assume that they will overwhelmingly use their money, their power, their influence, their media arm, the propaganda to take full control. And that's why it basically just has to be, this is where I'm personally at, is if you are taking Adelson money, if these people are a part of your coalition, I cannot be part of that. And it's not even just like a morality thing, because now there's that to it too.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so they're also technically losing Sagar. Like, we kind of knew that was happening, but now he's doing it too.
But we know how much influence and operate they have. I think the Democrats have all discovered this as well. Like, there's whole, Track AIPAC, we have to give them credit for it. Track AIPAC made it so they're like, there's no splitting the difference here, guys. Like, you're either in or you're out. The
sudden unfiltered color right to the optic nerve. Yeah.
Voters are on the outside. A lot of the establishment is on the inside. The GOP, everybody's still trying to play the dance, the aspirational politicians. I don't think politically that it can happen at this point. And look already where we are. The Iran deal polling that came out in CBS, where MAGA Republicans support the deal. 80% of the American people support ending the war now, even though they know that we lost. The political constituency of neoconservatism is so tiny that I actually do think we just need either both parties or one part, whoever it is. But like I personally, and I think a lot of people can as well, you cannot expect to have equal weight coalitions ever again. After what has happened, we can only go off of what we see now currently. Currently, the evidence exists. And I'm not just talking about the Iran war. How about bombing Iran back in June? How about deporting all of these, student protests? Have you seen this shit with the coffee shop?
Yeah.
What's going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about it, right? Because this is important. So there's a New York City coffee shop, and what did it? They did not. Dan Goldman, the congressman, came in, and I think they found out who he was later. They refunded him. They're like, you're not welcome because you support Israel's genocide. Okay, well, guess what? Now, this is a full-blown freakout. The Department of Justice is opening an investigation into this coffee shop. I've been around since Masterpiece, okay? We have the right to refuse service as long as it's not based on race or whatever the protected classes of the Civil Rights, Act is. If it's based on a disagreement over Israeli policy, to me, yeah, I mean, a little weird, to be.
Well, they didn't even refuse him service. They just refunded his money.
Right. Okay. I mean, whatever. Right. Sorry. Like, by the way, I don't give a shit. There's much bigger problems that are all around. New York City has got a lot bigger problems for the Department of Justice. But the Department of Anti-Racism stuff, or Department of Anti-Semitism, which I've been calling it, this Leo Terrell fanatic, this, with the Florida student with the IDF shirt. I mean, I can't live like this.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Well, and it comes at a time when JD Vance is out there saying, if everything is Jew hate, then nothing is Jew hate.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, where is that in terms of your administration's policy?
Yeah.
Because
what the fuck?
It's been quite the opposite in terms of what we've seen. I mean, it's very interesting. It reminds me that going back to the Tucker comments and also, the way you're explaining your position, it does remind me
Sagar's son,
of some of the disaffected left, basically saying, okay, we're done with the Democratic Party. For many very legitimate reasons, many of them moral, also having to do at times with genocide. But then it becomes, okay, well, what then?
Yes.
And I guess it also comes to a question of neither of the parties is going to be a perfect fit for you. So where are your moral priorities? Or are you going to try to do some third-party thing? Are you, Tucker Carlson, going to run for president and say you're going to be the one to restore the Republican Party to what it should be, et cetera,
He said explicitly, he's like, you never would do that in this interview. I mean, I could be wrong. I know him. I don't think he would run.
I kind of agree with that. Not because there's not an opening available. He's very talented, I think, and very savvy person. But I'm not sure that, lifestyle-wise, it's not fun running for president. He gets to live in Maine and do his thing, and he's got a great life.
Like I said, it's very much like the Jon Stewart thing, which, again, if Jon Stewart runs,
lots of money,
shit,
et cetera.
dude, that could pretty much be that could be a landslide right there.
Right. So in any case, it does just become a question of, okay, well, what then? And he immediately says, of course, the Democrats are totally off the table. And it's like, okay, well, at some point you have to evaluate what are my moral priorities. The Democratic Party right now is still very much in the Zionist establishment, Israel status quo place.
And it's a civil war, too.
However, you are much more likely at this point, given where the Democratic coalition is, to have a complete change on Israel in the Democratic Party than you are in the Republican Party. Because the only group out there in the public that's still diehard, pro-Israel, Israel no matter what, are boomer Republicans. And that is who dominates the Republican Party base. Like your average Fox News viewer is way more important to the Republican Party than your like super online grouper. Who, you know, so in any case, it's interesting to me and we'll see where he goes from here, but obviously very noteworthy that he is coming out so strongly as to saying, I'm done, I'm not doing this anymore. And it really is in a way, I don't want to overstate it, it's kind of an end of an era because Tucker Carlson has been one of the most known faces of Republican Party defense for, you know, as long as I have been aware of politics, going back to the bow tie days and Crossfire and all of that.
Literally since when I was born. Like, that's what's so great. And he gave me my job just to show you how long this guy's been around for. I do think, the left analogy is very interesting. And I don't disagree with you. Like, look, you and I are not third-party people, much to the chagrin of a very online slice. Like, sorry, it doesn't work. Trump showed the path. Not Trump. Every aspiring great politician has shown the path. You take over a party and you make it your coalition. Period. End of story. Some of us thought that's what Trump was doing, okay? And by the way, though, you see now even more clearly when Trump does pivot and use his cult of personality for good, or at least, to rectify his own wrong, the whole base will come along crawling for you. That's what being a very powerful leader is. That's how FDR was. That's how any of the transformative politicians, Eisenhower, any of these people. Actually, the Eisenhower one is a good example. The GOP throughout the entire FDR Truman era was built around opposition to the New Deal. That's where the base was. It was a very small, like Calvin Coolidge, the welfare communists. And Eisenhower was like,
yeah, but guys, look how successful that was. That carried into our lifetimes.
It's over. We're just going to end that. And guess what? He won the popular vote, not just in terms of who he was, because he had enormous prestige. He transformed the Republican Party forever and gave birth to this kind of Nixonianism, which embraced the role of government, but in a conservative form, leading to the EPA and some of the other good things that the Nixon administration did. My only point is that what you can do is you can use that cult of personality or leadership or whatever you want to call it to take over. The Democrats, like you said, are in a civil war. Is he going to vote Democrat? Honestly, maybe. It depends on who the candidate is.
If I'm thinking about him in Maine,
you have to actually think about who is the candidate.
Isn't it easier to imagine him voting for Graham Plattner than Susan Collins?
Well, okay, did you see Susan Collins' interview yesterday?
Yeah.
This is insanity. This woman is not only nearly 80 years old, but she's like, well, AIPAC is just a bunch of Americans who love Israel. And what else did she say? She was like, and Graham, he's so anti-Semitic for calling out AIPAC. I'm like, lady, this shit is not going to fly anymore.
She said, AIPAC is made up of Americans who care deeply about our relationship with Israel. That's true.
Yeah.
Plattner makes it sound like this is some sort of evil foreign influence, and that is absolutely wrong. She also said, I remain a very strong supporter of Israel. I think this sadly reflects rising anti-Semitism in our country that Plattner is certainly part of.
This is some 2017 nonsense. This shit does not fly, period, to any politically engaged person. So yeah, do I think he'll vote for Plattner? I don't know. By the way, I still think Graham should go on his show. I know that was a significant controversy, I think, in Maine, which I think is ridiculous because I think very obviously it reached millions of people and Tucker is a Maine resident. They could actually probably talk more in depth about Maine-specific issues than any other national television host who would interview him. But like you said, zooming out, it depends. And ultimately, someone made this point. You don't vote for parties, you vote for candidates. It's about the candidate. So let's see.
At the presidential level.
Especially at the presidential level.
Yeah.
You're right. Right. Because, Democrat, Republican in the House, Senate, 90% of the time, these people just vote party line.
Yeah, and it matters more who has the majority and who's being elected Speaker of the House and Senate Majority Leader than, you know, if you're president, then yes, the individual person makes more of a difference.
Yeah, this is why in red states they often can elect blue governors, is because they're executives. So they trust, you know, that person to oversee things differently, even though they might vote Republican. I don't know. I mean, and I know this is a bit long-winded, but I do think it's important to talk just about how the coalitions and all of that evolve. Like, let's see who the Democratic presidential nominee is, and then we can all evaluate based on that. A lot of Democrats voted for Trump, or former Democrats, or any of these other people. A lot of Republicans may vote for a Democrat whenever it comes to 2028. I have no idea, but that's where the candidate matters more than anything.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so we will see. We also want to check in on, you know, my thesis is effectively that the Iran war really just destroyed the Trump presidency. Like, all of the grandiose goals.
Dude, that's such a fair assessment, too, because most people are kind of feeling that way. And we still have yet to deal with the actual repercussions of all of this. Just remember that we're going to be feeling the economic repercussions of this no matter what.
Not to say there isn't still lots of harm being done, but in terms of the most maximalist aims of the Trump administration coming out, you know, out of the gates with Doge, and then they have the mass deportation. They're buying all these warehouses. National Guard is invading cities. Protests are getting shot in the streets. That has all been dialed back a lot in terms of the, at least, public image and the sort of aggressive posture. A lot of that really happened after Minneapolis. And there was I think I was skeptical at the time, frankly, but I think there truly was a retreat from the Trump administration in terms of their, again, aggressive public posture. You brought in Markwayne Mullin. You got rid of Kristi Noem. And so now we've seen a few interesting things on the immigration front, which really was the core of their promise. The place where they probably did have the biggest mandate, that and dealing with cost of living, which we all know how that has gone. In any case, let's put C2 up on the screen, because this was such an emblem of the Trump administration approach, which was very showy. It was meant to be showy cruelty with the intent of signaling to immigrants, just get out before you find yourself in alligator Alcatraz, or you find yourself, you know, being dragged and your kids being torn apart, all of that, right? That was an intentional direction led by Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. So now alligator Alcatraz is actually shutting down permanently. This was in Florida. Ron DeSantis was very gung-ho. In fact, Florida taxpayers fronted the $1 billion that went into this.
They ain't getting that back either.
Monstrosity.
It was just go out on a limb and say that they're not getting that back. From the very beginning.
Sewage overflows, worms in the food. You had, you know, abhorrent conditions because it is basically in.
Oh, JP, what's up, man? Good to see you.
The swamp was never meant to have this many people being held for indefinite periods of time. The federal government was supposed to reimburse Florida. They're still holding the bag on that one. That money has not come through.
Colbert is a capable code switcher, so good at it that they thought it was his actual personality when he was on after Jon Stewart. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now the whole thing is being completely shut down.
The thing about Jon Stewart is that he actually cares. It's not just that the fact that he's a funny media personality, but he has that. Like, that's just a very small part of it. Realistically, it's because he has fought for firefighters. He has fought for your average New Yorkers, your average Americans. He's actually like very well read on all these issues, and you know, it seems like he genuinely cares. But can we count on him to, you know, actually run? I don't think so. Like she was saying, that's a big ask for somebody that doesn't want it.
Which again,
but that's also the person that needs it. Like the person that, like, do you understand that our best leader would be somebody that just doesn't want it?
I think is, you know, very emblematic of the fact that they, not only on, you know, cost of living, but really across the board, they have lost their mandate on even their strongest issue coming in.
To George W. Bush's presidency. It turns out that when you launch a disastrous war, you have no political capital to do literally anything. And then you are one Katrina away from being, you know, 25%, like 25% in terms of your approval rating. Look, you're right. And, you know, by the way, I hope that we don't bail out Florida, and I hope that they have to raise property taxes instead.
Yep.
Anybody else sick of bailing Florida out?
I am.
All right.
I very much am, and I think it's insane. Every time that they like smugly are just like, well, we don't have property taxes in Florida. We have a growing economy in Florida, even though they don't anymore.
Paid too much money to Florida. I know I've spoken against that.
We really have
in the past, but
whenever
they're considering abolishing their property tax, somebody has to draw the line. But on the immigration front, let's just think.
No, could you just imagine Tucker Carlson versus Jon Stewart as a debate
about this? Very logically on timeline. They came in with the mandate. The mandate was against chaos at the border. Then they decided they had two paths. One was reportedly pushed by Tom Homan, which is we need an orderly arrest by the way, not a shrinking violet, Tom Homan. He was like, we need to use this new budget to target these criminals, and instead of doing large-scale civilian tile raids in blue states, he's like, let's just launch across the nation. We can do a few of those types of targeted actions where we need to be unimpeachable for the media. Kristi Noem, Corey Lewandowski, Stephen Miller decided in the latter to use the political coalition that they had to try and to capture the media and the public attention, and also to use it as a strategy to get people to self-deport. It did actually quite work at that. Some 250,000 people did self-deport. There are still tens of millions of people here living illegally. So at the same time, you burned your entire public reputation. Then Minneapolis happens. Minneapolis happens and is a full-scale disaster whenever it comes to public relations, which is then immediately followed by a major international crisis. So in the interim of this, it's been almost 150 days, something like that, since Minneapolis happened. Well, what happens? You see, that all of the showiness of Alligator Alcatraz and the warehouse detention centers and all this stuff, which became major political hotbed issues in the states, even where those were purchased, they're like, yeah, that's over. So what are you left with? You're basically left with an overwhelming amount of money, no strategy, and your political capital has been burned. Also, at the same time, you have come on the heels of this disastrous Iran war. Soon we will have the midterms. We will even have Republicans, I believe, in the future. Once the midterms happen and Trump is officially an actual lame duck, I'm not going to say they're going to speak out against him, but it'll be very John Cornyn-esque. Like things will start positioning for the future. Things will really start to go in a different direction. All kinds of people are going to be opening their mouths in a different direction.
Yeah.
But this is a casualty.
Well, yeah, especially if they're kind of, that doesn't solve the problem that they have, where if he does decide to kind of go after them in the next primary season, like
Taylor Greene, and then already there, John Cornyn just gave a big interview.
No matter what in 2028, whether or not, like, we don't know what's going to happen, but in a normal American political season, they would, a lot of these guys would be looking to count on his endorsement.
Where he was critical of
will it carry any water at that point?
Trump, and critical of the sycophancy and saying they're pushing people like me out of the Republican Party. So sort of like the country club type Republicans, which is he's the biggest emblem of. You'll start to see more of that. And you mentioned the warehouses, put C3 up on the screen. This was another one of those big emblems of their, grandiose plans.
Again, this is one of the easiest layups for doing like Nick Shirley type of content.
I don't remember who it was.
I have an idea.
That said they wanted to turn the deportation mechanism into like Amazon, where you had vans zipping around and people being literally warehoused in these type of facilities. And if you're going to accomplish what Stephen Miller and the rest of them want to accomplish, you would need this kind of space. To Sagar's point, so now ICE is selling a bunch of these warehouses that they had purchased. They spent $700 million on 7 warehouses. Now they're trying to get rid of them. And to your point, it was a problem in most of these were located in very rural, very Republican areas. But it became like a NIMBY thing where they're like, wait, what is this going to mean for my water bill? What is it going to mean for my wastewater treatment plant? What I'm going to have all of these people, like, what does this mean for my community? And so there was huge backlash in these places. And again, if you were
I was trying to find out the details on the
different point in the Trump administration, where they had more of a mandate and able to just sort of like bulldoze through that local public pressure, especially from fellow Republicans, then it would be a different deal. But the other thing is, all of this was half-baked to begin with. warehouses are not set up to be able to hold human beings for any period of time, just in terms of
Georgia,
what
New
would
Jersey,
be required
Utah,
in terms
Michigan,
of renovating these things. So
Pennsylvania,
it became
El
a
Paso.
complete boondoggle. And even though they have effectively all the money in the world that they could possibly want to buy these places and rehab them to, serve the purpose, et cetera, they just decided, you know what, we're not doing this. We're getting rid of this. And one more on this front with regard to immigration. Put C1B up on the screen because this just happened yesterday, and we were talking about Minneapolis and the way that genuinely did mark a huge turning point in terms of the Trump administration's approach.
Blatantly unlawful. Judge blocks DOJ subpoena aimed at Tim
on
Walz.
immigration.
Yeah.
You now have a judge blocking these DOJ subpoenas that were aimed at Tim Walz and other. I think that
they already got what they wanted out of it. Now the MAGA base is out there. Yeah, did you see Tim Walz?
Mayor Jacob Fry and some other Democratic officials in the state of Minnesota, calling them blatantly unlawful, seeing them as direct sort of political retribution. They said initiating a criminal investigation in order to harass political opponents or coerce them into taking official action, particularly official action the federal government cannot directly require those political opponents to take, is a blatantly unlawful and unethical use of the grand jury process. This was a George W. Bush appointed chief judge who,
like I said, the fact that the judiciary is still holding with this
believed, correctly so,
it's all we've got,
that the subpoenas were aimed at sort of bullying and intimidating Tim Walz into cooperating with them on what they wanted him to do with regard to immigration. And you may think like, okay, this probably would have played out regardless of what happened.
Make public housing out of those warehouses. Yeah, right. That would make sense.
Minneapolis, regardless of the strength of the Trump administration. But judges are very political creatures, and they do also put their finger in the wind and see where the public mood is and see where things are shifting. And on that note, we could put C4 up on the screen. We've got SCOTUS set to rule on a few different matters, including the Trump administration's opposition to birthright citizenship and attack on birthright citizenship.
That's the biggest
one. And it looks like in these three key rulings, two of which have to do with
you got one win today,
like who you can hire and fire, and the other one is the birthright citizenship thing.
Yeah. The hire or fire one apparently is not going to make it through this session.
It looks like in 2 out of the 3. They're going to go against Trump.
Yeah.
Mostly throughout the administration, they have kind of given Trump what he wanted. The 2 significant rulings that went against him were on Kilmer-Barraga-Garcia, where they said the way he did this was not right. And the other one was on tariffs, which I think was a huge, huge deal. He was very, very mad about the tariff ruling.
Yeah, because that was the first time that the courts kind of signaled to Trump that it's like, yeah, you don't have the power you think you do.
Now you have this set to go, 2 of 3 against him. Again, I think these are highly, highly political actors. They're not just weighing the merits of this case. They're also looking
Madam Priest, he totally knew about it because it was already being litigated.
At the public mood and how
you do understand that like all that fraud that Nick Shirley was talking about was already being litigated. It was already in the courts. He didn't really break anything.
How strong the president is and concerned about.
But you know what? I'm going to do the same thing. I just broke a story on $300 million in fraud. You want to know what's interesting about that?
Their own legitimacy and.
Yeah, it's all tax money that was wasted by ICE, and I don't see us getting it back. I don't see a refund coming. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe focus on that a little bit.
Whether or not there's going to be,
if you actually care about waste, fraud, and abuse,
some extraordinary actions taken by Trump to to go around them or pack the courts or or defy them outright. And so the fact that they feel comfortable to issue 2 rulings against him at this point, I think, is also a sign of the times.
Yep. Another, easy historical analog is FDR. Whenever the court struck down his court packing plan, he never recovered. And that's actually the first time that the Senate and a lot of the congressional Democrats and others decided to defy him. And they had to look to this public pressure. And they're like, we actually
Robert,
do.
Are you actually agreeing with her?
You have the ability.
Because I'm pretty sure that she said that tongue in cheek.
Say no to the man in the White House, which they used to call him FDR. And that was kind of a watershed moment in the history of his presidency. That's also when foreign affairs become much more important for FDR, also, for the world. But I do think you could see there. Not everything is one-to-one. I'm just pointing to, as you said, the political wins, where things go. And when you lose here, and what we're about to talk about here with affordability and with housing very specifically, you just cause yourself, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. And there were so many over the course. Iran is definitely the turning point. I think the midterms are going to be a big one. I genuinely,
we'll see.
Like modus,
we'll see.
Like the way that I'm thinking, framework-wise, for
because now I'm the alarmist. Now I'm the guy that's just like, that's if he doesn't rig the fucking election. Because, dude, the way that he keeps saying that he's not worried about it, I'm telling you right now,
Trump too.
It's sus as fuck. And now I'm going back to when he won that 2024 election, where it was just like, where he was just like, I'm not worried about it. You'll never have to vote again. Like,
this the last 2 years is just the Clinton presidency. Clinton from 98 to 2000, he lived in hell. He lived in Lewinsky hell. He could do nothing. Everything was just Congress, bitching about this, Congress calling you for this, press conference over this, just constant warfare with the congressional Republicans, with Kenneth Starr, and with all of that. People were in open revolt, and Clinton still had 60-something% approval rating, but it didn't matter because the whole political system was against him. He got literally nothing done in those 2 years. So I think that's basically what it's going to look like.
You make a good point, though, that presidents who are on the rocks with public approval and don't have political support remaining in Congress, what do? They turn to foreign policy. I mean, we already see that really with Trump. And so even after the Iran war, if it resolves here, which big question marks there, obviously, what's it going to be next? Is it going to be Cuba? Is it going to be Greenland? Is it going to be Cuba and Greenland? Is it going to be something else? I mean, I could definitely see him continuing to go in that direction because that's the area where he has the most unilateral power. And we saw the same thing with Biden and his obsession with NATO and AUKUS and all. I mean, it was partly like his declining brain, but it was also his declining power with regard to the public and any sort of political mandate.
Tale as old as time. Obama, JCPOA. It's like they all.
Well, at least he did something good with it.
No, I know, but I'm more just saying, like, when they lose
Tim Walz, you almost got there.
Their power in Congress, they just all look abroad. They're all, egomaniacs obsessed with their own legacy. So that is unfortunate, I think, for us, especially probably for Cuba. Okay, let's get to housing. Hey, if you like that video, hit the.
All right. Yes. Actually, I will hit that like button. You guys, I'm going to make one quick recommendation. Should do the same. You know what? Let's take a little palate cleanse. Let's chill. Let's talk. That was a very interesting story about Tucker Carlson finally leaving the GOP and just the broader implications. It's like 2 feet from her chin to her cleavage. Jesus. Eggery Peck, how's it going? Shit, that's actually kind of a fair observation, I guess. How you doing, man? Welcome to the show. If you guys are just joining us and have been hanging around and not liked the stream, please consider doing so. Also, this is the big ask. Follow me over on Twitch because we're going over to Twitch in a little bit. I still got an hour or two to chill here. But when I go over to Twitch, we're doing we're going to have a fun sesh. So, it's already technically labeled as such too, by the way, over there now. Hopefully we get some people that are like-minded in that regard, but smash that like button. Yes. Smash it. Smash it so hard that you almost break your console or your console. Your keyboard. Keyboard. There we go. Keyboard. All right. Oh, man. How are you guys doing? What do you guys think? Honestly, I think that Trump is, I think this is just like him doing the same thing, playing the markets, and this is the closest he's gotten to actually getting an end to the conflict. And like, he can't go 24 hours without making a threat. Like, that's what's really crazy. Can't you do Twitch and YouTube at the same time? Yeah, I can. No, so Eggery, the whole thing is I'm covering stuff that I cannot cover on YouTube. Because YouTube has the TOS like thing where like there's certain things that are not covered under fair use, but on Twitch it doesn't matter. So like Jubilee's videos, I cannot I already applied. I tried to get them to give me the go ahead to use their videos. They did not. They ghosted my ass on that one. Guess I'm not big enough, whatever. So yeah, I watch the Jubilee videos over on Twitch, and then I have open smoke sessions over there where I don't have to step off cam, if you know what I'm saying. So it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be just like, as I said, quick hour, maybe 2. We're gonna hang. I'm excited for it, guys. Like, honestly, I need this. I just need it. I have a special debut coming up too, where when we do make our way over to the Twitch, we are you guys get to see my 3-footer. Yeah, like it's a proper 3-footer. So Jubilee, the X-Men that shoots fireworks out of her ass. I mean, it's out of her hands, but sure. You can't smoke on cam. No, I cannot. Not on YouTube. Not on YouTube, because I want to, like, the thing is, technically, I can, like, even this is still, I don't like playing with games with it, so, no. I'm going to just say no. You got a 2-footer? Nice, nice. Yeah, my Zong is technically, when, like, if you were to account for actual smoking space, it's about 2 feet long. Yeah, the Zong is also going to be there. Yeah, I get to, like, actually chill. Like, I'm going to bring out my little tray, and you guys get to, you know, the dog cam will actually be the 420 cam. So that's also, yeah, it's going to be fun, guys. Like I said, I'm excited for it. So if you guys want to come and just have a hang, it's going to be awesome. I've got a Rick and Morty one. Nice! Hell yeah. Yeah, I got a few really nice pieces. So there's a artist named Bear Claw. I have 2 original Bear Claws. One of them is a large water pipe. Actually, I should probably go get that one too. I should actually, like, you know, I could put like a little corner or something together where I just have like a table or something that I can put these on. Yeah, keep them down here. Yeah, it's not like my cat. You know, it's one of those things. Like, I don't have kids, so like, why? What am I doing? You know, as long as I can just lock it, like, you know, lock it up. That's like my big thing, is like making sure that, you know, I can have like the vases out when I have company, but every once in a while, like if the nephew comes over, it's like, no. This goes into a closed space, and it's not even because I don't need you asking questions. It's because if you break that, I'm going to be pissed. So, what the hell are peptides? Those are people that watch my show and also Smoke a Tide Pod show. Those are the peptides. So if you're a fan of Smoke a Tide Pod over on Twitch, which if you guys have not checked him out, you should. He is a homie of the show. Yeah, you guys will be peptides. Actually, that's funny. I'm going to bring that up to him. I haven't been on a show in a while, and he hasn't been on mine in a while. So yeah, you know what? It's time to collab. I have not seen Smoke in a while. If you guys don't know, Smoke a Tide Pod, legit, like, he's one of the first guys that has a little bit of a bigger channel than me, you know? He's a Twitch creator that just does fun stuff. Doesn't really engage in politics as far as, like, on stream or any of that. He's got his opinions, but, yeah, he just, he's a chill-ass guy. Show and tell on Twitch, yeah, pretty much. What up, DJX? How's it going, dude? And what up, folks? Yes, what up, folks? When are we switching over? I just got home. Well, I'm glad that you just popped on over there. So let's see. About an hour and a half? Yeah, just about an hour and a half. What are the peptides I keep hearing about? A supplement? Or if you're actually asking what peptides are, I have no idea. I got no idea. It's one of them things, like, I hear, like, yeah, keto peptides and whatever. Like, apparently it's, like, something in food. Kind of like when you learn about, you know, what's that thing in Gatorade? Electrolytes. What's that thing in Gatorade? The thing that, hydrates you? Super hydration? Yeah, super hydration. Yeah, I don't know how you talk about politics every day. It's got to be exhausting. Yeah. Yesterday was definitely a symptom of that. I will admit that. Because usually, I've kind of talked about this. Talking politics is kind of like an escape for me because I've got like so much shit going on in my life that like the politics stuff, it's just another thing that, okay. But yesterday was kind of like the existential bit where it was like, oh, this is going to affect me and this is going to affect all of us. And this sucks. This really sucks. Them coming after leftists like that is something that, theoretically I should probably care about more. But realistically, I'm giving it to God, guys. I'm doing the thing. I give it to God. He's giving me the strength, or it's she, whoever, whatever, is giving me the strength to just acknowledge that I can't control it and there's nothing I can do about it. There's like, I can go out there and protest. I can, be part of like the like-minded community and I can do what I'm doing here. Like, this is what I'm good at. Like, this is my strength. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to be silenced. So I don't really know how to do Twitch. Robert, it's actually not that hard, man. So when I give you this link, all you got to do is click it. And then when I go live, wait, I'm live over there now. Yeah, wait, you can just click on the live and you can just hang there, like in the background, or you could just save the link. I keep forgetting that you can do that. Yeah, I'm gonna just tell you, like, as somebody who's got a little bit of boomer in him, as far as just, I got that older, I'll call it the older millennial. I got the elder millennial in me where I'm just like, what is this Twitter? And Twitch. What is the Twitch? I don't know how this works. So yeah, just go click on that Twitch link and it should take you right to my page. And yeah, you should be able to follow me, or just hang out for the stream. It's pretty easy. I struggle too. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It is not the easiest thing to navigate, because once you get to that homepage, it's really, really, especially if you're on a PC, it's daunting. Because, like, dude, you see all like those little like circles, and then it takes you to the fucking first one that you see, which is usually iShowSpeed or some fucking dipshit like that, and you're just like, PepTalks, where is he? Oh, is he live? Okay, cool. And then it asks you if you want to sign up for your own account, which I do recommend, doing just in case. It's easy. Like, who cares? It usually ties to your Amazon account. And when it does, it will give you if you have Amazon Prime, do not forget that you guys have a free $5 from Amazon Prime that you guys could, if you have nowhere else that's going, I'm your guy. Hey, that would really help me out a lot. So do not be shy with the subs. I don't blame you. I would never waste my limited time on earth protesting whatever the righteous cause of the week is. Just saying. It's not about necessarily all that. Like, remember, it's about community. Like, there is something to be said about, numbers and just being like, oh shit, thank you for that, DJX. Fucking A. Hey, look at that. DJX just became a sub over on Twitch. That is fucking awesome. Thank you, dude. I really, really appreciate that. Solid. Hell yeah. Burn one for that. Actually, hold on. Wait. We got 2 minutes. Boom. I primed it on Twitch. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much, dude. For real. I mean, that means a lot to me because that helps. Like, that helps me with Twitch. Like, I'm going to just say this much. Twitch, as far as like the payouts, it's okay. But realistically, I gotta say, I actually like the interface. Once you get used to it, I love the emotes. Like, dude, my emotes rule. Yeah, there you go. There's one of them. I like my PepTalks one. You got that one. You got Stan. You got fucking Stan as an emote. Like, come on, it's awesome. Eric, what's up, Eric M? How you doing, man? Thank you for popping by today. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys are just joining us. Also, if you guys are hanging in the horizontal chat over on YouTube, how you doing? So I finally was able to kind of integrate the other YouTube chat. So what I'm gonna start doing is actually I'm gonna go back to doing this on the horizontal or on the vertical. We're gonna start bringing the chat back. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. You can actually read it now. So yeah, we're gonna start mixing the chats again. It's happening. Because yeah, right now as it stands, I have 3, technically 4 streams going out. The only nice part is that over on Twitch, it's awesome. DJX, you can confirm this. You can switch it. Like, dude, just turn your screen. It fucking works, man. It works. Wow, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's like, dude, like when you're watching a vertical and then you go to horizontal, it's just like, boom, and it works. It's What's up, Name? How you doing, man? Doing my drive-by, well wishes. You know what? I appreciate the fact that you come in here as often as you do. Kind of remind me that we don't necessarily agree, but I appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? It's time! All right. Happy Pacific Island time? Appreciate the stream, bro, but also thanks for not being
Madam Priest, $9.99. Appreciate the stream, bro. Also, thanks for not being a lame when people like me troll you every now and again.
No. Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's actually a very nice compliment. Also, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Speaking of, let's update the goal. Oh, shit. I just realized that we're at 350. We're at 350. Look at that. Getting so close. Yeah, just so you guys know that this is the actual, like, weekly goal that I'm trying to make. Like, if I can do 500 a week, that'd be great. Yeah, but I also know, like, come on. Gotta grow for that one. Hello, unapologetic pothead. Hello, repentant man. Hello, the crummiest of crumb bums who likes to just be a Buzz. You're Buzz Killington. Actually, that should be your screen name, is just Buzz Killington. God, I would respect you for that. I don't respect you for much, but I'd respect you for that. Calling and protesting the righteous causes of the week really downplays how ongoing and important these issues are being protested are and shows the lack of understanding this person has. It's okay. Like, Sylvie, I'm not trying to get, like, bent out of shape about it, because realistically, it's just like their opinion, man. Like, and it's fine. Like, it's fine. Sleepy, Clinsepi, or Kinsley, haha, there we go. Kinsley PE, wow, you're on all day, great. Yeah, I do kind of, I stream a lot. I do stream a lot. Kinsley, Kinsley, if you have not already subbed, please do. And also hit the like button on the stream, it does really help me out, but I appreciate you being here, Kingsley. Okay, I got it, Kingsley. Yeah, no, I do long form streams. Like I love doing this. Love to entertain you folks, love to chat, love to just kind of hang. Trying to, like, honestly, if I can make an impact on some people's lives and just show them that the internet doesn't have to be this fucking lonely, awful place where even discussing politics, like, we can be chill, we can have fun, you know? Like, it's not enough out there, man. There's not enough content out there like that. So, and I care because done playing this stuff happens all the time. And what makes it spread? It makes more people believe that the protests aren't important. Yes, okay, then that's fair. And yeah, we should. Okay. Yeah. Wow. That was genuinely sad that you had to go there, Mr. Buzz Killington. That sucks. But no, okay, so this is where I'll say it, and I'll reiterate my original point. It is important because it does remind you that you have a community out there. Dave's Hot Chicken, I love that fucking place. We just recently got one not too far from us. That's one I do have to, like, usually either DoorDash or I, like, got to drive for. Wasn't lucky enough to have it, like, right outside our house, but yeah, man. I like Dave's Hot Chicken. Anyway, you got me stun locking there. You can have your feelings all you want, but I will always be vocal. No, totally. And that's where I'm saying, like, I'm saying that they can have their feelings, but this is where I'm going to just vocalize mine and say, no, you don't denigrate people out, like, going out there, you know, finding solidarity in a cause that realistically, I mean, the part that is kind of shitty is, like, the whatever of the week. I mean, realistically, the ICE protests have been, you know, ongoing and for a while now. So, like, anything outside, like Delaney Hall in New Jersey, like, yeah, I don't know. I think that's a little unfair. What's the topic? I'm not really going on a topic right now. We just wrapped up talking about the Tucker Carlson leaving the GOP. We're going to talk about CoffeeZilla's investigation into bricks and minifigs. Then I have Why Some Creators Fade and Others Quietly Win by Philip DeFranco, which is honestly something I listened to, like, the first minute of, then realized that I really want to listen to that here with you guys because it kind of speaks to one of the issues I was having recently. And then I have Racist Father and Daughter Go Crazy on Cops. And see, I don't really do much on UFOs because I'll be honest, Kinsley, I don't have an interesting opinion on them. I think that aliens is just a whole bunch of, like, technology that the government was developing that we just don't understand, or just phenomena that, you know, we don't understand. Like, we can barely, like, dude, you understand that we do not see, like, a whole bunch of, like, shit around us as far as, like, you know, color spectrum and just, like, the sound, like, the fucking sound barrier, like, all of it. But yeah, I don't do a lot of that. I do kind of delve into conspiracies a little bit, like, as far as, like, the political conspiracies, stuff like that, but I'm not, like, a rabbit holer, so I mean, I'm interested in what you got to say about it. I am, you know, I always do like to get some people's opinions on stuff like that, but yeah. If you get pineapple slices and put cinnamon on them and then put them on the barbecue, oh my mamma mia, talk about a treat. Ooh, hell yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, no. It's not like I avoid it, you know. Esoterica is not Pep's forte. Kinda. Yeah. It's not that it's not my forte, it's just that it's like, I don't want to get pigeonholed. And, like, that's one thing that sucks about, like, doing that type of content, is it pigeonholes you fast. Like, so fast. I don't want that. Like, I'll do, like, I would gladly have people that are interested in that stuff here and, like, talk about it, like, more, like, spread out, but I don't want to focus all my content on that. The same way that I try not to focus all my content on politics. Like, I do really, like, try to break it up and talk about random shit too, so. True, but Brandon Sutton run it like a beast. Well, no, that's the thing. Brandon Sutton's also very good at it. He's very interested in it. Doesn't Sutton live in a different country too? Somebody brought that up, where they're like, he lives in a different country, so technically, like, he's on in the morning when he's also technically streaming in the middle of the day. I was like, oh, that would have been fucking awesome. But whatever. Being a conspiracy theory creator is what makes cult leaders. Yep. Yeah, you do want to be careful with that shit. You really do. Yeah, that's also very true. Would you rather join the circus or carnival? Well, carnival is It depends on what I'm doing in the circus. It's chill as fuck in here. Hell yeah. That's what I go for, man. This is why I take these little breathers where we can just kind of chill and bring in some new people and just kind of, move on. I see that people already moved on back over here from the Twitch. Just so you guys know, yes, like I do. When I go live over there, what's going to happen is I'm just going to end the streams over on YouTube, and we're just going to keep that one running. So once stream ends over on YouTube, you guys can head right on over. I'm not going to be able to raid, though, so anybody that's used to, like, the YouTube raids now, where you guys just got kind of follow whatever channel I raid into, that is not going to happen, so. Besides, UAPs are just humans from the future anyway. I actually believe in that theory a lot more than, like, aliens. I actually believe in extra-dimensional theory way, way more, because that tracks. Like, think about it. Like, like, if they develop technology that are actually, like, can time travel, yeah, that's what would happen. Yes. No, see? All right. So. Over. Yeah, Kinsley, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be hopping on over to Twitch. I have my Twitch that runs simultaneously to this stream. It is live right now, so if you want to head on over there, at least hit that, follow or sub button. And, yeah. What's my stream called on Twitch? PepTalks TV. At PepTalks TV. I made it that easy. Like, I'm at PepTalks TV everywhere. If you look up that name, you'll find me. And it'll have my icon. It's the same everywhere. I at least was smart enough to do that. But yeah. Once I move over there, it's literally just going to be like, if you think this is chill, it's going to be chill. Like, I can't wait. I don't know what it's called. The Twitching Pepper. I mean, it's called the same thing. Right now, it's just Trump threatens Iran. Like, it's my title. I don't know. Time is just an illusion created by expansion and perception. It's not something you can really actually manipulate back and forth as far as I've seen. No. Although, I don't know. I don't see how time travel could be possible. Well, that's the thing. If we could, then technically, I think you'd be in a different project. You know what I mean? I mean, for my sci-fi brain, I do get it. Like, I get the two... like, my favorite thing about time travel is, like, the way that they break it down, like, in Avengers, where it's just like, okay, is this, like, Back to the Future time travel, where it's like, every time that you travel in time, you're always creating a new future, and you will never be able to go back to that set time in the past, because you're creating the new past in that future. Like, whoa, that's crazy. Thoughts on Groypers? Ask me anything. I mean, this isn't really it. You know what? You get a freebie since I think this is your... I think I recognize you, but this is your first chat of the day. All right, so if you guys are looking to do an AMA, that is where I do recommend, don't throw a donation in there, but it's okay. Thoughts on Groypers? Groypers are let's see. I think that there's the subsection of them that are young men that watch, like, they give into their, like, the cringe of being a teenager. But then the 20-something to 30-something-year-old Groypers, the ones that know better, yeah, those are the ones where I'm just like, oh, fuck, you guys really suck. I hate the fact that they're the ones influencing, like, these shitheads, too. Like, realistically, Groypers are just teaching young men to give into their, like, baser impulses that are very, very bad for them. So, and if human bodies were in zero grav for a couple generations, we would look like what grays are documented to supposedly looking like. From my understanding, that is kind of the case. I know that we would start looking different, like we would grow taller. Yeah, like actually The Expanse, they cover that, because like there's there's the Earthlings, the Martians that live on Mars, and then there's the Belters that live in the belt in between Jupiter. So the Belters, they are way taller because of the way that gravity like affects them, and yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. To become powerful, and it's working? I don't think so. It's not working. Like if you look at the way that young men are right now, they're not powerful. None of them are. They all blame, like they're all little bitches. They blame everybody else for their fucking, like, their position in life. That's not powerful. That's actually like the biggest sign of weakness I've ever seen. The way that they all blame women, they blame fucking the power structure. Like everything is against. It's all against the white man. Oh, it's all against whitey. Like, yeah, fuck you. No, it's not. You want to talk about power? Power is like knowing that like you have the one up, and that you know, as the white dude that has the one up, you know, you start using that to help other people. That's power. This other concept of power, where it's just all about money and fucking influence, that already tells me that it's like, all right. It's the ruling class that has made them less powerful, but their struggle for power is redirected at women instead. Yep. Well said. Okay, wealth transfer at the IPO. That's right. Yeah, we got to watch this. Here, More Perfect Union did a really good piece on the SpaceX IPO and how they just totally they did a rug pull.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff. To see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be,
and a lot of people bought into it,
the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me
Isn't that awesome?
are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to people.
Bag holders, IPO, valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to. But you don't need a finance degree to understand.
No.
You need 10 minutes.
And the biggest problem is, like, a lot of people that have, like, Fidelity accounts or any of that immediately got sold shares into the SpaceX IPO.
The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of. Index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence.
Yes. They literally, the biggest thing that they took from crypto was just like, wait, we could do this on a large scale with actual money? Huh.
What we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
Here's how the scheme works and what you can do about it.
So are there really 3 hours of questions? Or has it? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I have to be careful about saying things about companies that might go public. You know,
that's never been a problem for you, Elon.
you can't hype companies that might go public.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money. Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion, most of it from Starlink and government contracts. But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple. Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company.
I just love how they can do this too, where it's just like they'll sit here and they'll also freak out about, like I kind of brought up Doge, where I was just like, Doge is the equivalent of finding, like going around your house and searching for hours and hours for, for some money, and you only turn up with 10 cents. But you're just like, look at how much I found. I'm rich now.
So we merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket ship company.
They want to break the stock markets, and they're doing a good job of doing it.
XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet. According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If assuming my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
Yeah.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's
you got 4 hours.
Google, and Andreessen Horowitz.
That's what I get for sleeping. Won't do that again.
SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people, you get 10%.
10%, yeah.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts.
Yeah.
And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well,
So
you
they
sell
dump
it
it
to
on us.
professional investors who don't know any better.
And we're going to be left
If
holding
people
this
want to
bag.
invest in SpaceX's IPO, that's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How?
Indexes.
funds.
Yeah.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something
By the way,
that
guys,
lines...
I hope that I'm kind of giving a little insight here. I know about this stuff, and I don't fucks with the stock market because I've seen what it does.
Pockets of ordinary people.
It's the
and
reason I
not
don't gamble either.
Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. A fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to buy shares. Not because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Yeah. Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market, in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them.
One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. Remember when Doge was caused to protest against saving our democracy? How is it saving our democracy? This is literally them robbing us. Madam Priest, I think that you're kind of showing just how stupid you are.
NASDAQ's index.
Like, really? Like
rules. SpaceX isn't eligible.
Yes, the protest was because most people saw exactly what was happening and that Elon Musk was robbing our treasury to pay himself. And honestly, all the damage he caused ended up costing us more How is that saving democracy?
eligible to be included in
Like, I understand that you're trying to troll, but you're kind of just trolling yourself with this one. Like you're picking everything that kind of, I don't know, blew up in even MAGA's face, and you're just like, yeah, it totally worked.
NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a
Okay.
year. It's called seasoning.
Go ahead and run with that one. See how far. Let's just see how good that treats you.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of having it trade publicly for a while. Public markets tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments, novel.
Common right-wing cell phone. Yeah, they're pretty good at that.
Sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space. If Musk could change that rule, he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed their rules. This document outlines the proposed changes to the NASDAQ 100 index. The most important, a fast entry rule. If a huge company goes public,
Yeah, these
it
guys
gets
are saying what I was about
the
to.
index in 15 trading days. No seasoning. There was a public comment period. Wall Street was for it. They say companies are more mature now, and these changes allow the index to better represent the market. The opposition came from regular investors concerned about buying unproven companies at high prices. But the rule change isn't the goal. The goal is what the rule change enables, a plan with 4 different steps. Like everything, the price of a stock is based on supply and demand. How do you increase the price? 1. Artificial scarcity. Most IPOs offer 15 to 20% of their shares to the public. SpaceX, less than 5.
2. Of those shares, retail investors get 30%, or up to 3 times the normal allocation. Remember, Main Street over Wall Street.
Combined, a bunch of demand and a small supply. That means a higher than normal price. 3. 15 trading days after the IPO, SpaceX enters the NASDAQ 100. Any index fund tracking the NASDAQ 100 now has to buy SpaceX.
You have this wall of money coming from index funds that it has to buy no matter what the price.
Turbocharging the price. Step 4, let early investors cash out. There are restrictions on this, a lockup period. Same idea as seasoning. The people who know the most aren't allowed to sell until the market has had time to actually figure out what the stock is worth.
According to SpaceX's own IPO filing, Elon has to wait a year. But some early investors can begin cashing out before the standard 180 days.
Jesus.
The people buying as the price rises,
I guess Donald Trump's on there.
retirement savers, through index funds.
The people selling? If history is any guide, the original SpaceX, Twitter, and XAI investors.
I like to stay optimistic when I can, but the setup there is for some pretty abusive market manipulation. Legal, probably. Ethical, doubtful. And in fact, absolutely not.
None of this works without NASDAQ changing the rules. Musk made sure there was an incentive to do so.
NASDAQ is both an index provider and an exchange.
Ben Schifrin spent 18 years at the Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees the stock market.
So bad.
You know, it kind of used to be the case that the exchange wasn't really supposed to be this for-profit money-making entity, but now it is.
2 stock exchanges compete for every major listing, New York and NASDAQ.
For the NASDAQ stock exchange, having SpaceX is a big win. You want big, prestigious tech companies to go public there, and the New York Stock Exchange wants them to go public on the New York Stock Exchange.
SpaceX was the prize. Musk knew it. According to Reuters, Musk conditioned where SpaceX would list on one thing: fast-track SpaceX into their major index.
It's all gravy for NASDAQ.
SpaceX pays NASDAQ to list their stock. The real money is somewhere else.
All the data and trading fees that they then sell over time year after year to other trading firms, to asset managers.
NASDAQ changed a rule that shapes trillions of dollars in retirement savings. No regulator approved it.
If an index wants to change how it's going to include certain stocks in that particular index, that is not something that has to be approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Upwards of $30 trillion is being directed by a process that's effectively self-regulated.
I think at some point we are going to have to say that these are incredibly influential investment advisors in practice, and they should be regulated and supervised accordingly.
Because it's not just SpaceX or NASDAQ.
How come AI doesn't actually take day traders' jobs? That's kind of weird. Like, since these guys are so invested in it, why wouldn't they be comfortable with developing something that could replace them?
You can see how,
odd.
One index provider getting the ball.
Because I just saw that spreadsheet. It's all just decimals and numbers. Like, honestly, I think that AI could probably figure this out a lot better than humans.
Polling would perhaps lead other index providers to follow.
You've probably heard of the S&P 500.
Just
it's
ask
the most
questions.
powerful index in the world. Bloomberg reported the S&P is considering its own version of what NASDAQ just did. They'd shorten the seasoning period, and they'd let the largest companies in without ever showing a profit. The reason isn't a mystery. OpenAI and Anthropic are both expected to go public this year at massive valuations. Neither is profitable. There's no regulator watching.
Nope.
The only check is the index providers.
And when they do, this is, I mean, dude, this is what everybody's been saying. This could cause a fucking global depression. And the bitch of this is, there's no getting out of this one.
Own internal comment process.
This would reshape
NASDAQ
the
just
entire
ran one of
fucking,
those.
like, our entire economy.
When I asked NASDAQ if the change was made because SpaceX demanded it, and if there's a conflict of interest
I
in
do
being
not
both an
want that to
exchange
happen,
and an
despite what
index
some
provider.
dipshits online
NASDAQ
say.
never answered the conflict of interest question, but did say that the rule change reflects how markets have evolved. The consultation, they said, followed industry standards. The S&P is running the same playbook on the biggest index in the world. Their comment period is open. It closes in early June. Anyone can submit a comment, including you. If you liked what you saw, please like and subscribe. And if you have ideas for future coverage, please leave them in the comments.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Philly D. It's almost like Philip DeFranco understood exactly where I was yesterday. So if you guys were here, I did kind of have like this, like I had a moment. Beef Torque Hunk. When is the AI bubble gonna pop? I want to know. I mean, it's nobody knows the fucking answer, dude. Like nobody has like the final answer, but everybody that has done any amount of, analyzing stocks and just the, the ebbs and flows of the economy, where we're at with, inflation and just the, global political atmosphere. Yeah. The only thing maintaining our stock market is these AI stocks, which are all overinflated. And it's all because, like, these guys, there's no regulation on them. Like, dude, they're literally turning the stock market into the Bitcoin market, like I was saying. But whatever, guys. Get your bag. I don't care. You crashed out, bro. Yeah, no, I had a moment where I was just fucking kind of over everything. Honestly, Madam Priest, if you don't watch your shit, you want to see a crash out? Yeah. Just remember, it's a privilege to be here. You don't have the right to be here.
And tell yourself you will overcome. If you are defeated once and tell yourself you will overcome, but carry on as before.
But this will help.
Know in the end, you'll be so ill and weakened that eventually you won't even notice your mistake and will begin to rationalize your behavior. Right? It's been said that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. Yet that is exactly what most people do. They tell themselves, today I won't get angry. Today I won't gorge myself. But they don't actually do anything differently. They try the same routine and hope it'll work this time. Hope is not a strategy. Failure is a part of life we have little choice over. Learning from failure, on the other hand, is optional. We have to choose to learn. We must consciously opt to do things differently, to tweak and change until we actually get the result we're after. But that's hard. Sticking with the same unsuccessful pattern is easy. It doesn't take any thought or any additional effort, which is probably why most people do it. So you've heard this line before, right? Everyone has heard this line before. The definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And you'll end up seeing kind of two main problems with people with this. One, they kind of throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? A person fails trying this specific thing, and rather than trying to learn from that and do that specific thing better on the next go around, they just switch to completely different category. Or what you end up seeing more often are people knowing these lessons, like a lot of things to make your life better, but it's uncomfortable. Most people will naturally gravitate towards what is the easiest thing, what's the most comfortable. And the system and society, it is built to embrace that. The system is fine with you doing the same comfortable thing.
That's why I kept bringing up like how these AI slop channels, like they just
over and over, right?
And they get fucking rewarded for it.
For society, for the people that can.
So how do you cover that one, Phil?
The system, they love a predictable person because a predictable person is easy. They are easy to sort, they are easy to sell to, and they are so easy to replace. And understand,
that's why that's why he chose Republicans, is because you're so easy to manipulate.
And family, Nobody loves you. The algorithm doesn't love you. Your boss doesn't love you. They will more often than not swap you with newer, cheaper faces tomorrow like that. Comfort is a trap that the people who have power will love for you to walk into. And I'm saying this to you as I'm also in the center of this situation right now. I've been doing my job one way or another for the last 20 years. I just shot that video on the Mr. Beast channel where you had, 49 other so-called YouTube legends. Some people I came up alongside, some after me, but you're in that room and it is hard not to immediately compare yourself. Some of them are winning out front. Some of them are quietly winning. There were people in that room that I think just closed 8, 9-figure deals. Right? People you wouldn't think. And then also you have just people that at their peak, they seemed untouchable. People that I would have bet the house on, they're just going on and on, but their career's not in that same place. But the world kind of moved on without them. And I do kind of keep landing on the same difference. A number of the ones who faded kind of just consistently did the same thing over and over again, but ultimately, as inevitably will happen, the ground moved and then they didn't move along with it. But then you also had people that chased every single trend and they kind of lost what made them. And then more often than not, the people that had what I saw at least as success were people that kind of kept the core the same, but they changed the costume. And the thing is, if you've watched my main channel over the years, you could kind of see my channel playing out in one
No
of
support
three
for AI? Fuck no.
ways, really. And so then, it gets uncomfortable for me because I, of course, have to then not just look out, but look inward. And to a certain degree, I've kind of done the same thing for the past 20 years. So then I'm thinking, am I also a cautionary tale? And after sitting with myself for a while, I thought, no, but there is a risk. Right? Because what today's lesson and maybe warning is about failing and then rationalizing it. What I do, it works, right? Sitting in that chair, it works. But it is important to change and tweak things around it. Right? So whether it's realizing short form is incredibly important and jumping on it early, even though it might be cringe, that was important. Trying to bring up new or different talent, open up other channels, did that to certain degrees. SourceFed nerd, that was like a part of, I don't even know how many people's childhoods. Also then bringing people on for interviews, then seeing what I loved about that, starting a podcast with my buddy Alex Perlman, right? Keeping it fun and interesting for me, getting something for people that watch me, and also maybe, expanding from there. And then also part of the reason I'm thinking about this is on Thursday, I'm going to VidCon, which again is another thing that I would normally say no to these days, but this has been my year of yes and putting myself back out there, and I'm gonna be accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award, right? So I've been doing this for 20 years, I'm gonna get this thing to hold, but honestly, I do have mixed feelings about it. I'm getting a Lifetime Achievement Award at 40 years old. It almost feels like I'm going
Jesus,
to my
we're the same age?
own wake, that there's a eulogy. Thanks for the memories, here's your award, make some room. But I reject that kind of thinking, fuck that kind of thinking. I mean, I'll take the trophy, but I'm not done. I'm seeing this as more of a checkpoint rather than the finish line. Especially because a lot of people will look at me, whether they know what I do online or they're just kind of a random person and they see the things I have in my life, but I'm still a person that is figuring things out, whether it be about the platforms and the algorithms or just who I am in my life. And for a long time, that uncertainty felt horrible, but it's really not. It is a step up. The day that I'm certain, the day that I think I got it figured out is the day that I stop looking at how the ground is shifting. Discomfort is so fucking important. And again, that's a thing.
And you know what? I'm so glad that he made this video because goddamn,
that I want my
he's cooking and the timing for me, cathartic.
My kids to see. I don't want them to see me getting a Lifetime Achievement Award, doing a thing and then just kind of coasting. I want them to see someone that is hungry, that is trying, that can fail, but then gets up and continues. Or being a little lost after you fell down or you stumbled, that's not a weakness. That is proof that you're still in this game. So yeah, understand, same thing, different result. That's not a strategy, but neither is torching the thing that is working. Try, fail, keep the core, rebuild the rest. Never stop trying, because not trying is failing.
Well, the core is me, so that ain't going nowhere. That's that is the benefit of making yourself like kind of the personality-based thing. Now, like I said, I can shift how much I cover politics or any of that stuff, but like, he kind of, it was funny when he was talking about interviews, I was like,
But also learn, because whether it's me, whether it's you, it's not game over. It's
honestly, his ascendancy is very refreshing. Hell yeah, it is. No, and like the fact that he's taking the time to kind of like put that out there where he's, almost giving like a nice little talk to some of us out there, because like, damn, it's like I would swear that he saw my fucking crash out yesterday and was just like, hey there, you know what, kid, I think I get it, man. I get it. Like, yeah, you got it pretty hard, man. So, all right. But yeah, it's also nice just having some positivity, man. Like, God, there's just so much shit that focuses on the negative and focuses on all the like, just all of it. Like they focus on the bullshit. And that's what sells. All right, former CIA agent, racist dad. How many does this guy have? Oh, excuse me. Okay, sorry guys, I gotta make an adjustment here. Could have sworn I had this pulled up. I must have exited. Shit, did it go? Oh shit, Kornacki's on. Let's try it. Let's check out the Kornacki.
Slowed to Maryland. A halt in Maryland 6. Man, they came fast and furious. Really, it really left us with a cliffhanger here. 55 seconds. All right, I'm going to actually take a little bit of water is what I'm going to do. Because I'm anticipating I can drink out of this.
Y'all, so he just did something that's kind of refreshing. Okay. I ain't gonna lie. Here. We gotta go back just a second.
With a
here, check out what he does with the water.
55 seconds. All right, I'm gonna actually take a little bit of water is what I'm gonna do.
Okay, so here he takes his metal, the plastic into the metal. Just drink out of the fucking water bottle, dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and come back for the Twitch stream. Yeah, I will see you. I will see you there. Yeah, just you're not gonna get a warning or anything for that. So just kind of, I don't know, keep the Twitch on in the background or something.
30 seconds. Get your bets in, folks. The polls are about to close.
For where? New York?
Oh, I shouldn't say that. People actually do bet on these things now. They got those markets, right? Jeez. All right.
Seeing his little candid moments here is kind of funny.
New York 21. We won't lose sight of. All right, I will flip over. Maryland, you got 10 seconds. I'm going to flip as soon as this goes to 0. I'm flipping. And these, it's New York City results.
We're edging over here, Steve.
They come in one district, they'll be there for all of them. 4, 3, 2, 1. 9 o'clock Eastern, folks. Polls are now closed in New York.
Oh, wait.
A host of congressional races here, Democratic congressional primaries in New York City, other high-stakes House primaries across the state. Polls now closed for all of those races. And again, we expect,
about an hour.
on the way this went last year, the New York City districts could...
I mean, we're going to do the 4-2-0 here.
If it's the way it went last year, will report out a ton of vote within the next minute or two. And again, if you see it in one district in New York City, you're going to see it in every district because this is being reported out by the city. So if it hits one, it hits all.
Bless you.
And so again, we can leave it here. And I think if you know, whichever one we're on, we'll know for all of them as soon as it lights up. We're on the 7th district here. Why did I pick this one? Why don't we go to the 10th?
Why do you
because this is the one that's just the clearest stakes here. This is an incumbent member of Congress. We know going in all the reasons why Dan Goldman is in real trouble here. It would be, look, it'd be a massive surprise if the number that comes out
Any
here
DSA candidates in New York?
is not a big advantage for Lander over Goldman. Right off the bat, it would be a very big surprise, but let's see. And again, the minute that
when are we moving to Twitch?
Up,
all right, yeah, I should probably
we've hit 9:01.
This down. Let's get a final
the
time.
minute that lights up, the others start to light up. So, Adam, we made it to 9:01.
I think on the half hour is when I want to go.
Maryland 6.
I have an eye on Maryland 6. I have an eye on all these New York results. Nothing, no updates. Oh, we are getting some updates. We got an update in 13.
Look, here it is. Okay, it's coming. Here it is, folks. Okay, wow.
Lander,
we just got
holy
a
shit.
third of the vote. This is New York City. We're going to go through them all. Bear with me. We'll do them pretty quick. A third of the vote in the 10th district in New York City. The incumbent Democrat.
Okay, so New York is likely going to go all against incumbents.
Dan Goldman.
That's like the vibe in Chicago, too. Anybody that's an incumbent, oh, man.
Trailing, being clobbered by his opponent, Brad Lander, endorsed by Zohran Mamdani, a 24-point margin. That's pretty overwhelming. The only question would be, theoretically, if the election day vote were somehow Goldman plus, like, you know, 15, 20 points. It would take something massive for him to reverse that. This means we're getting it elsewhere. Let's take a look at the other incumbent who we said might be in some trouble, right? Might be in some trouble right here. The 13th district. Holy cow, look at this. We're getting the early vote here in the 13th district.
76
Daria Liza
people
Avila
are
Chevalier,
the difference right now. Damn.
DSA candidate endorsed by Mamdani.
Nice.
She leads it.
Dude.
That count over Espaillat by
All right, this is a good one to watch.
0.4 of 1 point. Look at that in the 13th district. We'll pick that up in a second. We want to go through the rest of them. We want to go through the 7th congressional district right here. We've got the early vote again. This is Queens and Brooklyn. This was the most pro-Mamdani congressional district in New York City in last year's Democratic primary. And look at that. His candidate, the candidate he endorsed, DSA-aligned Claire Valdez, a state legislator with a 13-point advantage over the borough president, the Brooklyn borough president. Again, that's the early vote right there. That means we'll also have big chunk of early vote right here.
Hell
the
yeah.
12th congressional district. Here we go. About 41% of all the vote was just reported out. And there
Damn,
it is.
dude,
As we
all
said,
these incumbents are
two
just
candidates,
getting
it was
tossed.
expected that they had separated themselves
Hell
from the
yeah.
rest of the pack. They've done just that. Micah Lasher, he's a state legislator from the Upper West Side who is running with the endorsement of Jerry Nadler, the outgoing, long-serving Democrat.
Okay.
Nadler has
that one.
endorsed Lasher in this race. Lasher leading Alex Borres, a state
That
legislator
one's
from the Upper
technically,
East Side in this
status
district.
quo
An
still.
8-point advantage, nearly 4,000 votes for Lasher. That's a significant advantage for him. It would have to be a very, very big reversal in the election day vote there for Borres. So we just got hit with a ton. I want to make sure we didn't get anything. We didn't get anything upstate yet.
All right, so here's the plan. We're going to go on the half hour. So at 8:30 my time here in the Central Time Zone, we're going to head on over to Twitch.
In the 21st Congressional District. So let's go right back down here and try to break down what we just saw. And I think this is the place to start. So 26% of the vote, and it's the early vote. And again, this would be a very big upset if Chevalier were to win this. The question that immediately comes up, though, and I want to get a handy chart out that I should have written out, but this is in my notes, so bear with me. We know from 2025 that Mamdani did well with that early vote, with this first update.
All right,
the
that's
election
actually
day
this
vote,
is
okay. The folks going out to vote today.
Yeah.
That's what's going to
Taking a
be
look at
added
who,
in here. I
like what
think
county
there's
was
some
it with
expectation
Mamdani?
that Espaillat will do better with that. Then there's also
good way
a
of
third
doing
thing,
that.
sort of the late arriving vote by mail. And as we saw out in California, right? Remember that primary? That was that very late arriving vote by mail in California. I think we expect will be similar here in New York. Was younger, was much more progressive, would be more favorable to a candidate like Chevalier. But what I want to get up here, Adam, do you have the chart in front of you? I'm trying to get it on my phone. You put it in the spreadsheet of the borough by borough breakdown of the early, that initial batch, the election night in the post. What was it in District 13?
I don't have a breakdown by district.
You had it?
I had it by borough.
Okay.
But one thing that is sticking out to me with this right away is inside the counties, you are seeing the split between New York and the Bronx.
Good. Yeah, that's right. So here you go. This is northern Manhattan. You know, again, this is Harlem, East Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, Chevalier leading by 4 there. And then you go over to the Bronx side of the river right there, and Espaillat is leading easily. Now, far more votes over here than up here. But again, I think there's an opportunity here. This is in fact, we just got some more votes here.
Yeah, we just got 2 updates. We got one in Bronx and one in New York.
Okay.
The Bronx update
put him back ahead.
Yeah, was more. It was 200 votes, and the New York update was 78 votes.
Okay, so it's a very small update. Is what we got. We'll expect some bigger chunks right here. This immediately becomes the biggest source of drama. And just check me that Maryland 6, we haven't got anything.
Nothing in Maryland 6.
Okay, so we have an incumbent in Maryland 6 who's leading by 5 points, and there's some uncertainty there waiting for the election day vote. We have an incumbent in the 10th district who is in terrible. In fact, there it is. switched it just in time. NBC News has projected that Brad Lander will defeat incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman in the Democratic primary in New York's 10th congressional district. Lander is the former city comptroller in New York City. He was endorsed by the mayor, Zoran Mamdani, and he has easily defeated Dan Goldman, a two-term incumbent in the Democratic primary. Goldman becomes the 5th incumbent member of the House this year to lose in a primary. And again, the result is emphatic, overwhelming, and early here. So we have a member of Congress who's gone down in the 10th district. We've got one up here in the 13th congressional district who is in a barn burner right now against, again, a candidate endorsed by Zoran Mamdani running from the left. Up here, and we've got a candidate in Maryland's 6th congressional district. We've got an incumbent Democrat there. We got numbers there?
Yeah,
we got numbers in the 6th, who's also in some trouble, but let's see if that just got resolved. What happened?
We just got votes from Allegheny was the biggest batch. We got 400 votes there. And Trone wins that batch 171 to 141, I think. It's
okay. It's
yeah, 43-35 in the.
Do we have any from Frederick or any from Montgomery?
No.
Okay.
Washington and Garrett just also posted small updates.
What was Washington?
Washington was Trone barely ekes out that batch as well. It's 44-40.
So it's right on the number. Okay, so very limited indications, but especially that Washington number, no different. It needs to be different for Trone.
Hey, Robin.
We're going to withhold judgment until we see something from the two biggies here, Frederick or Montgomery. It needs to be different than Trone. He got himself in the game in that early vote, but he's going to need more with the Election Day vote. That initial small batch here, don't read too much into it, but it's not nothing. Doesn't show him making a shift, but he can. If something's different in Frederick or Montgomery, that could be all he needs. But again, so we've got some suspense.
Did you see the press conference earlier, Pep? Slotkin and a couple other senators out there introducing a bill. No, what'd they say?
It's for an incumbent down there in Maryland 6, and we've got a ton of suspense.
What was the long and short of it?
For this incumbent, Adriano Espiat, in the 13th district. Again, the hope here, if you're Espiat, is that your voters, again, I said, he's relying on sort of the traditional Democratic political infrastructure in this district. What could that mean? In part, getting out the vote on Election Day. You know, I think the Avila Chevalier, we talked about this, like with the parallel to how AOC won her primary back in 2018, the idea that she's got sort of, in some cases, newcomers to the district, folks who are very engaged sort of in progressive politics, you know, showed up in the early voting, whereas Espiat maybe, you know, we saw this where in some in New York City in 2025, where we had that initial batch that Mamdani did very well in the mayor's race. In the
Keeping Trump from being able to send soldiers in to take voting ballots without first addressing Congress.
The Election Day vote, where he had some places where he struggled a bit, and then there's that third thing, that late arriving vote by mail, where
yeah, I don't see that passing.
Again, he picked it up big time. So this is sort of the opportunity.
I'm so glad that they're out there instead of, messaging to the American people just how the Trump administration is planning on doing any of this shit, how they're ineffectually just doing nothing. God damn it. We're going to lose this election. Like, seriously, this is not going to be the blue wave that we think it is.
The votes that come in now are the opportunity. Espiat's got to do better in them. He's got to build a bit of a pad, because I think the late arriving vote by mail could easily go against him here. So that's the question. You were saying something.
Yeah, we got our first update.
It's technically already a law. Yeah, I know.
Okay, yeah, let's go up the North Country, folks. Let's not forget the North Country. Let me show you the county lines right here. And we've got, we've got from one county, Warren County right here, Constantino leading small. And again, this will be early vote in Warren County. Small, again, there's no single sort of huge population center in this district. But again, the dynamic here is that Constantino is running with the backing of President Trump. This is where Glens Falls, Queensbury is. Okay. What is it? It's about, all right. This is probably going to be 10% of the vote in the district tonight. Constantino leading in the initial batch right there. We've also got Schoharie County here. Again, Constantino, look at this now in two different places,
Steve,
in the district.
If you want to go back to 13, I do have an update in New York. We got another 3,800 votes out of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Espiat 45, Avila Chevalier at 51.
That's an Election Day update.
Yes.
And how many votes was that?
3,800. In that batch also came about 1,000 votes out of the Bronx.
And
Espaillat wins that 63-32.
63-32, 1,000 votes out of the Bronx. So we're not seeing, and give me the Manhattan number you just got again.
That was about 3,800 votes.
Right.
She barely ekes it out by, she gets 51% of that.
That's higher than her current number.
I should also note that, another batch also came in with in the 12, and so we're about 7,300 votes there. Boris has won both of the new election day batches. He gets about 38% of.
He got 38, and what did Lasher get?
He gets 33%.
Well, now, whoa, okay, that's okay. You've just told me you told me very significant thing there, and we'll get to 13 in a second. We said that Lasher had given himself with that early vote, had given himself a little bit of a pad there. It was a good number for him. But we're raising that question of does the election day vote look different than the same day vote?
Emma Vigilance with Hassan live right now.
You're telling me the election day vote here is looking a little bit different. Say again how many election day votes we've gotten out of the 12th district?
So it's about 7,300.
And it broke 38-34 for Boris?
About
All right.
38, 33.
I'm going to get ready for
What's
the 420.
How many, what is our
this was a
expected
special
remaining vote in the
one.
12th district?
Oh, damn. Okay.
63,000.
Okay, so if Boris were to beat Lasher by 5 points, which is what he's currently winning the election day vote, and there are 63,000 votes, that would be about 31. That would not, at this pace, these are big ifs here, but this is just to give you a sense of it.
What we need to
at
do,
this
though,
pace, he would knock off 3150 of 35.
I need to stop hitting my mic with my glasses.
So
it's like the third
Boris
time
is-
today.
What he's getting so far, what Adam has just told us from the election day vote here, right now, Boris is getting the kind of number that absolutely puts it makes it plausible that he could catch Lasher. Plausible. That's what we say. We're saying, is there we keep asking this question in these races. You know, a candidate is behind in that early vote. Do you get some indication that the election day vote is more favorable to him? We are getting indications that the election day vote may be more favorable to Boris
couldn't get
than
to the 4,000
vote.
last time.
If he continues to win the election day vote by 5 points, and there are as many election day votes remaining to be counted in this district as we think, it puts him absolutely in the mix right here. And again, remember, there's that third piece, the late arriving vote by mail. You got more, Adam. What is it?
Yeah, well, we also have update at New York 7. We've gotten quite a few updates here in Kings and Queens County. So I just can tick through the most recent one. Queens County, we got 1,400 votes. Valdez gets 62% of that batch.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to.
Got big money in the 4,000.
Shouldn't just be in our.
Someone
maybe try clicking.
Someone's got faith in me. I like that. I like that.
Okay, I want to make sure folks see this.
There you go.
With the counties up. Okay, we're having some glitch here where we're not seeing it.
Yeah, so let's stick on the overall results.
Yeah, but tell me this for context.
Yeah.
What is the Queens? You're saying Queens. What was the early vote in Queens, and what is the election day vote?
So it was the early vote was Valdez 65%, Reynoso 20% in Queens.
So she won it by 45, right?
Yep.
And then the election day vote's breaking how?
62-23 for Valdez.
39, yeah. So it's a little bit less, but not to the degree Reynoso needs. And that's in Brooklyn?
Yeah, we also got the Brooklyn update. So that was, Reynoso had carried that first batch 50-46.
He won it by 4, right?
And now she won this first election day vote at 60-36.
Oh, she's crushing it in the election day vote. So okay, well those are wow. So if you're Valdez, these are not only did you get a very encouraging number with that early vote right there. You're not slipping. There's no sign of meaningful slip. In fact, there's a sign of new strength for her. I think what Adam just read just went in. You just saw Valdez's number shoot up right there. If you're Valdez, you are feeling fantastic about the world right now because again, you did great in the early vote, but you're also improving in the election day vote. You're not slipping. Up here, we've got more.
She
up
must
here.
be an actually like popular candidate. That's good.
And, yes. So we got
2
New
minutes.
York, which is Manhattan.
Yep.
So 6,300 votes in this district.
Looks like it was good for her.
Yeah, she wins 52-43 in that most recent in the Manhattan vote.
Wow. And we get any more Bronx?
There was a little bit more Bronx. There was about 1,100. SBI wins that 60-33.
Wow. He is not. Wow. Folks, yeah.
I should also note that also updated New York 12 with 14,000 votes.
I still, God damn it, I hate how confusing this gets sometimes because, like, between those two districts,
that one
was that enough for her to pull it out?
37.
Like,
37.
common
37,
language
and
sometimes,
he wins
guys.
by
Every once
about
in a while would be nice.
50 votes in that batch.
We got 14,000 new votes.
Yes.
So we had 7,000 election day before. We've now added 14,000 new, and last it was a tie.
Yeah. DJX, Emma is with Hassan, but where are they? Because I just checked in.
Basically.
That's very good news for
Whose
Lasher
rally are
because
they
no
at?
longer is Boris hitting the number he needs, hitting
backstage at a rally.
the clip that he needs with that election day vote. That's a very good update if you're Michael Lasher. But I want to go to the 13th because wow, this is a couple things that we're seeing right now, and I think you're watching. You're probably you're having these same thoughts. What we just saw in the 7th congressional district with Claire Valdez, the left-wing DSA Mamdani candidate, improving.
You wonder what Stan's socio-political takes
in the
are?
election day vote on what she did in the early vote. Okay.
Well, he doesn't share his treats.
Valdez is in great shape there in the 7th district. But I wasn't necessarily sure that in the election
might be a
day
Republican.
vote,
Who knows?
that she would make
Secret
the kind
right-winger
of jump
stand.
that Adam just told
All right,
us
guys,
she's
10
making
seconds.
with
Let's
that
go.
election day vote.
All right, we're
And
celebrating the
seeing it
420
for
on the
Vila
stream, and then
Chevalier
in about 10 minutes,
Manhattan
we're going over
right
to
now,
Twitch,
which again is the
baby,
bulk of
and
this
it's gonna be a
district. Probably
great time.
90% or so
All right,
of the vote.
let's get this
is gonna
first
come out of
smoke session.
Manhattan. And again, just call up that part of the district right here. You see Chevalier leading Espaillat here. Now it's by about 6 points. That margin has gone up as so far the election day vote has come in here. Remember what we said? I mean, it was basically a tie right there. It was nearly a tie with that initial update in this district. What's happened here is it's still very close to a tie here. But Chevalier, if
All right,
she
so
can
that is the reason I'm
improve
going
in the
over to
election day vote even a little bit in Manhattan, she will deny. We're saying Espaillat wants to get ahead a little bit with
So
the
we can
election
do that here.
day vote because that late arriving vote by mail could be, just based on how it kind of went in that Mamdani race last year, could be good for Chevalier. Espaillat wants to get ahead. And so far, those numbers out of Manhattan are not indicating the kind of shift towards Espaillat in the election day vote. that I
God,
think he was looking for.
Kornacki just
Now,
he always gives up the game for himself, where he always wants the incumbent.
we saw an update in that 12th
He wants
district.
the safe
It was at
person. He
odds
does
with the
not
These
want.
things,
I'm pretty
can
sure
change. They can
Kornacki is just
fluctuate a
like,
bit,
if
but
he's not a shit
this
lip,
is
then
suddenly
he's
very
definitely like a little
Nothing
conservative.
new in Maryland 6?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Very small updates.
Okay, yeah. Just, again, anything from Frederick or from Montgomery, because now we've officially seen one incumbent member of Congress go down. Espaillat is officially on red alert right now. Potentially another member of Congress here who could lose. It's very close, as you could see, but this is not one of those where there was some where the initial numbers have said, oh, okay, Espaillat's breathing a sigh of relief right here. And then in Maryland 6, I think of the three incumbents we've just talked about, Delaney's feeling better than the other two right now because something would have to shift in Trone's direction here. Not much would have to shift in his direction. He is not down that much, 755 votes. But again, what we are waiting on here is a same-day update from Frederick or a same-day update from Montgomery, because I think that's going to shed a lot of light on the situation there. Going back to New York here, the votes keep trickling in the 7th district. You can see, remember what we said, you get that big initial batch, and then we get these steady incremental updates of Election Day vote. We're up to nearly half the vote here. Valdez with a very comfortable margin right here.
He's not agenda-free,
This is looking like
Steve.
one, certainly, if you're a part of that movement, if you're Mamdani, who's invested
All right,
political
hopefully
capital in these
this
races,
gets wrapped up in the next
liking what
10.
you're seeing right there. Again, we took you through to 10th, just to remind you, an incumbent member of Congress has been defeated there resoundingly, not even close. 12th district. Looks like, okay, Adam, it looks like we just got another update there, a sizable one, because I see now 2/3 of the vote has come in.
Yes, that's exactly right. We got about 6,800 votes there. Pulling it up here, Lasher gets 39% of it. Boris gets 36%.
Wow. Okay, so the thinking is shifted. As I say, it fluctuates. We got an initial readout of the election day vote that was good for Boris. It's gone back. The pendulum has swung back in a big way towards Lasher.
It also gives us an update in the 13th.
What do we got?
It's about 7,000 votes.
I can already see it helps the Chevalier. From New York?
She gets 52-44 out of the, Manhattan.
She got 52-44 in that update.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Anything in the Bronx?
Is that where Hassan's at, in Chevalier?
New votes. He gets 60, and she gets 32.
Okay. So, I mean, these things are, she's winning updates. She's getting about 52 in these updates. That number could come up a little, not huge here, but she's not losing ground. She's not losing ground. And you continue to see Esbiat, we're at about, just seeing that, 52%, 56%. So the lead for Chevalier now moves up to, that's over a point.
There is no pendulum.
Just under 500 votes. That's over a point, 1.2 points there district-wide. And again...
Well, I've seen Saw, one of them that had the pendulum.
Could you, I know you're balancing a bunch of things there, Adam, but you had that, I think this would be important for people, the post-election night numbers from 2025 for Manhattan and the Bronx.
Yeah.
I think this comes into play here because remember, folks, remember what we saw in California and really in Los Angeles.
By the way, guys, this was in the thumbnail and I totally forgot to cover the story. So I'm just going to say real quick, if you guys didn't hear, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of marijuana users owning owning guns specifically. So they now have changed the federal mandate that would keep medicinal and recreational users from owning weapons.
Los Angeles, a couple of weeks ago, right in that LA mayor's race, where it was that late arriving vote by mail.
We just put a call in as well in New York 7.
Yeah, okay. Not a shock. You saw it come in. Look, the margin keeps going up, but NBC
Valdez
News
gonna win.
now officially declaring that Claire Valdez, a DSA-affiliated state legislator endorsed by the mayor, Zoran Mamdani, has defeated Antonio Reynoso, the Brooklyn Borough president, who had been endorsed by the outgoing Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Again, this is a very clear victory for Valdez over Reynoso. The context here, she was doing this
deserves
in a district that had voted
DJX
overwhelmingly, more overwhelmingly than any other congressional district in New York City for Mamdani in last year's primary. So a candidate very much in alignment with him ideologically. Endorsed by the state is going to win this easily. So again, we talked about these DSA-affiliated candidates here. They've been sort of coming up in some of these Democratic primaries around them in sort of metropolitan urban areas.
Thought it was
going to
be milky. Was not. It was not
milky.
Yeah.
Claire Valdez.
I froze the music.
In New York.
Yeah.
We've got two winners now declared in these races. Claire Valdez
celebration.
And then you've got Brad
for
Lander
Miss Valdez.
Brad Lander in the 10th. I want to go upstate to see. I don't want to leave out the North Country. I love the North Country. Here we go. About a sixth of the vote in, and wow. I mean,
sorry.
This is okay. Fulton County, you're getting into Smollen's base right here. And he's winning there. But look geographically. Again, this is such a wide district.
And then the buzzkills come in.
Lewis Small, Franklin. Okay, Malone, New York is here. Clinton County.
Now we have to focus on these red districts.
Plattsburgh is. Okay, you can go down.
You're having fun.
Warren County, Washington County. I mean, these are, Constantino. Just this is sort of Smollen's area right here. This is sort of the area that he represents in the state legislature. He's got a lead there, but everywhere else you're seeing that Constantino color. President Trump's endorsed candidate here, opening up a very clear and geographically expansive lead here over Smollen in this vote count. This was a real
Why are we graduating?
test. This is a real interesting test.
Because that's technically, I mean, yes, but you're also, I don't know, that's Macho Man territory right there.
Smollen was endorsed sort of up
I've
and
never
down.
been able to go to
by
a
the
graduation that played that.
New York,
Knuckle.
by the local and sort of New York political leadership in this district. Again, it has a sort of conventional background here, military veteran, state legislator, the congressional seat opens up, you get the party's endorsement, you go for it. But Trump came in here and endorsed Constantino. Constantino is a former boxer. He owns that sticker company.
Someone, while I used the restroom, came in, did their thing, left without washing their hands. This is a women's restroom.
He made some news putting up a Trump.
So many people walking around with poopy hands.
Mentioned this in a tweet endorsing him, putting up a giant a Trump sign. Jefferson, this is just a very, very tiny slice of Jefferson County here. Smolin leads the vote count. That's 60 votes, though, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. Overall, if you're Constantino, if you're Trump, you are liking what you're seeing in the 21st district so far. 17th district, I don't want to lose sight of this. Well, nothing to tell you yet. But again, this is a primary. Whoever wins this, you're going to hear that name an awful lot between now and November, because this is a seat that Democrats are targeting like crazy this November. One of the Lawler, Republican incumbent.
This is why you don't touch the handle on a public restroom. Nope.
Republicans in the House elected in 2024 at the same time that Kamala Harris carried the district.
One of those guys.
Harris plus one district here. Kate Connolly came in the favorite. Davidson,
we're
some
close.
indications that Lawler would prefer to face her. Go back to the 13th. Oh my goodness, we just got a ton.
Yes.
Tell me
All
about
right.
it,
I didn't want to go anywhere until this one came in.
New York, we just got 6,700 votes. Chevalier gets 50%.
Does anybody know which party Hassan's at?
Of that most recent batch.
Okay.
In the Bronx, we got 600
I see that he's at a
votes,
party. I just want to know whose.
37 for Espaillat. We also have an update in New York 12.
Hey, I know that
We got
warehouse.
another 10,000 votes there. Boris gets that batch 38-36 over last year.
Okay, do you have a cumulative election day total for this district? Is that something that's attainable here?
Yeah, so let me take a look.
Okay, I just want to.
Here.
Yeah, if you've been watching, this number is really stabilized in the 34, 35, 3,600 range. Remember, Boris had initially, with that first batch of election day vote that we got, he took a bite out of it, and you're saying, maybe, boy, he could be. We've had a lot more vote come in since then, and it hasn't budged. So
my current tally has it at Boris 36.9.
I don't know. His chat's booing and saying
36.5.
0.4.
Blah blah blah.
So it's negligible. I mean, it is better. The election day vote is better for Boris than the early vote. But again, we said he probably needs to be winning that, by about 5 points. He's winning it by 0.4 of a point. And now we're running out of vote. Okay, there's when we first started doing the math on this, we were well inside of, we had a ton of votes still to come. Not so much anymore. About 3/4 is in, and that pool is getting much bigger. So our sense of what that vote looks like is a lot clearer now, and what it looks like is kind of a wash. Boris needs something more than a wash here. He's trailing. Back to the 13th. Anything new? I don't want to miss anything.
I need to get over to
Nothing
Twitch.
out of the 13th.
I mean,
we
I'm not.
do have our first report out of the 17th in Rockland.
Okay,
And I accidentally pulled a thing where I'm doing
let's go take a look.
like election coverage and shit.
Okay, wow. So we did just get a big bunch. Let's see where this came from is the critical question here. Yeah, I mean, okay, you're talking, okay, this is the most significant. Putnam, we got the most vote out of Putnam. Conley, easy lead here. That's a big chunk of the vote. Dutchess County, we got, this is just the margin, though, that you're seeing. You see it now in 2 counties, really solid. Rockland, this is Davidson's base. Rockland County legislator. It's not a ton of vote, but she's not. This is, if you're Connolly, this is great. What, Adam?
We just put in a call as well in one of the races we were tracking earlier, Maryland 5.
Maryland 5, there it is. Adrian Boafo, NBC News, is declaring will win the Democratic primary in Maryland's 5th congressional district. This is a race that attracted nearly 24 candidates. Why? Because Steny Hoyer, the 45-year incumbent not seeking re-election, he endorsed Boafo, a state delegate. Boafo wins that overwhelmingly Democratic district. He's the overwhelming favorite in November. Where?
Frederick in Maryland 6 is our first election day vote.
Great.
It's
What
only
do we
about
got?
300 votes.
What is it?
It's a small batch. Trone gets 37%. McLean Delaney gets 31% in that 344 vote.
What, Goldstein got it? What happened? Somebody jumped up.
Yeah, 21% for Goldstein.
So Goldstein's the one moving up in the election day vote. A distant third place. Okay. How many votes was this?
344.
Which bowl is loaded? Shit. All right, yeah, we're going.
Wait, let me make sure
just
I
give me a
wasn't
minute.
prepared for that. 37
Damn
for
it.
Trone,
Yep.
31 for Delaney.
Yes.
He's beating her by 6 points with the third candidate.
Yeah, I want the final tally on
What's
New
our
York, so
expected
it might be
remaining vote in Frederick
440.
County?
I'm gonna just go to be safe here.
Frederick, 15,000.
Don't worry, guys.
remaining.
If you're over on Twitch already, I'm coming.
So if he were to, if Trone were to,
Stop
if this were to
pontificating.
hold,
Let's go.
this
Wait a
is
minute.
Relatively
you fucking moron. Wait a minute.
small number. I just want to just get it
I'm behind.
but it is significantly Manhattan.
Currently in Manhattan, I have it at
Whoops.
51 for Adelia
Whoopsie.
Chevalier and 44 for Espaillat.
7 points. And what is the expected remaining
Hey, let's
vote?
ignore that one.
In Manhattan?
20,000.
20.
Oh my God, get the fucking calculator out again.
So she, if it continues at that pace, Chevalier would net 1,400 more votes than Espaillat in the remaining Manhattan
Okay,
vote.
so
that would move that number to
is he going to do this thing where it's like, but then he could do this and then this could turn.
But I should have asked you, what is it in the Bronx? What's the election day vote running at?
61-33.
So 28, and what's the remaining vote there?
Take a look. 2,700 is our current estimate.
2,700?
Yes.
2,700, okay.
Where are you going?
So if that holds, Espaillat would net 756 more votes than Chevalier. So if you netted that out, these are ifs, but this is just playing with what we can right here to give you a sense of it.
Hell yeah.
If Chevalier continues to win in Manhattan by the margin
This is
she's
the
winning the
perfect
election
time.
day
I'm
vote
gonna go
by,
do my quick
and
reset.
if Espaillat continues to win in the Bronx by the margin that
pee.
he's winning that by in the election day vote,
And then I'm going to come down.
and our projection of the remaining
then
vote is correct in these
I'm gonna
places,
start the Twitch.
that would net out
Right.
district-wide to an advantage for Chevalier of about 1,500 votes. Wow. Now, when I say this is very rough, this is the other piece of it I want to get to, the post-election night vote. Because I just extrapolated the remaining vote. Not all of the remaining vote is election day vote. A slice of it, okay, is going to be that late arriving vote by mail. And this is what I was setting up before, and Adam's getting the numbers as we speak. That late arriving vote by mail in 2025 in the Democratic primary for mayor in New York was more pro-Mamdani than the other types of vote. And we just saw that same dynamic on the West Coast in Los Angeles in their mayor's race, where that late arriving vote by mail, what was it? Remember that Spencer Pratt lost second place because it was young voters, it was super, super progressive vote. That happened in LA a couple weeks ago, happened in New York last year. What was it? What can you tell me about it?
In Manhattan, Mamdani won the election night results by 6 points. And the post-election night results, he won by 12 points.
In Manhattan. And what about the Bronx?
And in the Bronx, Cuomo won that by 16 points.
Right.
And then it was Cuomo by 11 in the post-election.
Right. Okay. So these are 5-6 point swings toward Mamdani in the late arriving vote by mail. It's not huge, but again, if it's even anything like that, you're seeing Chevalier lead right now. You're seeing at the pace she's winning the election day vote by in Manhattan and the pace that it's going in the Bronx, at this point it would net out in her favor. And there's the possibility, if passed as prologue, if the final bit of vote, the final 5-10% of the vote that gets counted here moves in her direction 5-6 points like it did for Mamdani, then she'd already be operating from a slight advantage. It would only help her. Wow. This is of all the races tonight, this is the one I had the least idea of what to expect. This is if you're Chevalier, if you're Mamdani, we just got something. Oh wow, it was very big for Chevalier. This must have been Manhattan. What was it though?
So yeah, that we got another 4,000 votes. We got another 1,200 out of the Bronx as well.
Take me through it.
In New York, Chevalier 57,
Whoa.
38.
To 38?
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow. Okay. And in the Bronx, let me just show you what it looks like overall, and what that update looked like was.
Espaillat 62, Avila Chevalier 33.
33, right on what it's been. 86%. Again, the Espaillat's it's a much smaller area to begin with, and Espaillat's running out of opportunities. 86% of the vote right there. Still a quarter of the vote to come, and Chevalier just got a massive, relatively speaking, massive update in her favor. She just won that last update essentially by 20 points over Espaillat, meaning district-wide, more than 3/4 of the vote is in right now.
So
and Chevalier has opened up a lead of 1,300 votes. That's more than just over 2 points ahead of Espaillat in the district-wide tally. And again, it tipped him ahead in the election day count. If it hasn't, it's basically a tie because he was down by 4. Yeah, this is the same thing. Like Lasher was very happy, I think, with what he got out of the early vote. The first election day vote update that we got here was extremely encouraging for Boris. The subsequent ones
then
have been a lot more.
I think that I might be able to pull it off.
But the subsequent ones have really all been a lot more encouraging for Lasher than they are for Boris in this district. Let's not lose Maryland 6, right? Anything there?
Very small updates, nothing.
I must know who wins. Yeah, no, this
again,
is
just to remind you.
I hate to say it, I'm kind of in the same boat.
You know, about 5-10 minutes
Ghost
ago.
Dog.
In
Hey,
Frederick
shit,
County,
Ghost Dog. Thank you for
very interesting
becoming a sub over on Twitch.
Where,
Appreciate that,
again,
brother.
If you extrapolated that one out, it absolutely
coming.
puts Trone in the game
We're
here.
doing this.
District-wide. Keep an eye on that.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Go up to the North Country again, where we've got now a quarter of the vote in this Republican primary.
Let's get this
the
vote
news,
in.
Wow. Oh, we just got a big update again. The
Feel
news
bad.
continues to be
I wanna
very
get
good.
over there.
If your name is Anthony Constantino or Donald Trump, who has endorsed him in this race and really given his candidacy life, and it's again, what I'm looking at here is you expect Smolin to do well down around here where his district is.
Gives you the idea of
and
what I'm
indeed,
doing.
He has the lead in Fulton County, but nothing else. You know, there's nothing else for him on here. Again, this is the early vote. Would the election day vote be dramatically different? I mean, it would have to be. It would have to be overwhelmingly dramatically different. Otherwise, this is so this and if this does hold, this will raise the question. If you were watching earlier, this will raise the question of the minor parties in New York State are allowed to endorse major party candidates. So there's a conservative party on the ballot in New York, and they can put on that ballot line in the fall the name of the nominee of the Republican Party.
Anybody that doesn't already follow me on Twitch,
New York State.
you guys really should.
Has its own version. They call it the Working Families Party. That conservative party in New York, though, already nominated Smolin. Now, that Smolin could drop out of the race.
So this is like a third-party situation?
That's what will happen if he loses this. But if Smolin, it's gotten real nasty between these two guys. This campaign was not a normal campaign here in terms of the vitriol. If Smolin doesn't want to get out and doesn't want to endorse Constantino and stayed on that conservative line as a candidate in the general election, it could make this interesting because, again, this is a Republican district here. It's a Trump district. But if the Republican vote were divided in any kind of a meaningful way, not out of the question for a Democrat, especially in a year like this, where you're expecting the Democrats to do a little bit better than they would in the
curious what's going on. We're just going to have a good old time over there because I can
lose this tonight. That's not been projected.
I'm having a smoke sesh.
These are not numbers you want to see if you're Smolin. These are absolutely numbers you want to see if you're Constantino. Going back again to the 17th district, we
got another update.
13. Right back.
Another 1,000 votes
from
from New York, from Manhattan. Chevalier gets 54% to 42% in that.
She has stepped it up in the last two updates. They've gone double digits for her. They had been going more like 6-8 points before that. Did we get a Bronx update at the same time?
Not in this, not that I see here now.
Okay, right. So again, that's look. Her lead ticks up 14-30. Okay, about 2.5 points now. This is close, but this is not. No longer are we. Would I look at this necessarily and say it's this close? It's now inched up to 2.5, and there's a lot of indications in these updates that we've been getting. I don't think in the election day vote for Manhattan there's been a bad one for Chevalier yet, and the last two have been pure good updates if you're her. They've been pure bad updates if you're Esbiat.
We will do an update with News Now in about 4 minutes.
Good, okay.
Or maybe a little bit less right now, but about 3 minutes away.
Yeah, what time are we at? 9:42.
Yep.
And don't forget, folks, Utah closes at 10 p.m. We've got 3 interesting
care
House
about
races
Utah. I care about
in
this.
Utah. That's coming up in 18 minutes. But, I mean, the story of the
This
hour
was Colorado.
right here is
that'd be a
Adriano
different story.
Esbiat,
Then I
a
would just
10-year
bring this over to
incumbent.
Twitch.
The chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is in
are we good?
grave danger of losing the Democratic primary in New York's 13th congressional district to Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. Again, this is a left-wing candidate aligned with the Democratic Socialists, endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani already has put 2 wins on the board in New York City tonight. His candidate, Claire Valdez, romping in the 7th congressional district, and his candidate, Brad Lander, romping in the 10th district, taking out a 2-term incumbent, Dan Goldman. Now another incumbent, Adriano Esbiat, again in grave danger of losing there.
Awesome.
For that matter, outside of New York, a 3rd incumbent in some real danger at this hour, April McLean Delaney.
And I do have a new update for you in this race. We got another
great. Where?
Small 150 votes in Frederick County.
Yes, okay.
And in that batch, we get Trone 41, McLean Delaney 32.
Whoa.
And Goldstein at 17.
Wow, this thing is turned. This race is turned, folks. We said the Election Day vote in one of the 2 money counties would have to be different than the same day. So far now, in the biggest, Frederick's the biggest. We think more votes are coming here than anywhere else. It's turned down to 687.
Daniel, what's up,
the
dude?
cumulative
Good to
Election
see
Day
you.
vote there? Do we know it? And folks, I'm going to do a News Now update in about 90 seconds. So you're watching earlier, you know how it goes. You'll watch the whole hit. We'll go through some of the stuff I've already been talking about, but we will come right back because, wow, we came into tonight, 4 House incumbents had lost in primaries this entire year. 1 went down at like 9:05 p.m. A 2nd is in real danger up in northern Manhattan and the Bronx. And a 3rd now could be in big trouble here. What is it in Frederick, Adam? The same day vote?
Just in Frederick?
Yeah, well, that's where we got the most.
Yeah, so it's 38, 32, 19.
It's almost like people are sick of the
so
status
it's a 6-point margin for Trone. How many votes are we talking?
500.
500, okay. It's 500. So that trend, we need more votes to validate that trend. It raises the possibility. It raises again, we've seen now in 2 updates something different than the early. We're coming right to this hit, folks. So bear with me. Again, you'll hear some stuff you've been hearing. We'll update everybody if anything changes on the scoreboard. You'll see it happen, and we'll come right back. You're not going to miss anything. They're going to come to me, so I'm going to take a sip of water here while I wait for this.
All right. Well, I think that's the perfect place to kind of do this thing.
Okay, so I'll keep talking for a minute here. Okay.
We also just made a projection in New York 17.
Hold on.
Yes, this was.
Never mind. Hold on.
Let's get right up there. Okay. Kate Connolly, Democrat.
You guys are already ready on Twitch. Hell yeah.
National security official.
You guys haven't already followed.
Easily wins the Democratic
You guys
primary.
want to join
She's
the
going
smoke
to
sesh?
face Republican Mike Lawler in New York's 17th district. A district that Kamala Harris won by a point. This is going to be like a
check out that
top
link.
5
I mean,
national
I know it's not a
House
live
race
link.
this fall. There was a lot of reporting that Lawler had hoped that Davidson would win this. If he doesn't get his way, he'll get Kate Connolly. They're coming to me here in a second. Just bear with us, folks.
Oh,
NBC
I will
News
bear with
projects
you.
that Brad Lander has defeated Dan Goldman
Clearly
in
good for
that
Chevalier.
closely watched race. Let's bring in NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what are the headlines that you're seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, we've already seen 1 congressional incumbent go down, Dan Goldman in New York's 10th congressional district. And Gotti, we may well be seeing a 2nd. Adriano Esbiat, there was just another vote update while you were reading that introduction in the last 30 seconds, and it was a very good update for his challenger, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. She's a candidate of the far left, endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America and the mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, and she now leads Espaillat. He is a 10-year incumbent. He is the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. She now leads him by nearly 2,000 votes, by just over 3 points. Again, this district is based in northern Manhattan,
on this
Harlem,
one. Mo,
East
how's
Harlem,
it going?
Washington Heights. It goes over into the Bronx.
How you doing?
And
Welcome
I can
to
just show
the
you
stream.
the bulk of the vote is in Manhattan. That's sort of Harlem and in northern
Yeah,
Manhattan.
no,
And this is where Chevalier, you
DSA
can see
fucking
she's
cleaned up
leading there by
tonight.
8 points. We just keep getting updates
The
here.
APAC
They've been
APAC
getting better
candidates
and better
did
for
not do
Chevalier
well.
as the night's been going along. Espaillat is leading over here in the Bronx. It's just a much smaller part of the district. Much
yeah.
of the vote is already counted right there. Each update that we've gotten, especially
Fox
the
has
last 20
gotta be
minutes, here, I think
freaking
has
out
been awfully
over these
encouraging
right-wing
if you're Chevalier.
or,
So we saw one incumbent
these
go
DSA
down
wins, yeah.
in the 10th district in New York earlier this evening. A second one is in grave danger. And Gotti, I might add that over in Maryland right now, in the western part of Maryland, a third incumbent. We're still waiting. There's a lot more uncertainty in this one. But certainly April McLean Delaney, she's a freshman Democratic member of Congress. She's being challenged by David Trone. David Trone, a former member of Congress. He used to have this seat. He gave it up. He wants it back. He is challenging the woman who replaced him. He's poured $25 million of his own money into this campaign. And absolutely, you could say at this hour, he has a shot, at least based on how the numbers have looked. So to varying degrees here, there's the possibility of 3 incumbent members of Congress losing this evening in these states. Coming into tonight, this entire year, only 4 incumbent members of Congress had been defeated in primaries. And oh, by the way, not to complicate it too much, but the polls are going to be closing in Utah in a few minutes, and there might be a couple of incumbents in trouble there as well.
Interesting. Maryland and New York, they're traditionally solid
live
blue
on his
states, right?
channel.
What are the issues that have been propelling voters there, and how much overlap is it with the momentum that the DSA has seen?
I think that's really the headline here, certainly. What we're seeing in New York City tonight. And another way of looking at these results, too, is I say Chevalier, DSA aligned and endorsed by Mamdani. That is also the case in another district in New York City tonight, Claire Valdez. This is an open congressional seat, again, heavily Democratic area. But the question here was sort of taking the temperature inside the Democratic Party. Her opponent was the borough president in Brooklyn, sort of had traditional establishment Democratic credentials. He's been trounced tonight. Valdez, DSA aligned.
Nobody wants your establishment bullshit. Everybody's sick of your
matter,
bullshit. Oh, Hakeem Jeffries has got to be sweating, dude.
Goldman,
man,
Lander was endorsed by Mamdani and ran very much to the left in this primary, particularly Lander he made Israel an issue. He adopted sort of a maximally, I'd say, left-wing position on Israel, went after Goldman that way, wins big. So we're getting a readout here, certainly, and we've seen this in some other primaries this year. We saw this in a primary in the suburbs of New Jersey. We saw this in Philadelphia. We've seen this in some other places. This energy, this sort of very, I'd say, left-wing energy in the Democratic primary, it's certainly coming to fruition in what we're seeing in New York City.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're out here in Los Angeles, and it almost rings true to what we saw here in the mayor's race as well. From what you're seeing, are there any other trends that would lend voters to leaning more progressive right now?
No, I mean, the question always then sort of arises, how much of this,
they were
how
so
broad
timid
is
saying
this
it.
within the Democratic Party? I think that's the conversation that's been taking place this year, and I think these results, especially if something like this holds, those conversations will only accelerate after this. Is this, we saw it in Philadelphia, as I say, we see it here in New York City. How much is it just a phenomenon of those places versus something with a little bit more, sort of breadth within the party? I think one thing we can say, though, is as we go through these primaries and more candidates like this win, their sort of volume within the National Democratic Party, their visibility,
this is huge.
Only increase.
You know how big the squad was?
And it certainly raises questions about how that's going to go over with a national audience as more and more folks.
This just doubled the membership.
The idea of somebody aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America, the idea of several candidates like that winning primaries, getting elected to Congress, is kind of unthinkable in the not too distant past. It's a pretty big change.
Yep. It's almost like that thing that started happening with MAGA.
The true test comes during the general election. Steve Kornacki, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a bit.
Jesus, Cope-Harder.
Let's go to NBC News.
Okay, we'll see what happens in the general of these DSA.
Maybe a little bit better news from McLean Delaney.
1,000
votes out of Frederick.
Yeah. Okay. Now that's okay. Yep.
She wins that round 42-36 over Trone. Goldstein goes back down to 12. And we got our first look at Montgomery election day vote, about 200 votes there. McLean Delaney, 51%.
Sorry, hang on.
Sorry.
How do I get the counties up?
There you go.
Oh, we got to make the counties the main thing that comes up. Okay, say again. What do we got here?
He's getting a little busy.
About 200 new votes, election day votes there. McLean Delaney, 51%.
Oh my God! Don't do it!
Oh,
Don't do
wow.
it!
Okay. Those are very.
Now I'm just doing the sensible thing. I'm going to start this at 9.
The numbers we got initially, Frederick hinted at things changing.
I wish I could make this like a members-only thing.
That's, again, it's a small update
over on
out of
YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. So what's going to happen is if you don't already know, we're going to be hanging over on Twitch
and what is the cumulative
for a little
election day
after
vote
party
in
here.
Frederick now?
So make sure if you guys don't already follow the Twitch. I have to reiterate this over and over.
37.
If you can't follow from that link, the link is also in my description.
Okay, the initial updates that we had two much smaller updates. We've added a bigger one in, and look at that. Delaney now back ahead of Trone right here. So
see you
that
there?
changes.
Hell yeah.
This thing, the temperature on this one just changed. Delaney, I think, going a little bit more, not over yet, but that's a very positive development.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so much fun.
Heading back up to New York 12 in Manhattan, we've gotten a few
I got a big surprise, and I mean like
out of here, and last year has been every one of them.
It's gonna be so
I've been
much
looking
fucking
at
fun.
The neighborhoods, and we set this one up as the Upper East Side versus the Upper West Side. In my current tallies, I have Lasher winning the Upper West Side by 18 points. And
I've been teasing it for a half hour. Some of y'all are just like, God damn it.
Yeah, and again, it's stabilized, I think, is the key here.
I'm sorry.
We said 3,500 or so when we started getting that election day vote, and it's ticked up a little bit for Lasher.
Oh, sorry, my pre-rolls.
Boris has made this close, but he's just none of these updates has he started to really take bites out of that.
I forgot those are on. My bad, guys.
So back to 13 though, because huge drama here. Did we get? I feel like we might have just got another update here.
It was another 800 votes.
Let's call it.
But Chevalier did
from where?
Eke up her. It's from
Make
Manhattan.
this easy on Pep.
She did get 63% in that most recent 800.
Oh my gosh.
SBA 35.
She is pouring it on in these late updates from Manhattan. So in Manhattan,
so it's over.
She She leads by just over 8 points cumulatively in Manhattan, but that margin has been expanding with these updates. Again, Bronx is still sitting there at 86%. So, yeah, she's that's now. I mean, look, this is now a 3.5 point margin here, folks. 3.5 points.
That's
over SBI.
Okay.
10-year incumbent.
Great.
So again, Goldman goes down, one incumbent loses. SBI, boy, it's not looking like not in a good mood right now if you're SBI. Delaney in Maryland, things just may have stabilized in a useful way for her, pending further updates right there. But that was encouraging for her, in that it indicates that initial small positive batch for Trone may not have been indicative. And then in 6 minutes, polls are going to be closing in Utah.
I don't care about
that. I don't think we really
All right. Yeah,
went through and set those up yet.
All right.
But the key thing for Utah, and we'll cut me off, Adam, if anything happens while I'm saying this. The key thing to keep in mind in Utah, remember, these are brand new maps this year.
Oh, that's
put in
right.
place
No,
by
that
a
is
court.
interesting, but we ain't watching that.
Have kind of all shuffled
We're doing
around
other
as a
things.
result
We're
of that.
watching
A lot
other
of them
stuff.
are kind of running with some new terrain right here. There's
I already got it
the
pulled up.
upshot of that new map is that it's created what should be a Democratic seat based in Salt Lake City. There's a contested Democratic primary there. Ben McAdams, the name is a former
Surprised Fabio couldn't pull it
Democratic
off.
Congressman. He had defeated the late Mia Love in
Oscar
2018.
Romero.
He was in the House for one term. He's now trying to go back in that district, though he's facing
Fabio.
a Bernie Sanders-backed opponent in the Democratic primary. Then two
Long-hairist.
Republican incumbents. It's hard to gauge. They both encountered trouble at the state Republican convention in Utah, which gives out endorsements, but that's not always the best barometer in Utah, because that state convention is it's very conservative, very activist flavored. It is not infrequent that candidates will lose at the Utah State Republican Convention and then go on to win in primaries. Blake Moore, 3-term incumbent, has done that twice. He's going to try to do it.
That is enough of the election coverage. So that means we're wrapping up YouTube here. I do appreciate you guys all hanging out on YouTube tonight. It has been awesome. But it's going to get even more awesome over on Twitch. I'm just going to be real with you. I've been waiting to I got like a reveal happening over there. You guys should stop by. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, we got a 3-footer making its debut on stream. It's going to be freaking cool. So if you guys want to come and join the smoke sesh, we are about to lift off. If you're already there, just hang on, guys. We ain't going anywhere. So essentially what's going to happen is I am going to play my outro music. It's going to be essentially the intro for the new fun half. So don't go anywhere when I play that music. It is not a goodbye, okay? Except for all of you over on YouTube. This will be the unfortunate goodbye because we are going to watch some Jubilee stuff. So if you're interested in seeing Dean Withers take on a whole bunch of MAGA women, you guys should come check it out. I know a whole bunch of clips already went viral, so you've likely already seen some of it. So, like I said, come and join us over on Twitch. One more time, I will drop this link. If you have not already, please hit that like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done that. And yeah, guys, it is that time. I just realized that I thought that was a 9. That was an 8. Whoa, everybody is pretty much over on the Twitch. Yeah, look at that, guys. I knew it. I knew we could do this. I hope that any of you guys that were apprehensive about joining Twitch or just like trying to join us over there, you guys should really try it. It's awesome. Daddy Bear Kai, the claims that the Bible makers are true because of this passage in the Bible. This is a yeah, totally really rational thinking. Daddy Bear Kai, have you joined us over on Twitch? I highly recommend it. So I am going to wrap up the YouTube. As I said, do not go anywhere. We are sticking around on Twitch, and it's going to be a party. So I'm just going to go to the welcome screen. I will be back for all my Twitch heads. And good night, YouTube. Oh, that is not it. Here we go. That's not it.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children. PepTalk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. PepTalk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right, we're back. And YouTube.